right now, but we do know 13 kids were injured and they were sent there. We want to send it on over now to Henry Ramos, who is also there at the scene. Henry, what can you tell us right now?
Within the last 3 minutes, but let me step aside and show you exactly what we're seeing out here. So as you mentioned, yes, we're in front of the hospital. You can see law enforcement is staged right at the front. Several law enforcement agencies, from what I'm reading, Kinney County Sheriff's Office, obviously Uvalde Police, directing people. I've seen people walking in and out of the hospital. Obviously, as you can imagine, many people shaken up, trying to figure out exactly what is happening if their loved one is here. What we do know, as the latest information, and I know that you and Deborah, Audrey, have been sharing this, but here at the hospital, they received 13 children here at the hospital to receive treatment. As we know, 2 unfortunately have passed away. Just so you know, too, I was trying to get some context just from people who live here in Uvalde, and I actually just did an interview with a grandmother. Her name is Mary Henson. She actually lives just about 4 blocks away from Robb Elementary. This was a very tough interview because her grandson, named JJ, 9 years old, was inside the elementary school when this shooting was unfolding. She said the shooter was so close to his classroom, it was just across the hallway from where her grandson was at. Her grandson escaped because as soon as his father heard what was going on, he showed up to the school. He went to his son's class and he pulled him out of the window. She said students were being pulled out of the windows here of that classroom. Thankfully, JJ is okay. Her grandson is safe. He actually took refuge at a funeral home that was across the street from the elementary school. I mean, just to sum it up, I mean, it is very difficult for all of us and here that are on the ground back in the studio to report on these types of situations because we are dealing with family members, with children, with loved ones. As grandmother Mary put it to me, this was supposed to be the most joyous time for these kids. This was their last week of school, Thursday being their last day. Here today and tomorrow, they're receiving awards, you know, reminiscing of the school year, looking forward to the summer. And now they're dealing with what we know right now, 2 of their classmates not being able to complete the school year this year. 2 children, unfortunately, pass away. Others, several others, now injured. Of course, the severity is still unknown. But Memorial Hospital, they have been prepared for this as they've received so many patients inside their ER. But what I can tell you, we see a chopper now just passing by here across from the hospital. We're just on the other side of the orthodontics office. Just from what I'm gathering, a lot of people just showing up kind of confused on their cell phones, trying to make up if they can get closer to the scene. You can see that chopper there in the sky there, as this is very much an active scene. I can't tell you though exactly, I haven't been able to map it out just how close we are to the elementary school, just to give us that kind of insight as well. But we do know that from University Memorial, from the last update, that at least 13 students were treated here. 2 children unfortunately died. The hospital is saying, though, that they do ask you to refrain from coming to the hospital, which is why I do believe we have such an extent of law enforcement here. But as I mentioned, Audrey and Deborah, just interviewing Mary, she said Uvalde, as we know, is a type of community. They basically know one another. Me being from a small town, I grew up in a community just like this. You know everyone. You feel it when something happens bad, when something happens good. You're there to celebrate. When something happens bad, you're there to pray. You're there to be united, and that's what this community is doing right now. Grandmother Mary put it to me that she says it is truly devastating that this is happening. As she said, she never thought in a million years that this would be unfolding in front of her yard and her backyard, unfolding in front of her very eyes, not knowing if her grandson JJ, as I mentioned, was inside that elementary school, was going to be okay. He is okay. Escaping from a window, being pulled out of a window from the help of his father and other students as well as teachers. I mean, you can just imagine these children. He is 9 years old, a 4th grader, going through something like this. I asked her, how is he doing, you know, going through something like this? And she said, Henry, he's traumatized. He's very shaken up. It's hard to describe for a 9th grader. Or excuse me, a 9-year-old, a 4th grader, to see something like this and to go through something like this as he took refuge at a funeral home across the street. But again, we are out here At Memorial Hospital, as you can see, several law enforcement agencies directing traffic. We've seen people here just waiting here across the street. I'm assuming that they're loved ones, family members, just trying to get the word. A lot of heartache, uneasiness that these families, really this community is feeling right now, Audrey and Deborah.
Terrifying.
Yes. And Henry, did the grandmother say, did JJ describe what he heard? Did he hear gunshots?
Yes, she did. She was just saying that it was one of those things that had happened so quick. It was really chaotic. She didn't go into detail as she really hasn't had a lot of time, Deborah, to really talk to him. I mean, her first priority was to make sure that he's okay. But all she told me was that it was just a lot of chaos. A lot of chaos. Obviously, you can imagine these kids were terrified. They didn't know what was going on. And as she mentioned, her son-in-law, his dad, as soon as he heard something bad was happening, he rushed to the school. Obviously, he knows the classroom where his son is at, and he got to the window and just started pulling kids out, and then they just started running for their lives. But the biggest thing that she told me, Deborah, is that, I mean, he's just traumatized. Just really just sensing chaos is the only thing that she was able to tell me. She even mentioned a neighbor across the street. She was saying that one of their loved ones was shot, and so she said she saw her neighbor just start running to the hospital. Again, I haven't mapped out the proximity of where we're at, but truly devastating are the words, is what Mary told me. I mean, she really was in tears, and rightfully so. This is tough, but it's what this community is going through right now, a small, tight-knit community here in Uvalde.
All right, thanks so much. Henry Ramos there at Uvalde Memorial Hospital, just 7 minutes, about 2 miles from Robb Elementary School. Now, right now, we want to get to Matt Houston, who is at University Hospital in San Antonio, where several people have been transferred there. Matt, what can you tell us? Any updates?
Audrey, we still don't know about the condition of the child who is here at University Hospital. We do know that a 66-year-old is in critical condition. That's generally an indication of serious injuries here at the facility behind me. As we've been telling you, University Health is uniquely equipped to handle trauma cases in a way that Uvalde Memorial might not be. Generally, level 1 trauma centers like University Health have more staff, more capacity, something that we became all too familiar with over the last couple of years as far as hospital conditions go. More staff, more capacity, more technology, more resources to handle really serious cases, which is why it is frequent practice for rural hospitals like Uvalde Memorial. We have plenty in the area surrounding Bexar County to send their serious patients to the hospital behind me. One look right now at the Adult Emergency Care Center here at University Hospital. You wouldn't know what was happening statewide today just from looking at this one particular building at the moment. Not a lot of activity outside. We've heard some helicopters go overhead, but again, no way to tell if that's in any way related to what's happening in Uvalde, and certainly would be pretty typical for a weekday afternoon here at University Hospital, one of 20 level 1 trauma centers in the state of Texas. Uvalde Memorial is one of almost 200 level 4 trauma centers. That's a basic care facility. They are equipped to handle trauma, make no mistake. They do have resources, but generally the facilities are just going to have better technology and more people, which is certainly important in a situation like this in the event that you need to handle an unexpected number of patients beyond what would be, your average Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday afternoon here in San Antonio. Uvalde frequently transfers patients to SAMC as well as University Health. We're going to keep you posted as we learn the condition of that child. Again, the 66-year-old in critical condition. Audrey, Deb.
Matt, do we know anything about those 2 pending transfers from Uvalde Memorial? Are they headed there to University as well? Have you heard anything about that?
Audrey, we haven't gotten any details on that just yet, but again, Uvalde generally transfers patients to University Health and then on to SAMC. So we can't assume anything right now, but it would make sense that if there are pending transfers, they could end up here in San Antonio, either at University Health or at SAMC. But no word on that. University Health has been sending out frequent updates. We're in touch with communications staff there, trying to learn as much as we can right now. But generally, when you transfer someone from a level 4 trauma center to a level 1 trauma center, it's an indication that they need more staff, better care at a bigger facility.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Well, It is 3:30. All of this began unfolding at noon. If you are just joining us, we do want to bring you up to date on what is going on and what we know right now. At just shortly after noon, we received word of an active shooter at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde. We have learned that 2 people have been killed. 13 children were taken to Uvalde Memorial Hospital. A woman and a child were airlifted here to San Antonio University Health. The suspect has been taken into custody, and we are waiting right now for a news conference at the De Leon Civic Center where the remaining children, 600 children in that elementary school, were taken and where they were picked up by their parents.
Yes, and we're waiting to hear from Superintendent Dr. Halter from Uvalde Consolidated School District, expected to speak, as well as law enforcement agencies and the city there on site as well, all lending their support to the school district and to the police department. DPS, we have learned, has taken over this investigation. FBI was also there on the scene, as well as a number of local law enforcement agencies lending a hand as well. Again, this is just one of 2 elementary schools there in Uvalde. Robb Elementary is where all of this situation unfolded. Like Deborah said, we have learned 2 people have lost their lives in this active shooter situation. 13 children were injured. They were sent to Uvalde Memorial Hospital. We do have 1 woman, a 66-year-old in critical condition at University Health in San Antonio, as well as a child whose condition we are not certain about. But there are also 2 others in Uvalde pending transfer, but we do not know where they will be sent just yet.
And we are waiting for a news conference. The superintendent of Uvalde School District, Dr. Halter, is going to be informing us there at the Civic Center. That is where KENS 5's Victoria De Leon is right now. Victoria?
Looks like we're having issues right now with Victoria.
Okay, I think we're good now, but I was just saying that the Civic Center is just 5 minutes away from Robb Elementary School. Right now, this is where a lot of parents are being directed to pick up some of those students. But right now, I can tell you that there is mostly district staff outside and parents. I want to step out of the way just to give you a better look. Parents have been escorted inside, and then outside, it's mostly, again, district staff and other members of the media. Now, we have not been able to talk to too many parents since we've been here. I can tell you, though, there was one mother who did walk out with her son, very, very young, both of them visibly just absolutely devastated. They were in tears. I did speak to one man who says his wife is a teacher at the elementary school and he is out here waiting for her as well. But at this point, we are going to be staying here for the next couple of hours, trying to gather some more information and talking to some more parents who, many of them on social media at least, saying that this is just absolutely the worst day and the worst possible thing that they could have ever imagined happening. But Deborah, as we're looking right now, the FBI showed up, I want to say about 5-10 minutes ago, and we're going to be keeping an eye out for any other developments. So for now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Victoria, thank you very much. And we have just gotten word from the Uvalde School District that parents are being asked to pick their children up from the junior high, the middle school, the high school, and the other elementary school, Dalton Elementary School. There will be no bus service today, so parents will need to pick their children up from the school.
Yes, there will be no bus transportation. There are officers on each of those campuses to, help ease everyone's tensions, because this has been such a emotional day. This has been such a scary day. We've heard several stories from families and parents. Henry Ramos spoke to one grandmother who said that her 4th grade grandchild, who's just 9 years old, his father heard about the situation, ran to the school, knew which classroom his son was in, broke a window, pulled his son and several other children out of a window, and then they hid at a nearby funeral home. I'm sure we're going to be hearing many other stories coming out from this terrible, terrible situation. And we want to get back to Alicia Nieves, who is at Willie De Leon Civic Center, where that press conference is about to take place.
At first check, we were told about half an hour, so that should be where we are expected to go inside of the Civic Center right behind me for a press conference. But what we're seeing now, lots of loved ones come up to the door. They are greeted by members of state police, Border Patrol. We had DPS, and they are checking parents in at the door. Then they are walking inside, the parents are, to go and pick up their loved ones here at the Civic Center. They have a sign right outside that lists the classes with that have the children here. We are seeing, as you can imagine, ladies, lots of emotion. Family members walking out, escorting their young children to the car here at the Civic Center. It's a lot, right? It's overwhelming for many of these families and people who work at the district because of what just happened this morning. So we are expecting to walk inside these doors in just a few moments when district officials give us the word, and then they're going to give us an update in detail about everything that happened today, we are hoping. So this is, you know, as you can imagine, a very tight-knit community. We have district officials who have brought water and snacks for families waiting inside, for the children waiting inside, and we have the perimeter being secured right now by members of law enforcement. I see, once again, members of the sheriff's office. You have Border Patrol that are on the outskirts of the Civic Center lining up on Main Street. We're at West Main Street in Uvalde, and then right down the street they have that staging area that I mentioned earlier with more emergency crews on standby should they be needed today. You had emergency crews from across South Texas come to Uvalde ready to help. On our drive here, we started our drive at about noon today, 12:45, and on our drive we saw multiple law enforcement vehicles, ambulances head to Uvalde to help. So we are on standby now. We are just witnessing more family members. Victoria De Leon, one of our reporters, is speaking with a couple of women right now who are getting ready to walk inside. As you can imagine, these families are just concerned that, you know, they can go and get their loved ones. They just want to embrace them and hold them once again, and they want to know that they are okay. So we will keep you up to date on when this press conference will start. We will stream that for you and keep you up to date as soon as we learn any new details. Ladies, back to you.
All right, Alicia, thank you. And we now want to go live to Henry Ramos, who is at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. Henry.
Yeah, Deborah, and so I come to you with some really sad news. So I just got off the phone. It's a San Antonio family, Lisa DeVour. I've actually done stories with them. They called me while I was on my way here, and she told me, Henry, she was like, I'm on my way to Uvalde. She was like, you won't believe, I have 10 to 15 family members that go to Uvalde schools, and we have a few family members who go to Robb Elementary. And I said, oh my gosh, Lisa, how are you doing? She said, we don't know a lot. We just want to get here. Our family's from here. Obviously, we just want to get here. She just arrived. She told me she's at the Civic Center, but she just informed me that a 10-year-old who attended Robb Elementary has passed away. She said she died here at Memorial Hospital. She says the mother, which is her niece, is with her right now. We couldn't talk that much because, as you can understand, they have a lot going on. She was also trying to find one of their other loved ones who goes to the elementary school. They don't know if he got somewhat transported in the bus and then got lost, or if he is at the Civic Center. So they're trying to figure that out at this moment. But again, sad news. This family telling me that a 10-year-old at Robb Elementary was taken here, has passed away from her injuries, and is with her mother. I do not know more than that of exactly where she was at in the school, how many times she was shot, any of that. As you can imagine, it's tough taking these phone calls from family members because, and this is what a lot of families and friends and loved ones in this community is dealing with right now, is so much emotion, so much uncertainty. Let me step aside here, though, and show you just some of what is happening here outside the hospital. So I can tell you, lots of law enforcement. I actually did see someone from the DEA get out of that vehicle. It looks like we do have another chopper right now that is either landing at Memorial right now. You can see, we don't know if they're going to pick up someone to transport them out of here. But you do see another helicopter here landing at University Memorial right now. A lot of law enforcement out here, a lot of family members and just people here within the community just showing up here across the street. Though law enforcement are just monitoring of who they're letting in and out of the hospital, as the hospital has made very clear as they just don't want everyone showing up here. In terms of latest numbers, I do want to make a correction because I'd mentioned that 2 children had passed away. At this point, what KENS 5 confirm is that we do know that 2 people have passed away. We don't know if they are in fact both children. Obviously, I just found out that one, a 10-year-old, did die here according to the family. But we do know that 13 children were taken here to the hospital to be treated. And then we do know, as my colleague Matt Houston is out City Hospital, at least a child and adult have been taken there. And the last check, the hospital here was saying that they may transport another child to University Hospital as well. We can say, you know, in speaking with that family just now, Audrey and Deborah, very tough because, again, with so many family members that attend here, there's so much uncertainty, especially when you have so many children that attend that elementary school. But just telling me that their niece, the mother, her 10-year-old daughter, passed away here from her injuries at the hospital. It's very, very sad because, as we've been saying since we've been on the air, is that this was the last week of school. This is the time where, you know, if you remember in elementary school, you're looking forward to the summer, you're receiving all those participation awards and all these award ceremonies. There's that hype, and then you have this that happened, and these children dealing with those gunshots ringing out in schools. And obviously, as we know, the current state of time that we're in, right, this is something, unfortunately, that children have to grow up with. But we do know, and I just spoke, as I mentioned, when I was with you ladies off the top about, and everyone else that's joining us, that I did speak with a grandmother, Mary Henson, whose 9-year-old grandson was inside Robb Elementary, and he was actually pulled out of the window from his father as well as other kids. He is safe. Just saying that there was just chaos inside that school. And also saying that for a 4th grader, he's traumatized now as to what he saw, what he heard. And that's tough. And as I mentioned, this is Uvalde. This is a community that's tight-knit. They know everyone. This is why you see just even community members. Was talking to a man here. He was just saying that him and his family were in San Antonio, and he was driving back, and he said, you know, I'm just going to come here at least to pay my respects outside the hospital to say a prayer for the family members. He said, for my community. It's devastating. I mean, this community is reeling right now, and you definitely feel that just being here on this side, Audrey and Deborah.
Well, I know Henry, Vanessa was telling us law enforcement leaving the school coming out were just devastated. Their faces were just a lot of people grieving. You know, Uvalde is a place where it's a small community and people are born and grow up there and don't move away. And so, and it, undoubtedly, you know, people in that community, everyone knows someone affected by this shooting. This is video that was sent to us by a viewer right at the beginning of this whole situation when they were just starting to evacuate children by school bus there from Robb Elementary. And you can see parents and law enforcement there in that picture. We understand some of the children taken to Memorial Hospital there were taken by school bus, and some were taken by emergency vehicles.
And just shortly, we are awaiting a press conference by the superintendent, Dr. Hal Harrell of Uvalde Consolidated School District, is expected to speak, as well as law enforcement. City and county officials are also there to lend their support. It still is a very active crime scene there at Robb's Elementary School. But again, we have confirmed 2 people have died in this active shooter situation. 13 children injured, being treated at Uvalde Memorial Hospital. We've learned that 13 liters of blood were sent from the blood bank, so you can only imagine the types of injuries if they had to send 13 liters of blood there to Uvalde Memorial Hospital. There were 2 people transferred to University Hospital in San Antonio. One woman, a 66-year-old, in critical condition, a child as well. We do not know that child's status, and there was one pending transfer transfer, and we're not sure which hospital they will end up at in San Antonio or a neighboring city, but still waiting to hear more. We're going to send it on over to Victoria De Leon, who is there at the Willie De Leon Civic Center. Victoria.
Hey, Audrey. Well, I just went around to look through the window of that reunited with their students. Now, earlier today, this is where Uvalde ISD officials, CISD officials, were directing their parents. Now, if I step out of the way here, I want you to see that it is mostly district staff outside, and of course, lots of law enforcement and media presence out here. I have now seen, I want to say, 3 parents who have walked out with their kids, just absolutely devastated, and of course, so grateful to be reunited with their kids, because unfortunately, it's just such a devastating situation. We did talk to one man here who is waiting on his wife, who is inside. He says that she is a teacher here. We are still working to talk to some more parents about just the day unfolding. As we learn more, I'm sure there are just going to be so many heartbreaking stories coming from the families and the people in this community. But for now, we are here, and this is where that press conference is expected to take place. We're not sure what time, but we're going to be following these updates and then bringing them to you as we learn more and as we talk to more people in this very tight-knit community. I mean, the pain and the devastation is just, I think, felt throughout all of Uvalde and not just the Robb Elementary community. Audrey, Deborah.
Okay, Jessica, thank you very much. I need to speak with our executive producer, Monica. Oh my goodness, we have just gotten devastating news from Governor Greg Abbott. 14 students dead and 1 teacher dead. He has just tweeted this. This is at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde. Just unfathomable. 14 students dead and a teacher.
I can't even, there aren't any words right now for this situation. Just a heartbroken community waiting to hear more. We do know that one person is in custody, was taken into custody around 1 this afternoon. We're waiting to hear from the superintendent from DPS, who's taken over this investigation, about how this all unfolded. There should be a press conference taking place here any minute shortly, but the town of Uvalde, no doubt, is heartbroken this evening over that news. Governor Greg Abbott, in a press conference, just confirmed 14 students and 1 teacher dead who were there at Robb Elementary School when this active shooter situation unfolded around noon today.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm John Dickerson in Washington. The governor of Texas says at least 14 children and 1 teacher are dead after an elementary school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. That's about 80 miles west of San Antonio. The governor says the suspect is also dead. The FBI and the Department of Homeland Security are involved, and we will hear from the governor in a moment. And in the meantime, senior investigative correspondent Catherine Herridge is with me. Catherine, if the FBI and Homeland Security are involved, what would their role be at this point?
Well, John, the standard practice would be if a suspect is identified, for the FBI to assist in the analysis of what they call pocket litter. Pocket litter are the kinds of data, pieces of paper that may be on an individual, a cell phone, any other electronics. They're trying to understand what their digital footprint was prior to the attack and whether others may be involved. There's also a scrubbing of surveillance and security camera video that federal authorities can assist with. Unfortunately, this is all the after the fact. You know, the goal of Homeland Security and FBI in any of these cases is trying to intervene and thwart this if it's possible beforehand.
All right. Thank you, Catherine. We also have Kathy Geider, a former FBI agent, who's now joining us. Kathy, what is the FBI doing right now, do you think?
I think right now, law enforcement is definitely looking to gather all the evidence at the scene, gather any information they can regarding the suspect, a home address, an office address. They're going to gather all the information that they can to put together who this person was, what the motive was, what was going on in their mind. So they're going to be doing a lot of information gathering, evidence gathering at the scene and at various locations.
And Kathy, I understand you also teach law enforcement as well. This is a part of our modern life. What would the training have been that would have kicked in when this happened shortly around noon local time?
The officers are going to do what they were trained to do. Like you said, we teach them to just, it's a reaction. They don't have to, go step by step what was happening. They know what to do. They've been through this. Unfortunately, we have drills, we have mock scenarios that officers go through. So they knew where to go, where to respond. They knew to send officers to, hospitals, to intersections. They knew what to do. They know what evidence they need to gather at the school. And then other people, detectives and others will be going to, like I said, the home of the suspect, gathering information there with search warrants. Of course, somebody's going to be writing search warrants. So everybody, pretty much knows what they need to do. They've learned this in the academy. They've learned this through subsequent training. They know what to do and what needs to be gathered.
And we don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. We're still basing this on what the governor said. But with 14 children dead, one teacher, does that suggest anything to you about what might have happened in this incident?
From what we have seen in the past, there tends to be something that has triggered this person, whether it's a family member, whether it's a retaliation, it's vindictive, and then other times it's purely a hate crime, it's purely, a crime of a religious nature. So right now it's too soon to tell what exactly it is, but to take that number of people, there's usually some kind of passion involved in the person.
And we have the comments from the governor now, which we're gonna listen to now.
The shooter was Salvador Ramos, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed according to my most recent report. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Ramos, the shooter, he himself is deceased and is believed that responding officers killed him.
Kathy, we also, do we still have, Catherine, let me ask you, if we know that 14 are dead and then maybe as many as 12 more are still in, the governor said he had a handgun. That sounds like more than a handgun.
Well, he said there's a handgun and they believe there may be a rifle, but they're working to determine that as well. The thing that caught my attention, John, is this description of the 18-year-old suspect arriving in a vehicle at the school and then sort of almost hopping the fence or moving into the elementary school. And it goes to the idea that there may have been a precipitating event. It sounds like that may have been the catalyst for going to the school and then having that kind of firepower. So you asked me earlier how federal authorities kind of kick in here. Well, one of the things the ATF can do pretty quickly is understand the genesis and the origin of those weapons. How did he have them? Were they his weapons? Were they purchased legally? Kind of the backstory of the weapons. And I think that's going to be extremely important in this case because of the firepower that was unleashed on those very small, innocent children. I mean, it's so hard to get your mind around.
That's right. So that there may have been something that set him off, and then he went and carried this out, but he was just heavily armed. I don't want to
go too far and speculate, but based on the description and what we heard just from that former FBI instructor, she spoke specifically about an event that may have triggered this individual to launch the attack. But it certainly caught my attention, the description of the vehicle approaching the elementary school and then going inside with at least one potentially 2 weapons.
And we just to update everybody who may be just tuning in now, the governor of Texas, Governor Abbott, has reported that 14 children and 1 teacher have been killed in an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. The shooter in this case, an 18-year-old Salvador Ramos was the name the governor gave us, has also been killed. We also have with us Kathy Guider. Kathy, what did you take from the governor's press conference, if anything?
Another sad fact that we've had another young person committing such a horrific crime. We're seeing a pattern of this across the country, and it's sad, and something's going to need to be done. But I agree, I believe something triggered him, and he had firepower. And most likely, if he shot 14 people, he's had to reload, most likely, depending on the weapon, and continue shooting.
Here we're watching footage of families leaving the Civic Center. Obviously, local authorities are trying to be in contact with terrified parents. The school was set to end the school year this Thursday, and so this was the culmination of the school year, the middle of the school day, and there at the Civic Center you have local law enforcement and parents being informed about the status of either of their children. Catherine, we have here a DHS comment from DHS.
Yeah, it's reinforcing what we talked about earlier, John, that the secretary has been briefed and has provided all of the assets that he can to support not only the law enforcement operation, but also sort of the human piece of this operation. I think it's worth noting that according to our contacts, multiple Custom and Border Patrol agents also went to the scenes. So federal authorities surged the scene along with local law enforcement to help support that operation. And at least one of them was wounded in the process and remains in stable condition. I just want to add maybe a big picture idea here. We just had a report from the FBI about active shooters inside the United States, and the numbers are clearly very sobering and I think worth mentioning given what's unfolded in Texas. We've seen a surge in the number of active shootings in this country between 2020 and 2021 of 52%, and since 2017, it's up over 95%. Last year alone, 61 shootings, 30 states, more than 100 killed and 140 wounded. And as Kathy was just saying, in some of these cases, extremely young people with access to extremely powerful weapons with just devastating consequences for all involved.
In a local report we were listening to, local residents said this kind of thing doesn't happen here. Those numbers suggest it's happening in a lot of here's where it wouldn't have correct. Before. Mm-hmm. Kathy, if you're still with us, retired special agent, as Catherine just mentioned, there were 2, we have reporting that says 2 officers were struck by rounds as they surged to the scene. We've got 14 children dead, 1 adult, as many as a dozen injured. What is it like for law enforcement to face that, to be on the other end of that kind of firepower? Clearly, there was a lot of firepower there.
Clearly, it's scary, but you're trained to do a job, you know what your job is. And so when you enter that school, at the very beginning, you don't know if there's one shooter or multiple shooters. We've seen multiple shooters in various locations. So when you're going in, you don't know what you're, going to encounter. And so you're prepared, you do what you were trained to do. And unfortunately, it appears there was gunfire exchanged, and that's a part of the job. And sometimes you get injured, and hopefully you don't. But, I'm sure they were trained. They know how to go into a school, into a hallway, how to cover each other and things of that nature.
Catherine just mentioned the uptick in mass shooter events. How would that change training? I mean, this has already been a part of our modern life, and training, as you and I have already discussed, but these numbers continue to go up. How do you imagine that would change training?
I think it'll continue to be on the training schedule. And so maybe if you only received active shooter training 1 quarter out of the year, that they're going to probably be increasing the amount of training, getting those numbers from the FBI, and increasing the scenarios, the mock scenarios, the role play, so that when you come together with multiple agencies going into one school, you have to train for that and how each agency and what their role is. So I think there will be increased training in this area.
And do you, Kathy, see any, when I've talked to law enforcement in the past, some of them have said in the very contentious gun debate in America that just as a practical matter, that firepower in the hands of 18-year-olds of this magnitude is just too much for them to be on their other side of, and that there has to be something put in place because the odds are just not in their favor in these kinds of incidents when you can have that kind of firepower at the hands of anyone who wants to use it.
I would agree. An 18-year-old, unless they are well-trained, unless they are a seasoned hunter, maybe, they don't understand the firepower they have. It's maybe exciting to them, but they don't understand ultimately all the consequences. And with that firepower, the law enforcement is going to come at it with equal or more than equal firepower to stop the threat.
Catherine, let me ask you a question that's a little out of the main, but clearly this shooter, there has been some speculation about social media and attention. Part of what we have seen in these kinds of shootings, the increase that you talked about in mass shooting events, is people seeking notoriety.
Correct.
And so the way in which we handle this from a law enforcement standpoint and a public message standpoint is crucial, it would seem to me, because we have people who are trying to get themselves known.
That's right. I've recently been able to review some internal law enforcement documents that talk about the uptick in the use of not just social media, but live streaming these events. If I could put it in my own words, it's a generation that has an intimacy online and in this digital universe that really can propel them to seek the spotlight in ways that are unimaginable to other generations. So you're quite right to point out that part of the responsibility in covering the facts of what happened are not to amplify the individual involved.
All right, it's 5 o'clock in the East, 4 o'clock in Uvalde, Texas. I'm John Dickerson in Washington. We're coming to you live with a special report. 14 children and 1 teacher are dead after an elementary school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Governor Greg Abbott of Texas confirmed the death toll in a press conference earlier, and confirmed also that the suspect is dead. Uvalde, Texas is about 80 miles west of San Antonio. The FBI and Department of Homeland Security are involved. And let's listen now to what the governor said earlier.
The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed according to my most recent report. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased and is believed that responding officers killed him.
Senior investigative correspondent Catherine Herridge is with me. Catherine, we've also just learned that South Texas Blood is sending blood to Uvalde, Texas, to help with at least 12 other children who are being treated.
Yeah, that's right. Just from a federal law enforcement standpoint, what we're seeing is assistance not only from Homeland Security but other federal agencies with the investigation, but also what I'll call the human piece of supporting the people in Uvalde, Texas. The Homeland Security Secretary, we've learned, has been briefed, and also agents from Customs and Border Protection went to the scene immediately, like a surge capacity, to assist, and at least one, perhaps as many as 2, were injured in the process. That gives you a sense, I think, John, of the scale of this shooting, and as we just heard from the governor, the sense of the firepower involved, and that is where, of course, the ATF can also assist.
Here we have pictures of a vehicle that may very well be what Governor Abbott referred to, that Salvador Ramos, the suspect who's been shot, who's been killed. We don't know if that's his vehicle. It could very well be. We're also joined by Kathy Guider, a former FBI agent. She is joining us. Kathy, what is the FBI doing right now?
The FBI is going to be gathering information. So since we know a suspect's name, they're going to be talking to the suspect's family members, mother, father, brothers, sisters. What did they know? When did they know it? They're going to be trying to learn everything they can about this child. So as was already mentioned, social media. What social media platforms was he on? What was he posting? Things of that nature. They're going to be talking to maybe classmates. If he's 18, he may or may not be in school, but they're going to be talking to everybody around the suspect.
And we're joined now by Derek Gonzalez, who joins us on the telephone. Derek, I understand that you were in an auto body shop nearby when you heard gunshots. What did you hear?
Yes, sir. I have an automotive and tire shop nearby, and we were going to go to lunch, my worker and I. And when we were going to lunch, we started hearing gunshots before we got in the truck, and then they started coming out more and more. So we got in the truck, and we went around the corner, which is Robb's school, and that's when we saw the funeral home people. They were crying and yelling to be careful because people are shooting.
And Derek, when you say funeral home people there, that's because there's a funeral home nearby the school. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I understand you had relatives in the school. Your niece and nephew were in the school.
Yes, I got nieces and nephew there, and then my aunt, she's a 4th grade teacher there at Robb.
Are they okay?
Yes, sir, they're okay. Because that's the first thing I went in my head when I heard everything too. Because my aunt was in there, and then I got family members there too.
So how did you find out, Derek, that they were okay?
Like 30 minutes later, I was making calls, and then there was officers out there, and then I was telling my aunt was there, and then I guess they were escorting the kids out of the classes, and my aunt went into the funeral home where they were putting all the kids and the teachers in.
And Derek, when you said we were headed out to lunch and you heard the gunshots, how many do you think you heard?
There was at least maybe 5 or 6.
And have you had a chance to talk to your aunt or any of your relatives?
I was talking to my cousin, which is her mom, and my cousin's, which is her daughter,
yeah.
My aunt, and she was saying that she was okay, but she was close by in that same building.
And she was saying that your aunt was okay, or that your...
Yeah, everybody was okay.
And did they describe what it was like from inside the building?
Yeah, they said it was that they just could hear screaming, and then there was like a silence after that. I guess where they were all hiding. I guess the teachers were probably telling everybody to get down.
Because they've been trained.
Yes, I know the teachers, they go through a training when stuff like this happens, where they have to lock the doors and get under the desk.
Derek, you mentioned that you're very close by to this. There's the funeral home. Can you tell us a little bit about your community?
Yes, the community where I live in Uvalde, Texas. It's a community like it's a small community where we're all together, and in the neighborhood where the school's at, everybody knows each other. Everybody has grown up around there, and we're always there for each other. And when when we heard all this, all the neighborhoods started coming out and running to the school because we know everybody has family there at the school.
And what was your first reaction when you heard the shooting? Did you immediately know what it was?
Yes, because we here in Uvalde, there's a lot of activities to go like hunting and all that. But I knew we're not in hunting season right now, so I said this is not something like somebody's doing to like sport activity. It's somebody shooting for real. So that's when I knew there was something going on.
All right, Derek Gonzalez, thank you so much. We're glad to hear the good news that your relatives are safe. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Just to update those of you who are joining us, Governor of Texas Abbott has confirmed that 14 children and 1 teacher have been killed in an elementary school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. That's about 80 miles from San Antonio. There are also as many as a dozen other children being treated. Blood is being sent into the area to deal with the wounded. I'm here with Catherine Herridge. Catherine, we've been talking about the federal law enforcement response to this. Do we expect that agents are already on the planes headed there?
I don't want to speculate in this situation, but based on my experience, they'll try and assist with the personnel they already have on the ground because, like in many states, they have fusion centers and joint terrorism task forces where they have essentially federal officers who are in that state. So that's what I would expect first and foremost, as opposed to surging assets in from Washington because it's so time-consuming. But they're going to be taking the same kind of procedure. Now that the suspect has been identified, doing a scrub of all of their social media so that they can build a profile, try and understand whether this person acted alone, whether there was premeditation, it was sort of a flash to bang situation where it was precipitated very quickly. But I think most importantly, the access to the weapons. This person is 18 years old. We're doing our research on what the carry laws are in Texas. I think based on the reporting I'm seeing so far that it's actually 21. Okay, so he's 18 years old. So how did someone who was 18 get a hold of at least 1, possibly 2 weapons to use at an elementary school? So these are all of the sort of the backward tracing that federal authorities can do to support the locals who are really dealing with a very human situation right on their hands right now.
Kathy Guider, retired special agent, is with us. Kathy, Catherine just mentioned that delicate balance of the FBI wanting to get in and move as quickly to find all the details of the crime as possible, while you also have a community that is in shock and grieving and overwhelmed by this. How do FBI agents carry out that balance?
Well, she was correct. They're going to use agents on the ground, like from the San Antonio office or the Houston office will come in. And, you know, FBI agents go through excessive training every year on all different kinds of topics and a lot of training in the academy. So, you know, they know how to balance dealing with victims versus dealing with the suspects. And they're going to do, you know, what they need to do. And there's going to be many. Some will be dealing with the suspect's family. Some will be dealing more with the firearm side of it and assisting ATF possibly. Some will be dealing with the social media side. So everybody has a role. They'll know their role and they'll, you know, fit in there and all work together.
Kathy, the social media side, this is clearly a part of these shootings that we've seen increasingly as a part of our culture, the attempt by those perpetrating them to get attention. How does the FBI think about that as a part of these kinds of incidents?
Well, there's several different types of cyber squads within the FBI, and so you have more of the forensic nature that works on the background side, the back side of it, and then you have those who deal more with the information processing. So they're going to look at all aspects of it to see how often he posted, what platforms he posted on, and you know, as we know, like this generation, the 18-year-old. That's their kind of their life. That's how they communicate for a lot of the time, is putting stuff on social media and out in public source. So all of that is going to be reviewed to kind of see what was his pattern, what was his history, and how did it lead up to this day and time.
And Catherine, we can imagine also, we've been talking about the federal response. We can imagine that this will be something that the president, he's overseas, but after having gone to Buffalo, President Biden, this has now become a part of the role of the modern presidency to speak to these kinds of moments that tear open a community and, in fact, the whole nation.
And as we discussed earlier, there is that bigger context picture. Just this week, we had this FBI active shooter report that found that between 2020 and 2021, we saw an increase of over 50%. And if you go back to 2017, so this pre-pandemic period, we see an increase in active shootings by 96%. And last year, 61 across 30 states. So this is not just concentrated in one part of the country. This is really diffuse.
And did the report mention any of the causes for why those numbers are up?
Again, I don't want to speculate. I would like to look a little bit further because that was my question. Like, what is the common thread here, if there is a common thread?
Kathy, let me bring you in on this question. I mean, as Catherine is mentioning, this happens in a larger context, the numbers of these active shooters increasing. What does your expertise tell you about, as Catherine mentioned, this is happening all across the country. What does your expertise tell you about the root causes, or what, for those of us who are looking for wisdom in this moment of tragedy, where we could find that in those numbers of active shooters that have gone up?
Well, I don't have a psychological background or degree, but I think there's probably a lot of factors that add into this. You know, a lot of these kids for the last 2 years, their schooling systems, the way they went to school was changed and disrupted. Their friend patterns and their ability to communicate and connect with their friends was changed. I'm not saying that makes it right in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying what a lot of kids have gone through has made a lot of difference to their psyche, to their personalities. Also, they have grown up with social media where, you know, when I was in middle school, I didn't stay on a phone all day long. I wasn't posting selfies. We had different ways of growing emotionally that these kids don't have today, or a different way of growing emotionally. So I think there's a lot of factors that play into what we're seeing happen.
Our Janet Chamlian, who's based in Texas, is with us now. She's joining us on the phone because she's on her way to Uvalde, Texas. Janet, tell us what you can about this community.
Hi, John. It's a small town. The next closest town is San Antonio, of any considerable size. I believe it's about 15,000 people. I have been there before. It's a lot of ranches, and open space, if you will. I do know that there is a Customs and Border Patrol checkpoint near that community. Apparently, it's only about 3 miles from the elementary school, and the roads through Uvalde and through Uvalde County are regularly patrolled by Customs and Border Patrol because it's sometimes considered a route up. Well, it is a route up from the southern Texas-Mexico border. And in this case, we are learning that Customs and Border Patrol did respond in some way to this tragedy. But Uvalde is not like a lot of big cities in Texas. It's very small. It's remote, and while we never expect anything like this to happen anywhere, it seems an extremely unlikely place in the Lone Star State, John.
And Janet, that might account. Would it, the fact that you had Border Patrol officers in the area would account, because it looks like there's quite a law enforcement presence that would be, oh, sorry, Janet, we have a press conference here. Let's tune in.
Please understand at this time, we will be making a statement and not taking any questions. So we please ask, at this time, we will be making a statement and not taking any questions. Here to provide a statement is our Uvalde CISD Police, Pete Arredondo.
Good afternoon. As she mentioned, I'm going to make a statement, and at this point we won't take any questions. We will give you a time when we'll be addressing the media soon. At approximately 11:32 a.m. this morning, there was a mass casualty incident at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. The school has children that are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. I can confirm right now that we have several injuries, adults and students, and we do have some deaths. The suspect is deceased at this point. DPS is assisting with the investigation. And at this point, the investigation is leading to tell us that the suspect did act alone during this heinous crime. Families are being notified, and we are providing services to them as the district should. As far as the rest of the district is concerned, safety measures were taken to make sure that we had a safe release for the rest of the district. Throughout our city of Uvalde, and we had numerous law enforcement officers and agencies that assisted with the safety release for those students. We do want to keep all their families in their prayers. I hope you do as well. And we also want to respect the privacy of the family. Everything is still being worked on, and again, we'll notify the parents and the families as soon as we have some news for them. Thank you so much.
We greatly appreciate standing and patience with us. Please know at this time, we are only making a statement, and we will be releasing more information as the investigation continues. We appreciate your courtesy. At this time, it concludes our press conference. Thank you.
We were just listening there to the report from the local Uvalde police, affirming some of what we already know, which was that at 11:32 local time, there was a mass casualty event. That's about 5 hours ago. The suspect acted alone, they say, and that's about all we got. They took no questions. Governor Abbott of Texas has previously reported that 14 children and 1 teacher were killed in the elementary school there. We also heard from the press conference just now that the grades were 2, 3, and 4 in the elementary school there. The shooter who acted alone is deceased. We also have reports that there are 12 other children being treated in local hospitals, and blood is being rushed to the area from outside of Uvalde, and parents are being still notified, according to the press conference we just heard. Do we still have Janet?
Yes,
Janet, we were talking, there's quite a law enforcement presence in this very small town. Would that be because it's, as you were mentioning, there's the Border Patrol in Uvalde?
So there are stations, of course, all across Texas, and specifically these highways that come up from South Texas and the Mexico-Texas border. And there is a station there, but my guess is at this point, resources are coming in from San Antonio, and as you were discussing earlier, probably already en route from Dallas and Houston. The Border Patrol stations are generally not largely staffed, but would respond to an emergency at a school when called upon, and are generally armed as they patrol the Texas roads.
Kathy Guider is also with us. She's a retired special agent for the FBI. Kathy, we just heard the suspect acted alone. How does that change the scope of what the FBI would be doing now in this immediate aftermath of the shooting?
It's not really going to change a lot. It just maybe decreases their workload, a slight bit, since they only have one person to focus on. So once again, they're going to be going to that person's family residence. They're going to be talking to the family. They're going to be talking to maybe coworkers if he had a job. They're going to talk to friends, neighbors. Like I said, they're also going to be gathering any social media information, gathering any devices, a telephone, a laptop, and they're going to be working on all of those. So it just means most likely one person whose information they're going through rather than multiple if there was more than one suspect.
We've also just been informed that the president, who is in the air, has been informed of the shooting. That's all we know, but that he has been informed. Catherine, were you?
No, I just think, like so many folks who are listening at home, John, I think the details of that last press conference, we knew it was a shooting at an elementary school, and now we know that it was really the youngest, the smallest, the most vulnerable children that were targeted, according to the police, by the suspect. And I just, on a personal note, it's very hard to get your mind around an 18-year-old singling out children of that age with one or perhaps 2 weapons.
That's right. And continuing the carnage, we have no additional details at the moment. Governor Abbott of Texas telling us earlier that 14 children and 1 teacher have been killed in Uvalde, Texas at an elementary school shooting. We have as many as a dozen other children are in the hospital being treated. The local parents are still being notified. School parents are being notified from this mass casualty event at the school where 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders attended school, and the shooting started about 5 hours ago. The suspect acted alone, and we've been seeing pictures of a vehicle on the school grounds that looks to have been the shooters. Governor Abbott of Texas named the shooter Salvador Ramos, an 18-year-old. He has been killed. We don't know what weaponry he used, but it was quite a lot of firepower given the casualties that we have so far. Kathy, what else strikes you as you've been thinking about this mass casualty event and how agents would be responding to it?
Right. So they're going to be trying to put together a timeline. What was this 18-year-old doing in the last 24, 48 hours? What was he reading? What was he watching? Movies, videos, TikTok, YouTube videos. What was he doing? What was his mindset? And that's going to be very important to talk to his family. What did they see him doing? And, was he alone? Was he being quiet? Or was he, being loud and boisterous about what he was about to do? So they're going to really try to gather as much information as they can about the suspect, trying to put together this timeline, this psychological profile of who he was.
And now, Senator Chris Murphy is speaking on the Senate floor. Let's listen.
Reliving stepping over their classmates' bodies as they tried to flee the school. In one classroom, that word was monkey. And over and over and over through the day, kids would stand up and yell, monkey. And a teacher or a paraprofessional would have to go over to that kid, take them out of the classroom, talk to them about what they had seen, work them through their issues. Sandy Hook will never, ever be the same. This community in Texas will never, ever be the same. Why? Why are we here? If not to try to make sure that fewer schools and fewer communities go through what Sandy Hook has gone through, what Uvalde is going through. Our heart is breaking for these families. Every ounce of love and thoughts and prayers we can send, we are sending. But I'm here on this floor to beg, to literally get down on my hands and knees and beg my colleagues. Find a path forward here. Work with us to find a way to pass laws that make this less likely. I understand my Republican colleagues will not agree to everything that I may support, but there is a common denominator that we can find. There is a place where we can achieve agreement that may not guarantee that America never, ever again sees a mass shooting, that may not overnight cut in half the number of murders that happen in America. It will not solve the problem of American violence by itself. But by doing something, we at least stop sending this quiet message of endorsement to these killers whose brains are breaking, who see the highest levels of government doing nothing, shooting after shooting. What are we doing? Why are we here? What are we doing? I yield the floor.
Chris Murphy. That was Senator Chris Murphy, former congressman of the 5th District of Connecticut, which included the Sandy Hook Elementary School, where in 2012, 26 people were killed. And Chris Murphy just on the floor of the Senate. We have just learned begging for some kind of gun legislation and that the parties come together to address these kinds of massacres. President Biden has been briefed on this horrific shooting in Texas at the Robb Elementary School. The White House says he will speak this evening when he arrives back from his trip to Asia. And here is the latest from Uvalde, Texas. 14 children and 1 teacher are dead after a shooting at Robb Elementary School. We know the 18-year-old suspect is also dead. Our coverage will continue on CBS News Streaming, your local news, and tonight on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm John Dickerson in Washington.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zach. I have continued coverage on the breaking news out of Texas. At the most recent press conference, Pete Arando of the Uvalde Police Department said there are, quote, several injuries and some deaths following a mass casualty event at an elementary school in Texas. Earlier, we heard from Governor Greg Abbott, who said that an 18-year-old male, quote, shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly 14 students and killed a teacher. The shooting happened in the town of Uvalde, Texas, which is about 80 miles from San Antonio. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the suspect, 18-year-old Salvador Romas, is deceased. Law enforcement is believed to have killed him. 2 officers were struck by rounds, but they are not seriously injured. A local hospital has confirmed 2 patients, a 10-year-old girl and a 66-year-old woman, are in critical condition. Joining us now is Keith Taylor. He is a former SWAT team hostage negotiator and a former detective for the NYPD. We are also going to bring in Doug Coons. He is a former FBI special agent and the founder of CEO of Veracity. Gentlemen, thank you both for being here. It is with a heavy heart that we are having these types of conversations again. So let's just start off by please asking you to make some sense of something for us first. How do these mass shootings keep happening? I want to start off with you, Doug.
That's a good question. I can't answer that. How do these keep happening? It just seems that they become more frequent and more severe every time. We started doing private investigations in security 3 years ago, and we would get an occasional call to talk about whatever had just happened. And it wasn't that often, but it was still too often. And then as the years have gone by, it seems like it's every month now. And now it's the past 2 weeks. It seems like we were just talking about the Brooklyn shooting the other day.
Keith, you are a former SWAT team hostage negotiator. You have been there seeing incidents like this unfold and have tried to stop the worst from happening. When you see the worst, as it sounds like is quite possible now in Uvalde, Texas, what goes through your mind?
I think about, the effects, the consequences to our society from COVID, the pandemic, and the problems of isolation that individuals have endured over the past 2 years. I think about the gang violence that has continued to increase, and of course the extremist organizations that are, helping to contribute to the numbers of these types of crimes. But it's not just extremist groups. It's a whole host of causes nationally that makes us the #1 country for this type of event.
And obviously, it is breaking news. Very little we know at this point about any sort of motives for the shooter, who I will repeat again, we have been told by Texas Governor Greg Abbott that he is in fact deceased. But Keith, I want to stick with you for another minute on this. Why do these shooters seem to be targeting children? It seems like this is too common a refrain.
It may be it's hard to distinguish because it could be something, the connection to the school. If there was, for instance, an employee that had a domestic violence situation, or a student or a former student that had issues with other students or teachers or staff. It could be a stranger that is coming in to make us some sort of terrorist statement to affect the policies of this country. It's hard to tell, but they will quickly determine what the reason why this individual was doing this.
Doug, how do authorities respond to these sorts of events? Is there a difference in approach when it comes to elementary school shootings? As we heard in that press conference, Robb Elementary had students in grades 2, 3, and 4, really young kids in this instance.
Right. Investigators right now, I'm sure, are trying to answer that question. What's the motivation? Why would somebody commit such a heinous crime targeting children of such a young age? To do that, they'll be investigating social media, looking for any kind of manifestos or materials like we saw in Brooklyn. They'll be talking to family, friends, teachers, neighbors, everybody you can think of to see what possibly was motivating this person. Did he have any issues in the past? What's his history? There's an awful lot of work to do right now, and unfortunately, we just don't have any answers. But that's what they're doing right now.
And Doug, we obviously all still have very much on our mind the Buffalo shooting. In this case, the suspected shooter reportedly acted alone, and unlike the Buffalo shooter, is deceased. Could he still be held accountable for the incident?
The deceased held accountable? Well, they're going to be looking at whether or not he was part of some organization. Are there others involved? What was the planning? Where did the weapon come from? I mean, there could be others held accountable if anyone had anything to do with those kind of things. But, you know, it sounds like the shooter is deceased, and this is more about answering these larger questions of why and was anyone else or groups involved.
Keith, let's stay on this thread for a moment. With the shooter deceased, does that complicate the investigation? Does it make it more difficult?
I think that there will be an electronic trail, if not a paper trail, that will lead investigators to determine as best they can the purpose that this individual had in mind by doing such an incredibly horrible act. So the fact that he is deceased means obviously you can't ask questions, but I think there will be some sort of trail that will allow the investigators to determine if there are others that are involved with this incident.
And Keith, as we're trying to make sense of all of this, obviously there is no real sense that can be made of such a horrific occurrence, but as we're trying to piece together what we've learned, what happens in the investigation now?
They are going to be reviewing his, as it's been stated earlier, the significant others in this individual's life. They're going to be looking at his computer and his phone, and they're going to be carefully examining the relationships he had with those who may have had some role in his efforts to do this. They're going to look at that gun, where if it was legally obtained, where it was obtained, how it was obtained. If it was illegally obtained, they're going to be doing the same thing, tracking down how he got this weapon or weapons, and it is my concern that as this is a national problem, that our national leaders have to look at it not in a partisan manner, but in a manner where common sense solutions can help to address this problem, because it's getting worse. Each year, the death toll is getting higher.
And we do know that that is true, that the mass casualty events, these mass shootings, have become far too common. Doug, you heard Keith say that they'll be looking to see whether these weapons were legally or illegally obtained. We heard from Governor Abbott that he had at least a handgun on him, possibly a rifle. Is there any potential criminality or any potential legal charges that could be holding somebody to account if they provided these weapons to the shooter illegally?
Yes, absolutely. If it was obtained illegally, purchased from someone that should not have been selling it, or each state has different laws, I think, as far as how these can be bought and sold. There's some loopholes for gun shows and that kind of thing. So I'm sure every avenue is going to be looked at to whether or not that anyone has any culpability in this. And if there were, hopefully they will be held accountable.
This is obviously breaking news. We are bringing you the latest as we have it, but there is some confusion perhaps on the number of casualties. We heard from the governor, his statement that the shooter shot and killed horrifically incomprehensible 14 students and killed a teacher. We heard at that press conference that there were many injured and that there were some deaths. What is the situation like right now? Explain it to us, given your background, as people are trying to understand exactly the magnitude of what happened.
Right, before we started, I was watching this, and it looks to me like there are 14 dead, including one adult, mostly children, is the last that I have heard. There's a lot of information coming out sometimes before we actually know everything there is about it, so I'm not sure what the true numbers are. It's certainly horrific either way. We talked briefly about the weapon used, and people automatically think assault rifles, but it only takes seconds to empty a handgun, reload, and empty it again. It could be any kind of weapon, and I don't think we've heard any definitive information about what kind of guns were used. So I guess the question is, we just don't know enough yet to speak definitively on what's going on in every aspect of this.
And Keith, given your experience as a former detective for the NYPD, to have the police representative come on and just say that there were several injuries and some deaths and not take any questions, what does that tell you about the current situation?
That they are still figuring it out, that they're still trying to determine the number of injured and casualties, how many were transported to the hospital right away. They have to make certain that they're not giving out information that is premature, that they want to make certain that the initial information they give out, that they say that it is the initial information that is subject to change, and they're going to be very non-specific until they can get more facts, more details, and they will confirm that.
Yeah. How long does it take to get your hands around the real information, just in terms of how many people were injured, how many people are deceased?
I think that would depend on where it occurs and what kinds of plans or preparations have been done to help handle a mass casualty incident of this nature. Many schools, they practice drill, shelter in place, and they may do exercises with other agencies, police or fire or EMS. So if they have robust policies in place and training in place for these entities to work together, then they will get a clear picture of what has happened and what needs to happen. And they'll be able to report that out to the general public, I think, in a faster fashion. For instance, they have to determine who the casualties are, and they have to notify the family members first before they can give that information out to the public. There are considerations that take place in any situation such as this.
Doug, we were listening before to our affiliate in the area, KENS, and they had the story of one 10-year-old whose father heard about the shooting, ran to the school, busted open a window, and physically removed their child from that school, they believe saving their life. Is that where we are now as a country, where parents are feeling like they need to run into danger to try and protect their kids?
It's another hard and good question that I don't really have the answer to, but you have to just think about the terror in the minds and hearts of these parents that know something has happened. They know their child is at that school and otherwise feeling helpless to do anything. This one parent apparently went to the school to do something actively, and there's a double-edged sword to that. As you go in and break in a window to get into that school, the law enforcement officers there don't know who you are and can perceive you as a threat. You could inadvertently make yourself a target.
Explain to us, Doug, as you're talking about these terrified parents, and we are watching people who are trying to figure out the scene right now, whether they're law enforcement or community members or these parents. How are people being notified? What are the logistics for reuniting kids with their parents and getting everybody set up like that?
Well, hopefully they have a plan. And as was mentioned before, I think most schools do practice lockdown drills or whatever they call it in that community. My wife's a teacher, and every quarter or so they go through these, and they have plans, procedures, call lists, things that they practice doing in the event something like this happens, working with local law enforcement, the school resource officer, the fire department, EMS. I have to believe they most likely had some sort of plan. Hopefully it was followed, and hopefully these scared parents and other relatives are notified quickly one way or the other. It's just hard to imagine the panic that's going through them right now. It's only been a few hours.
It's only been a few hours. If you are just joining us, we have learned of a mass shooting event, a mass casualty event in Uvalde, Texas. That's about 85 miles west of San Antonio. We heard from the police department that the mass casualty event was responded to at 11:32 a.m. local time. The shooter is now deceased. We believe that happened at the hands of law enforcement. This was at Robb Elementary School, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade students who were getting ready to wrap up the end of the year. Several injuries, some deaths, perhaps as many as 14 dead. 14 dead students per Governor Greg Abbott, and 1 teacher deceased. I am speaking now with Keith Taylor, a former SWAT team hostage negotiator and former detective for the NYPD, and Doug Coons, a former FBI special agent and the founder and CEO of Veracity, as we are trying to make sense of yet another mass shooting event. Keith, I want to ask you, you had referenced that this is a national problem and we need some common sense solutions. We heard Senator Chris Murphy on the floor. Obviously, he was speaking passionately about his experiences with Sandy Hook Elementary, and he ended it by asking just what are we doing as a country? Given your position, given that you have worked in this area, given that you have worked for the NYPD, and we have just recently covered that subway shooter, the Buffalo shooting, and now we are covering this shooting in Uvalde, Texas. What do you think those national common sense solutions are?
I believe that one of the things that has to be done is there has to be evidence-based solutions, and it may take many different forms. But the first thing that has to happen is the elected officials of the states have to determine the best route to have a national policy towards the licensing of guns, the maintenance of those weapons, the background checks, because as long as you have a hodgepodge of policies in different states, we're only as safe as that weakest link, that state with the worst policies as regards to guns, both legal and illegal. The illegal gun trafficking industry is a significant one. and plays upon the differences between the policies in the different states. And because there's so much money as an incentive, it is, as well as the lack of inertia regarding coming up with national policies that make sense for all of the states, we're going to continue to see this increase in these types of incidents. Ghost guns is something that has been very worrisome because it allows individuals to forego any kind of background check and create their own weapons with a few parts that they get delivered. So that's just added, it's just an additional problem.
That is particularly a new difficulty that law enforcement has to deal with. Doug, you heard what Keith had to say about what needs to change nationally to try and get this situation under control. What are your thoughts?
I totally agree with that. I know here locally we had an incident in which the shooter had mental health issues and his guns were taken away. And there are red flag laws here in Indiana, like many states, but there are loopholes in many of these laws. And this particular person, pre-adjudication, was able to just go back out and buy new guns, and those were the ones that were used in the shooting. So you've got different systems in each state. They're not consistent. There tends to be loopholes, and there's got to be a better way. You know, what we're doing is just not working.
Doug, you mentioned your wife is a teacher. When you see these types of events and you feel like, as you said, this just isn't working, where do your thoughts go?
Whenever I see an incident like this, it hits close to home. And when I try to empathize with these parents and family members of the faculty and staff at these schools, you know, I just think about, what if this was here? What if this was my school, my wife's school? How would this affect me personally? And then I try to project that and like, well, this is how they must be feeling. And it is terrifying. I know they drill. I know they practice the plans, but we see time and time again that these things happen anyway, despite planning, practicing. They happen anyway. So it's just very scary. And I wish I had the answers to solve this crisis, really. It's not just a problem. It just seems to be a vicious loop of violence, and I don't know how we break out of that. I wish I did.
For all of you joining us now, we are covering a mass casualty event in Uvalde, Texas, at a shooting at Robb Elementary School there. We believe that there are about 600 students in the school. It is up to 14 children dead, 1 teacher dead, according to Governor Greg Abbott. The White House press secretary just tweeted out earlier this hour, quote, President Biden has been briefed on this horrific news of the elementary school shooting in Texas and will continue to be briefed regularly as information becomes available. The press secretary continued, his prayers are with the families impacted by this awful event, and he will speak this evening when he arrives back at the White House. President Biden is scheduled to speak about this at around 8:15 p.m. Eastern. We'll continue to cover all of this. Let's bring back Keith Taylor, Doug Coons, 2 law enforcement officials with extensive experience, and both of them, in some ways, just shaking their heads at another mass casualty event like this, where it seems like the advice from law enforcement officials just isn't heeded. Keith, you had a lot to say about this. Do you think that elected leaders are listening enough to folks like you, to folks who put their lives on their line to try and secure the safety of schools and communities when it comes to enacting, as you said, common sense solutions?
I'm certain that there are debates that are that are continuing and ongoing, but we pay a cost when there are not results that occur that really affect us at a national level. To have individual efforts made by individual states, they can be relatively easily defeated, as you could see from that Buffalo mass shooting, where the individual who did that went to neighboring states to get items that he could not get in New York State. And we know that mass casualty incidents like this, most of them are conducted by legally bought weapons. So there really has to be a reassessment of whether the current policies in place, the minimal policies in place, are sufficient to stop these types of individuals from getting access to weapons that they shouldn't have. And if the determination is that they are not sufficient, then it is incumbent on our elected officials to make decisions that will keep us safer, for them to not work together. As difficult as the subject matter is, our communities pay the cost for that.
And of course, this is a breaking news situation. We are still trying to confirm the number who have been shot, the number who are injured, the number who are killed. This is a fluid situation, and we are trying to make sense of it the best that we can. There are some people that are going to think that we shouldn't be talking right now about the problem, the national problem, the increasing number of mass casualty events. Doug, I want to give you an opportunity, like Keith, to give us some of your final thoughts on that.
It's a tough question for sure, and it just seems to me like we're going in the wrong direction. Just my personal opinion. I see the various states actually relaxing the laws and the controls. Again, I don't know what the answer is, but whatever we're doing right now just simply isn't working. These attacks are more frequent, more egregious, heinous, and it's just got to stop. If our elected officials can put their heads together and come up with some common sense solutions to this, I think we would be all a lot better off.
Doug Coons, Keith Taylor, I appreciate your law enforcement service. I appreciate you coming on to try and help us make sense of this. Thank you both.
Thank you.
We want to turn now to our affiliate KENS 5 for more coverage on the Texas shooting. They are there on the ground. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says at least 14 children and 1 teacher has died in the school shooting. We are going to continue listening to the very latest.
And patience with us. Please know at this time we are only making a statement. We will be releasing more information as the investigation continues. We appreciate your courtesy. At this time, it concludes our press conference. Thank you.
Well, that was UCISD Police Chief Pete Arredondo, and as you saw, a very short statement there. We did hear from the governor, though, that 14 students were killed and a teacher. And we have just gotten word that Bexar County has sent the medical examiner to Uvalde, to Robb Elementary School, where we believe the students and the teachers remain inside that school. They have set up a staging area there, and it is all taped off with crime tape.
We want to get out to Vanessa Croy, who's there at Robb Elementary School and has an update for us right now about that scene. Vanessa.
They just asked us to move where we were standing on the corner a few minutes ago, and you can see what's pulling up over here. We haven't confirmed exactly what's going on. All that we were told when we were asked to move is that they were moving the investigation to the front of the school. We did see the Bexar County Medical Examiner pull up about 5 minutes ago. We've seen officials from the Texas Department of Emergency Management also here. That's along with this investigation with DEA is here, FBI is here, DPS has been here all afternoon, along with Border Patrol and local law enforcement. As the events were unfolding inside this elementary school today. We're also seeing parents that are coming up here to the school, trying to find out ask questions. Where are their children? We've seen half a dozen, maybe more parents come up here in the last hour asking law enforcement here how to find their children. They've been to the Civic Center, they've been to another area, and they have not been able to find them yet. I did talk to DPS. They said they are creating a new staging area. We're still trying to confirm where that is. As soon as we hear from DPS, we'll let you know as soon as we hear from them. I know that is in the works right now because we want to make sure that we can tell these parents something who are just hurting so much right now, trying to find out where their child is at this hour.
We just can't even imagine. And that large truck appears to be possibly a refrigerated morgue that has pulled up next to Robb Elementary School. And if you're just joining us now for Eyewitness News at 5 o'clock, we are covering a horrific story, one of the worst mass school shootings in the U.S. history, the worst in Texas history. 14 students killed today by a lone gunman, an 18-year-old Uvalde resident who walked into Robb Elementary and shot and killed those students and a teacher. And that suspect was killed then by law enforcement. There is the large truck that has just pulled up next to Robb Elementary in Uvalde. And inside Robb Elementary School, dozens of law enforcement and the FBI. DPS has taken over this investigation. They are inside. SAPD has sent units down there.
CBS News Sunday Morning with Jane Pauley on CBS.
I'm Nora O'Donnell in our nation's capital. We're here at the White House with the President of the United States.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
We've never done an interview like this before. That's correct. Tonight, a congressional investigation sparked by reporting from CBS News. What's your message to consumers? They need help now. Tell him I feel it.
The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C. on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
We will witness yet another moment in history. The threat of severe weather and dangerous tornadoes is expected to last.
Let's get the forecast from our partners at the Weather Channel.
Here we are in our virtual view.
Now 6 feet of water, imagine that. Cars that can act like battering rams.
These hyper-realistic simulations show you what the weather will look and feel like before it happens.
This is our virtual view, what it actually looks like. Those are some of the best graphics I've seen.
Spare no expense, Gail.
We experience the weather in a whole new way.
CBS News Sunday Morning with Jane Pauley on CBS.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zach. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says 14 children and 1 teacher are dead after a gunman opened fire at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. The 18-year-old suspected shooter is also dead. 2 officers were injured but are expected to survive. It's unclear exactly how the gunman died, but Governor Abbott says he was likely killed by police officers who were responding to the scene. Joining me now is Manuel Oliver. His 17-year-old son, Joaquin, was one of the 17 people killed at the mass shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida in 2017. Manuel, I'm sure that this is so difficult for you to hear again. Thank you for joining us. I just want to give you my condolences as you and your family have lost your son and then I imagine are being plunged back into some level of feeling it all over again. How are you feeling now?
I am very angry. Thank you for the invitation to your show. I think you're going to need a lot of people like me to go on live TV, letting everybody know that we've been fighting against this. We were trying to prevent this. We knew that it was going to happen. We just don't know where. We know that it will happen tomorrow again. We just don't know where. Governor Abbott knew this was going to happen, but that was not enough. We believe that more guns are the solution. You will hear these politicians sending their thoughts and prayers, and some of them will say, our hearts are with the families. Well, guess what? The families don't need your freaking hearts. They need their kids. and the kids are not there anymore. So I feel very angry, offended, and I just don't understand how come a whole society doesn't wake up after these news.
It's been 5 years since the mass shooting in Parkland that took your son from you. Now we're dealing with yet another deadly incident. We saw many of your son's colleagues, fellow students, try to rally public support. Do you feel like people have become deaf to those pleas, to pleas like yours, to your anger now?
It's worse than that. If people were deaf, at least I will have a reason to understand what's going on. It's worse than that. It's about money. It's about interest. It's about power. Our politicians, our House of Congress and Senate, they do nothing after this. They think they're somehow outside of the equation of probably getting shot, or their kids. But you know what? It's going to take more kids dying, or maybe they won't react, even with more kids dying. It's not only been 5 years, it's been more than 250,000 victims of gun violence since my son Joaquin, my beautiful son Joaquin, my innocent son Joaquin was shot 4 times with an AR-15. And today, we saw how an 18-year-old in Texas was able to carry a weapon and kill kids inside their school. Shame on any politician, corporation, celebrity, all those celebrities that came out 4 years ago. Where are you today? Where are you now, today? Because I'm still here. And the problem hasn't been solved. So this is a time of unity, way more than 5 years ago.
I appreciate you reframing our thoughts in terms of a timeline, the number of years that has passed to the number of victims who have died, as you said, 250,000 victims of gun violence in that time period. We have seen some states try to enact common sense gun legislation, laws on a state level, as it seems like there's no ability to get something passed on the national level. Do you think that there is a will? You said you don't know how many kids have to die until we get to the point where something happens. Do you think that this needs to now happen on a state-by-state basis?
I don't think so. This is an urgent measure. It requires federal improvement. It requires federal conviction. I live in Florida. We all know what Ron DeSantis thinks about guns. He made a promise that before he ends up being the governor, he will leave an open carry law to Floridians so we can enjoy freedom. Well, F word with that, Mr. DeSantis, because your solution has not been working. We have been trying to put regulations on the gun industry, which is a very normal thing to do. Any other nation in the whole world, in the planet, will agree with that. Gun owners agree with that, or should agree with that. So how come our politicians are so rejecting every single thing that we bring? And by the way, we're doing the homework. We, the ones that lost the kids, we have to do this. We have to go to DC. We have to go and do activations. We have to end up in jail by demanding changes. So this requires a whole nation shifting a culture that is killing Americans. We kill each other. We are protecting people from war in other nations, and we have our own war here. Every single day, more than 100 people in America die from gun violence.
Mr. Oliver, before I let you go, there are, as you say, the ones who have lost kids. There are now many more families in Texas, it seems, that have lost kids today. I want to give you the opportunity to just speak directly to them.
To any family that has lost a kid today, I know the pain. Terrible. Your whole life at this moment makes no sense. But you have only a small segment of time with the cameras in front of you. They won't be there forever. They will move on. There's a template and works exactly that way. while you have those cameras in front of you, while you have the access to demand, to show your anger, your sadness, and your need for termination of this craziness that is holding Americans like in a way that no one else does, please do it. Because the media will not be there forever.
We will continue to check in. Mr. Manuel Oliver, thank you for being with us. I'm sorry, again, for your loss and for the loss of these other families. Appreciate you sharing your wisdom.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now let's speak with Kirk Burke Halter, a former NYPD detective and a criminal law professor at the New York Law School. Kirk, thanks for being here. So what do we know about the shooter so far?
Well, so far we know the shooter was an 18-year-old young man who actually went to school in that very community. Sounds like he shot and killed his grandmother just prior to going to the school, and then committed this horrific act. Right now, law enforcement, meaning the federal authorities and the local authorities, state authorities, are, I'm sure, mining his social media, trying to contact family members and colleagues of his to determine any form of motivation for this particular crime, or if there were any warning signs, so to speak, that this horrific event was going to take place. Further, we know that he did drive himself to the scene of the crime, abandoned his vehicle, walked in. We know for a fact at this point he had a handgun. The governor has stated, I don't know if that's been updated yet, but there's a possibility that he also had a rifle of some type.
Right. That was what we heard from Texas Governor Greg Abbott, that he definitely had a handgun, possibly a rifle. As you said, they're going to be investigating warning signs. When we were talking about the Buffalo shooter, there were a lot of questions about warning signs and how this person wasn't even on the FBI's radar, despite having been looked at for mental health problems or being referred to a psychiatrist for that. How will police go about investigating this shooting? And what do we know about warning signs? Do they need to be updated?
Well, first, as far as investigating the shooting, as I mentioned, the first stop on this train is going to be looking at all his social media, whatever social media content he may have been posting on, which might be Twitter or Instagram and so forth. And then talking to relatives, neighbors, colleagues, anyone that came in contact with this person. We know that he was still, seemed like he was still enrolled in high school, so certainly talking to his teachers and classmates. This is a little bit difficult because in comparison to the shooter in the other horrific incident in Buffalo, in that it's somewhat rare that someone would telegraph their intentions so clearly. If you recall, the Buffalo shooter left this 180-page document and posted these messages on social media that he was going to commit this act. We don't often see that. Certainly it occurs sometimes, but that's not always the case. So the issue here is determining were there any warning signs? And you ask a good question. What is a warning sign?
Right.
Well, expressing hatred or animus towards a particular group, expressing someone with a fondness more than the average person who likes weapons, right? Someone who really likes weapons and likes to observe people being harmed and so forth. There can be a lot of different warning signs, and also determining, as you mentioned, if he had ever been under the care of a mental health professional. Unfortunately, as we know, there are so many folks that suffer from mental health issues that never seek any treatment, obtain any treatment, so they fly under the radar as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, and it's important to say that there is a full spectrum of mental health, and that this is something that is entirely different. The desire to try and hurt other people is something that should be a warning sign. The FBI says that we are seeing a rise in these types of mass casualty incidences. Do you think that this might be a copycat? Is that even an appropriate term anymore when it seems like there are so many of these?
That's another great point. I would not be so quick to say that this was a copycat incident. I mean, we saw the first time this really came to light, these shootings involving young men of school age going out and committing these acts was 23 or 24 years ago in Columbine. And you think about all those incidents that we've had since then, they couldn't all be copycats. What we're looking at is the proliferation of these issues where folks are under some type of mental distress. And I caution to say that only in that we shouldn't think that everyone that's suffering from mental issues has a propensity for violence, but the inverse seems to be true here, that most of these folks, what's the common thread is some type of mental issue, and they have the wherewithal, they have the weapon, access to weapons to act on this particular crime. So I wouldn't be so quick to call it a copycat issue. Rather, I would say that we have a national issue with regards to mass shootings. We've seen this, we saw this on the subway here in New York and so forth. So there's certainly an uptick, and they can't all be copying each other.
We heard just earlier from Manuel Oliver, who said he is angry. His son died at the Parkland shooting. He said there's been 250,000 victims of gun violence since then. When we are talking about these types of incidences occurring more frequently, with your background, what has you the most concerned?
The biggest concern for me, and first of all, Mr. Oliver certainly has the right to be angry, because as he mentioned, the cameras are on these parents and loved ones for 5 minutes, and then everyone forgets until it happens again. My biggest concern is the inability of law enforcement to prevent these types of incidents. And that's not because of a failure of law enforcement. There simply are not enough law enforcement officials in this country to place in every single school, every single supermarket, every church, every mall, every amusement park. How is that possible? So what we see constantly is a response after the fact. There is really, it's impossible for law enforcement to know that this type of act is going to occur. So in some way, shape, or form, we have to take preventative measures in other forms. And the number one way is there are far too many guns in this country. We are one of the few countries in the world this size, with this level of income, this robust, that has this particular issue. Why? We simply have too many weapons. It's not a Second Amendment issue. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the proliferation of handguns in this country. It is too easy for the average person who wants to commit some harm to get a handgun or an assault rifle and carry that out. And that is something that's going to be very difficult for law enforcement to prevent until we have some type of change in our laws with regards to firearms.
All right, Kirk, Burke, Halter, thank you.
My pleasure.
Joining us now is Ed Davis. He is the former police commissioner for the Boston Police Department. He served in that position during the Boston Marathon bombing in 2013. Former Commissioner, thank you for joining us. As somebody who has responded to, really lived through a horrific mass casualty incident, I'd love to get your reaction to today's shooting in Uvalde.
Well, from a purely human level, I'm sickened by it. It's just a horrible, horrible thing to think of these young children who were cut down before they got to live their lives. And I just think about some of the things that have been done in places like New Zealand, where they were able to move quickly and limit the number of weapons that were available to people, so that these type of things can't happen. This is the United States. It's not New Zealand. I'm not advocating repealing the Second Amendment, but what I am strongly saying is the logjam in Washington needs to be broken. There needs to be something put in place that quantifies people who have homicidal ideation, homicidal tendencies, get them on a list, and at the very least, make sure that they can't buy guns or ammunition. And if they have guns, take the guns off them. I agree with Kurt, there's too many guns out there, but that's a first step, a first logical step that we should be able to come to terms with. There'll be debate about what constitutes mental illness and how far you should go, and let's have that debate. But once we set some rules up, things like Buffalo will be harder to do. We don't know enough about Uvalde right now to know exactly where he got the guns and what his background was, but we'll drill down into it, and it will be similar to other incidents that we've seen. I guarantee it. The problem is nobody's willing to stand up and say enough is enough, that we really need to do something.
And yet we hear that over and over again from the parents, from the survivors, from law enforcement officials. But as you say, this investigation is still just in the very beginning stages. So tell us, what are the next steps for the investigation following today's attack? Where does law enforcement go next?
Well, they've secured all the places that are involved, his home, his car, the school where the evidence is. They'll be drilling down into all of his devices to find out what he's been saying online. They'll also go and question people that have been associated with this guy and his family members to find out if there were any warning signs. There's a lot of work being done right now by the ATF in tracking the guns down and tracking down the lot numbers on the ammunition to try to find out exactly where he got them. And very quickly, there will be a very, very full accounting of exactly what happened here. There was a triggering incident. There was a copycat incident. There was something that drove this man to this madness. But we'll get the facts on the table. That's all happening right now. The police are exceptionally good at making that happen and making it happen quickly. The question is, what will we do when we learn how this happened? How is it similar to other incidents? And I saw the helmet cam video in Buffalo, and there is no stopping someone who's heavily armed getting out of the car and firing. There were 5 people dead there before they could even hear the gunshots. So all of the training that we're doing about run, hide, fight, it saves people on the periphery, but the initial targets are doomed. And the only way to deal with that kind of a reality is to prevent it from happening. We have to keep these weapons out of the hands of people who are talking about killing people. That should be simple to do in the days when we can have an Uber audit and delivered, there are databases that cover everything. It's unconscionable that we don't have this information and cross-reference it with people who are buying ammo or guns.
As I mentioned, you were the Boston police commissioner during the Boston Marathon bombing in 2013. 3 people were killed in that, 17 people lost limbs, 264 people were hospitalized. We are still learning the numbers about what has happened in Uvalde and how many people have been impacted. But 9 years ago to today, what has changed for the better? What has changed for the worst? Obviously, we're seeing a rise in these types of incidents.
Right. So what's changed for the better is the amount of coordination and training that's occurring out there. Businesses and schools and universities are relying on people to come in and help them plan for a terrible incident to occur. And there's much more capacity among law enforcement agencies to share information and to work jointly when something like this happens. What hasn't happened is an improvement in the mental health of the people in this country. And there are a bunch of reasons for that I can speculate on that have to do with social media and being impersonal. There's not as much personal contact between people as there used to be. And so it just seems as though people don't have compassion for other human beings like they used to. And so these are big issues that have to do with technology and the way people think about their fellow human beings. But overall, we're in a bad place right now. The FBI reported this past week that the number of active shooter incidents for 2021 doubled from the year before. That is unacceptable. We have to do something about this, and I hope that our leaders come together on this.
Former Commissioner Ed Davis, thank you.
Thank you.
CBS News Homeland Security and Justice reporter Nicole Skanga joins me now for the latest. Nicole, tell us, what are we learning about today's attack?
Well, Lana, we just learned from 2 law enforcement sources that said the shooting suspect is suspected of killing his grandmother before going to the school for that shooting rampage. We're also learning about the investigation itself. At this point, Texas Department of Public Health and Safety is leading the investigation, but they are being assisted by both the FBI and U.S. Customs and Border Protection. We should note, Lana, that CBS News also learning that CBP immediately responded to the scene to provide support, to provide medical aid during this shooting rampage. I'm told multiple agents ran to the scene. Now, we should point out for our viewers that, U.S. Customs and Border Protection is known for U.S. Border Patrol. They are known to monitor, this part of the country for law enforcement activity relating to immigration enforcement, but they do sometimes provide backup in law enforcement situations. CBS News also learning that at least 1 CBP agent was wounded in the head, was shot during this shooting rampage. I'm told that individual is recovering in the hospital right now and remains in stable condition. But this is a shooting that drew from law enforcement responses from multiple federal and state and local agencies in the immediate aftermath of this happening.
Nicole, where do we stand in the investigation? I appreciate that we have learned perhaps a little bit more about what has happened, particularly learning about his grandmother before the shooter moved on to the elementary school. Does that tell them anything more about a motive, et cetera?
At this point, Lana, law enforcement is still searching for a motive. We know that this is a local 18-year-old individual who was the gunman, still learning more about how that individual procured a handgun, possibly more weapons before entering that elementary school. And what law enforcement is going to do in the coming hours and days is try to develop a timeline for this individual to figure out at what point he procured the weapons used to put on this mass atrocity, at what point this individual arrived at the school, at what point did law enforcement show up. They're also right now poring over this individual's social media accounts, trying to discover a possible motive in there, see if this person had any ties to extremist ideology, as was the case in the recent tragic shooting we saw in Buffalo. And so at this point, at this stage in the investigation, Lana, there are more questions than answers, but these are the kinds of things that federal law enforcement will be doing in conjunction with Texas Department of Public Health and Safety. And so, again, these are the questions that are being asked. Certainly, in addition to that, still trying to get a firm number of victims here, a number of individuals who have been shot. We know, of course, Governor Abbott saying at that press conference that there are at least 14 students who have been killed, 1 teacher. We also know that the gunman is now deceased, learning more details surrounding how that occurred, whether he was shot by law enforcement or died by suicide. At this point, we're still learning more details pertaining to the shooter's death.
And we heard then in a subsequent press conference from the police department there in Uvalde that there were, quote, several injuries and some deaths. Do you know from any of your sources, Nicole, why there is a bit of a discrepancy perhaps between the governor's numbers and the vague numbers that were provided by the Uvalde Police Department?
My understanding, Lana, is that this is an ongoing investigation, that there are many federal and state law enforcement agencies that are working to sort of iron out the details on the scene right now. So the numbers that we have been told at CBS News, similar to what the governor just announced at that press conference, but certainly, as is the case in many of these tragic events, many of these mass shootings, that number of deceased could grow. We could learn more. Of course, we know that there are several who right now have been rushed to the hospital that remain with their condition unknown. And so would not, be surprised to see that number of deceased tick up, unfortunately. Of course, we'll be working to get the latest numbers for our viewers here, the most accurate information. But at this point, I'm being told the same as the governor.
All right. Nicole, thank you.
Thank you.
CBS News security and law enforcement analyst James Gagliano joins me now. Galliano, excuse me, James. I always forget the Italian spelling. It throws me on the teleprompter. But I want to ask you, James, because you were on the phone there. We just heard from Nicole that the suspect may have also killed his grandmother prior to the shooting at Robb Elementary. What might that tell us about the alleged shooter?
Well, I'll tell you this, just another senseless tragedy. And I think, Lana, the thing that I was immediately taken back, I was listening live to that report, was, American law enforcement has been looking at these school shootings for a long time. And the first one that we really looked to on record as being described as a mass shooting was Charles Whitman at the University of Texas Clock Tower back in 1966. He killed his mother before he came to the school and ended up, I think, killing 16 or 17 people. So it's just eerie, the symmetry. And, so soon after we just talked about this horrific Buffalo shooting at a grocery store, here we are with young kids. A lot of us have children, or a lot of us, were children at one time and recall what it was like going to school and that sense of safety and security. And now police are left scrambling because the number one thing from the law enforcement perspective right now is, yes, the shooter supposedly is deceased, as law enforcement is reporting, but it's also to make sure that this wasn't part of a bigger, broader conspiracy, that there weren't anybody that was giving this person material support, encouragement, incitement, direction, things like that. And law enforcement enters these things in a vacuum. And in this situation, Lana, they don't have the shooter himself to be able to interview or interrogate after the fact. They're going to be piecing this thing together with just old-fashioned gumshoe, detective work, and obviously looking to see if there's any type of digital exhaust that this individual left in, the 21st century technology type of world that we live in, where everybody's connected. But just a tragic scene. Prayers for all the families, and I sincerely wish the best to my law enforcement colleagues who are out there right now trying to make some sense out of something, Lana, that is just utterly devoid of sense.
Right. As we all seek understanding when we just seem to be coming up empty. James, you mentioned the 1966 Clock Tower shooter first killed his mother. Is there a profile that you're thinking of now with this shooter when you see that it sounds like he killed his grandmother before going on to shoot many innocent victims at Robb Elementary?
That's a great question, Lana. And just think back to 1966. I mean, I was 1 year old at the time. The word PTSD was not even in the American lexicon yet. And Charles Whitman, the shooter in that incident, was a troubled young man who had spent some time in Vietnam. He was a veteran of the military. And probably, I mean, I'm certainly not a psychiatrist, and I don't even believe an autopsy was done, but probably had some type of mental instability or mental condition that caused him to do it. There seems to be a thread through all this. Look, evil exists, and evil exists in people who are sane, but the common thread in so many of these shootings, so many of these mass shootings, are somebody who is disenfranchised, somebody that feels disaffected, disconnected, and they usually go someplace to find some type of validation, whether that's into the deep, dark recesses of the World Wide Web, whether that's joining some group. And I'm not suggesting that we have any information yet on what the affiliation or connections this individual had, but truly, truly tragic. And yes, I think as more details come forward, it'll start to paint a bigger picture. Very difficult to tell right now because the police have to deal with everything from, could this have been workplace violence? Could this have been, a love triangle? Could this have been, a domestic? Could this have been a hate crime? There's so many different things that you've got to work through on that. And I think, Lana, that the police are going to be working hard to get to the bottom of that as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and we are still at the very beginning parts of this investigation. In fact, we don't even have our hands fully around the number of casualties, the number injured. James, What's happening right now there in Uvalde, Texas? How does law enforcement first become notified about the shooting? How do they move together to start working as a unified group from all these different parts of, we know that FBI, the president is monitoring this now, that Customs and Border Patrol were immediately involved, local police was involved. How does all of that come together?
So first of all, the way that we work this now in the 21st century, it's a collaborative effort. I mean, the FBI doesn't go it alone. You mentioned before, CBP is obviously involved in this. I'm sure the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the Texas Department of Public Safety, local police officers. This is going to be a conjoined effort. But make no mistake about this. Since the mid-'90s, in instances like this, you always presume terrorism and you work backwards from that until you can disprove it. I'm not suggesting we have any information yet that this is a terrorist attack, but you presume that. So the FBI will take the lead until something makes that dispositive. So they'll work that thread first, and then they'll find out where that takes it. And what you have to do is you have to follow the evidence. And what kind of evidence? Well, there's human intelligence, which means that they're going to spread out, they're going to fan out across the country if it takes that, to talk to locate people that had any connection with this individual, family members, friends, associates, colleagues, former employers or employees, things like that. Then the second piece of this is signal intelligence, and that means that they're going to do a scrub. I mentioned digital exhaust. You don't do anything today without having some type of digital exhaust, whether you open your laptop, you get on your iPad, you make a phone call, you drive through a bridge crossing and your Easy Pass clicks, a license plate reader picks you up. There's so much digital exhaust. So those two things have to be done simultaneously. But like I said at the top, the number one goal right now for law enforcement is to make sure that this is it, that there is no broader conspiracy and that there are no other potential accomplices out there that need to be rounded up.
James, as we're covering this, I've got about 6 monitors in front of me, and in one of those monitors, I saw a woman crying. One of the other things that's happening right now, families are being notified. Can you tell us about that process?
That is the absolute worst part of the job in law enforcement. And what's going on right now is what's called a family reunification center is being set up. Now, it's outside of the perimeter. There'll be an inner perimeter for secure purposes. There'll be an outer perimeter, and then there will be a family reunification center. And that's where civilians, that's where parents of these young children are going to be directed to go. And imagine, I can't even fathom, I cannot even grasp the difficulty of what those parents are going through, hoping beyond hope that their child is alive, and then sitting next to somebody else that maybe their child was one of the ones that was killed in this. So just an awful place. Clergy will be there. Grief counselors will be there. The FBI, the Department of Justice will provide, victim assistance. Local police have the same type of connections to that now. And also, a big piece of this, too, is first and foremost, taking care of those families, stopping the threat. But then it's going to be putting together a case in the event that there is anybody else involved in this. And that's where witness testimony is going to be so critical. What did one of the custodians happen to see? What did a cafeteria worker happen to see? What did somebody sitting at a front desk that maybe the shooter came through and passed by see? Those things are critical. So police, law enforcement are going to be furiously trying to track down all of those leads, again, to put a piece of the puzzle together here and get to motive. And some people may say, well, Jimmy, what do you care about motive right now? It's, there's 14 dead kids and a dead teacher. And I understand that. But from the law enforcement perspective, it's looking forward and making sure that you can get out in front of the next one or potentially stop maybe a further plot that might be uncovered along the way. So that's why, Lana, it is so critical that people are interviewed in the immediate aftermath. And then in regards to the Family Reunification Center, a tough job for the people assigned to that, but a critical job to be there for the families as they're waiting to get word on whether or not one of their loved ones was injured or hurt or killed.
James Galliano, thank you for joining us. It's tough to have these conversations with you, but we really do appreciate your insight.
Thank you, Lone.
We want to check back in now with our affiliate KENS 5. They are on the ground and can provide more coverage on the Texas shooting. Texas Governor Abbott says at least 14 children and one teacher has died in the school shooting. We also believe that his grandmother was killed before the shooter went on to that elementary school. Let's check in now with our affiliate.
You want to go to southtexasblood.org. Again, that's southtexasblood.org, and you can find the center that's closest to you, and that way you can go to donate. Now, this is one of the first times that they've had to respond to a shooting like this, but we just mentioned earlier that it was within 45 minutes they were able to load up a supply of blood, getting on a helicopter, and get it to the hospital where they were treating the victims there. And again, it can take just a day in order for your donation to be turned around, tested, and be sent off to that response as well. So again, like we were just mentioning, 25 total units have been donated from the South Texas Blood and Life Center. So far, they are on standby to see if they need to send any additional supply. But as of right now, and because of several other factors, their supplies have been pretty low recently. But all the more reason for people to come down here and donate, or again, go to your nearest blood donation center. Again, check out southtexasblood.org. Again, southtexasblood.org if you want to donate and help the victims recovering from the horrific events over in Uvalde. Sharon?
Thank you, Troy. Yes, I know people just want to know, what can we do to help? And this is a wonderful thing you can do. In addition to prayers, go and give blood. Now, Henry Ramos has been in Uvalde all day. He has been at the hospital there, Memorial Hospital, talking to families. Let's go to Henry live. Henry?
Hi, good evening there, Sharon and Deborah. Just again, I've been talking about what we've been seeing out here, the sentiment, the feelings, the heartbreak. I mean, we just saw a woman just pull up right next to our camera, and she just opened her door and she just started crying hysterically out loud. And I wanted to give her space, and then she walked in with someone holding hands, and they walked into the hospital. I mean, we still have loved ones here still showing up to the hospital. I've actually reached out to them to see if there is a new update in terms of the number of patients, the care, but I haven't received word. And the only thing that we do have to recap for you is that we do know that 13 children from Robb Elementary were sent ambulance by bus, were sent here to the hospital, and then 2 children were taken to San Antonio. And we do know that 2 individuals that arrived here unfortunately lost their life. And I had spoke to a family from San Antonio who told me that one of those 2 that died was a 10-year-old little girl from the elementary school. They told me that hours ago and confirmed to me that she was 10. She went to Robb, and she was taken here, and she died, and her mother was here with her. But what we have been noticing is a lot of the staff here is leaving. I mean, I've just, even speaking to just some of the husband of the nurse, it just, you have to think about this other side of it. I mean, there are so many families. This whole community is impacted here because of this tragedy. But we also have to remember the healthcare workers, the nurses and the doctors and the staff here at this hospital, which serves 5 counties. This is the hospital where people go to. I mean, people were still even showing up to their doctor's appointments when I was walking up to them. I mean, so you also have to think about that. And then you have to deal with this kind of mass casualty event here when you have so many of their community, their loved ones, some of them their family members and friends showing up to them, and then they're treating them. Something else that I know that did arrive was STRAC, and it was the mass casualty bus with San Antonio Fire. I know I heard my colleague Vanessa Croy mention that San Antonio Fire Chief Charles Hood is here, but the STRAC bus is also here and has been here for quite some time here at the hospital, obviously providing aid. They do respond to these types of situations when we are dealing with so many people that are injured, obviously so many people that have died, lives that have lost, children that are no longer here. So we know that there is so much aid that is arriving here to help here on the healthcare front. Obviously, as we just heard from Troy about the blood donation, because that is the next big thing that the hospital does need. We did mention to you all about the grandmother who had left the hospital, whose grandson was able to walk out. He was grazed in his leg, a 9-year-old, saying it sounded like fireworks as he was hiding in the classroom. So scary for a lot of these children, not knowing what was happening. It was just the last week of school almost wrapping up on Thursday, but he was able to walk out of here. He was able to survive. I do know that the hospital apparently was supposed to have a board of directors meeting. That has since been canceled. The hospital here in Uvalde is updating everyone publicly on its social media pages, and its last update, besides me reaching out to them, was probably about 30 or 40 minutes ago, and it was pushing the blood drive that Troy had mentioned, of course, that being tomorrow at the Herbingham Activity Center parking lot. It's from 9 a.m. to 1. Extremely important if you can. And exactly right, Deborah, for those that we don't know what to do, of course, this community says offer prayer. They need all the prayer that they need. They need to be lifted up, as a lot of families, a lot of heartbreak. But the other thing that we can do, if you can, is donate blood, and that's happening from 9 to 1. And the thing is, you don't have to pre-register to donate blood, and you can certainly save a lot of lives with that. But we have seen a lot of the law enforcement here that was blocking the hospital has since left, but there still are loved ones that are still showing up. And of course, I do want to remain respectful, because this is what makes our job extremely difficult in rushing up to these families and trying to get the insight to provide you the latest information as well as accurate information. But we do have to be respectful. We are human, and we understand that they're hurting, and there's so much uncertainty unknown as to what they're going through right now. So we are here with them. We are here for you to keep you updated. As soon as I hear more or gain any more new insight from anyone here in this parking lot, of course, we'll make sure to bring it to you, Sharon and Deborah.
All right, Henry, and for people who are just joining us, will you share the story of the grandmother you spoke to, where her son-in-law went over to rescue his son?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so that was I actually interviewed her in the car on the way here, and Mary is she's a KINS 5 viewer. She lives here in Uvalde. We're friends on Facebook, and I saw that she just kept posting, and so I'd reached out to her, and she told me her son, JJ, attends Robb Elementary, and so we were able to chat as she was outside her home. She lives very close to the elementary, so she was hearing at least the action from the law enforcement side as you had all the choppers flying over. Obviously, as Vanessa had mentioned, we have Border Patrol and so many agencies here. But she was also mentioning that her grandson, JJ, goes there. He was in the classroom. As soon as her son-in-law, JJ's dad, heard that there was a shooting at the school, he rushed to the school, right? As a father, as a parent, you've got to make sure that your child is safe. He went there. He knows the classroom where his son is located, and was able to get children and his son out of the window. I mean, just pulling them out of the window, and that's how they were able to run to safety. I was told they ran to a funeral home that was near Robb Elementary, and there they were able to seek refuge there for a while. But those are the kind of stories that we're hearing, Deborah, these stories of survival. But as Mary had mentioned to me, she's like, it's not in a million years, Henry, would I ever think that we would be seeing this unfolding in our small town, a town who loves, a town who's united. And especially on a day where these kids were getting certificates. I mean, it's the end of the school, and I keep saying that, but that just gives you perspective, folks, the context as to the joy that these students were facing, as well as learning, but also looking forward to the summer. But, and the same message that the grandmother Mary has been mentioning is that she just asked that while this is truly devastating, that she just asked for prayers for everyone.
Right, very powerful, and thank you, Henry. We were speaking with Archbishop Gustavo Garcia Sierra just a little bit ago, and he's on his way to Uvalde to offer prayers and comfort families. And at Sacred Heart Church, 6:30, they'll be opening the doors to everyone there to pray.
And you know, Deborah, when I hear the story from Henry and what he had said earlier, I'd love to underscore that. You know, what can we do to help? I think that comes to mind. We feel almost helpless when something like this happens. He really talked about the healthcare workers. They are working tirelessly to help these children, to help these folks. Troy Kless, who was live at the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center, talking about the generosity of the community. And Deborah, I know that you have donated. I've donated blood. It's painless. It's quick.
Right.
It's really easy, and that can go a long way and can help tremendously. So let's now go to Alicia Nieves, who is at Uvalde. And Alicia, what can you tell us?
There's a new staging area for the media now, Sharon. Instead of the Civic Center right down Main Street, we are a little bit further away, about a 3-minute drive to the Uvalde County Fairplex, right outside the Uvalde County Event Center. As soon as we pulled up, we saw 3 county workers walk behind me to go and lower the flags to half-staff. It was a directive by President Joe Biden to remember the lives lost of the 14 students and 1 teacher at Robb Elementary. After one of the workers, after they completed their task behind me, you know, I asked him, you know, how are you doing? I'm so sorry, you know, for your community. And he says, you know what, it's still shocking, he says, because I'm from here. And he said that he was working the scene earlier today as an emergency responder. And he said that it just hasn't sunk in. You know, he's still in just, I guess, the adrenaline rush of everything, the shock of reading and finding out about what happened and working that scene. I'm sure, ladies, you can imagine how extremely tough that was. And he was telling me about how his wife, or he has a child in pre-K, and his wife went to go pick up the child at about noon. So you have parents, my point is, who have been waiting about 5 hours already to pick up their child from another school within Uvalde Consolidated School District. So it is just, like Henry was mentioning, unfathomable to imagine this happening anywhere. And in Uvalde, you know, relatively quiet city, it is just hard to sink in, especially for the people who were born and raised here. So we are once again outside of the Uvalde County Fairplex, and we are hearing from other journalists there's a possibility of another press conference. You have the governor who is in Abilene today, and he can get here pretty quick if he maybe plans to do a press conference. That is one possibility. But the school district says that they are going to keep all parents updated on their social media pages. You have them very active on Twitter. You have the police department very active on Facebook as well. So as soon as we get word of any press conference, so we can bring you all new information, I'll pass that along as soon as I can.
All right, Alicia, thank you. And we now want to go back to Robb Elementary, where Vanessa Croy has been all afternoon. Vanessa?
Well, Deb and Sharon, we have just learned that one of the Border Patrol agents that responded to this shooting today was somehow struck with gunfire. We are hearing our law enforcement sources are telling us this information. They are telling us that that agent is okay today, that he was thankfully not seriously injured. And once again, he was just one of many law enforcement officers that responded to this shooting today. I'm going to step out of the way and show you what's happening right now. We've seen families coming out here in the last hour or so trying to find their child, trying to figure out what exactly has happened. They had, we saw frustrated families before that, just wanting to know where to go. We also saw San Antonio Fire Chief Charles Hood. He got here probably about 45 minutes ago and was escorting some of those families into the front of the school. Can't imagine what they're facing when they enter the doors of that campus.
Like we just lost Vanessa Croy's live feed, but we do have a statement from Senator John Cornyn, and he says, "My heart goes out to those in the hospital receiving care and to the loved ones of those who lost their lives. As a parent, I cannot imagine the pain they must be feeling. I am in touch with local officials in Uvalde and plan to travel there as soon as I can get there."
And the Red Cross said in a statement, quote, The thoughts and deepest sympathies of the entire American Red Cross family are with the people of Uvalde and those affected by this tragic shooting. The Red Cross and its volunteers continue to coordinate our efforts with the Department of Public Safety, the City of Uvalde, and Uvalde County to assist family members of the victims. We appreciate the outpouring of support of community members reaching out to the Red Cross to offer their help during this challenging moment. At this time, we have all the resources and assistance we need. We will continue to coordinate with local officials and community partners to determine how we can best support the Uvalde community in the days and weeks ahead. End quote.
And we are expected to hear from President Biden, who is going to address the nation, who is going to speak to all Americans about this tragedy and what happened.
At 7:15 tonight. Yes, you know, Uvalde is known, of course, as the hometown of Governor Dolph Briscoe, of Matthew McConaughey, and now, unfortunately, it's going to be known for this terrible mass shooting at an elementary school. Robb Elementary, with 600 students, second, third, and fourth graders there. And a gunman just walked in today and just started shooting.
Governor Greg Abbott sharing and confirming 14 students have died. One teacher has died in this shooting. He shared with us that the shooter acted alone. An 18-year-old Uvalde resident who came with a handgun, possibly another rifle, another weapon of some kind. The governor saying that has yet to be confirmed, but possibly another weapon.
And we do know a 66-year-old woman is in critical condition here in San Antonio. 2 other adults are in BAMC. We do not know their condition. We just heard from Vanessa just moments ago. A Border Patrol officer who responded to the scene was wounded in the leg, shot in the leg. And then we know 13 students were taken to the hospital there in Uvalde, and a 10-year-old girl is in critical condition here at University Health.
We've seen an outpouring of law enforcement support ever since the shooting started around 11:30, around noon, again at Robb Elementary School. We've seen at the FBI, Uvalde Police, Bexar County Sheriff's Office, San Antonio Police. We saw early a few minutes ago the San Antonio Fire Chief going in there, walking with families, walking with community members. Of course, DPS has taken over as a lead in this investigation as this continues.
Yes, and still an active crime scene there at Robb Elementary School, surrounded with crime scene tape. We did watch as people were walking in there. I can't imagine the scene in there. Vanessa Croy told us DPS officers and other officers were leaving with tears in their eyes earlier today. Let's go back to Vanessa live at the scene.
We are here back live at the scene. I've been here since around 1 o'clock this afternoon, before they even had all these streets blocked off today. But you can see now the scene is still very active. The investigation is still very active. We just saw San Antonio Fire Chief Charles Hood get out here and escort some of what we believe to be the families into the front of the school just a few minutes ago. We've seen families come out here the last hour wondering where their children are. They had been to the other staging areas and at a loss of what to do now. In addition to our San Antonio Fire Department and police, we also have all the local law enforcement out here as well from surrounding counties supporting Uvalde Police and Uvalde County Sheriff's Office. The weather is getting pretty windy out here as the investigation goes on. Most of the investigation is focused behind the school. That's where it looks like a staging area is set up. We did see more law enforcement out there this afternoon, but we have seen FBI here today. DEA, as well as the FBI Crime Scene Investigative Unit, is here as well. Out here right now, so you can still see they have all these streets blocked off in this area, and we're hoping to get some more information soon out here.
And law enforcement officers will be there for hours. Audrey is back here in studio with us.
Yeah, it's still a very active scene there. Like we just heard from Vanessa, one Border Patrol agent who did respond to that scene was injured during that active shooter situation, but luckily he is going to be okay. That's some good news there. But right now we want to go to Victoria De Leon, who is at a local church that is getting ready for a service there. Victoria.
Right. Hey, Audrey, this is the Getty Street Church of Christ right off of Getty and Main Street, just 3 minutes away from Robb Elementary School. Now, they will be out here until 7:30. They expected it to start around 5:30, and I think they're just waiting on people to come and start trickling in. We did just see maybe 2 cars pull up. That prayer vigil is going to be inside of the church. The outreach minister I just talked to, his name is John, says he used to be a substitute teacher at the high school, and this is just an absolutely heartbreaking for him as well as all of the families involved and just really the entire Uvalde community. This, of course, was just a very last-minute thing. He says even if one person shows up to this prayer vigil tonight, because we know there will probably be a couple happening, if just one person shows up, he's going to be here to offer his support and his prayers. It's definitely something I think the community could really use tonight, just being together with other people who are hurting. So we'll be out here for a couple more hours and talking to people who end up showing up to this prayer vigil, and we'll keep you updated with the latest.
Victoria, they're at the Church of Christ that is getting ready for a vigil tonight. Of course, the whole community wanting to come together during such a hard time, but you know, that's what happens a lot, right? People just want to wrap their arms around each other and pray and just come together.
Yeah, and we had heard earlier from Archbishop Gustavo Garcia Sierra. He really shared a message of hope and really prayer. I think that can go a long way. I think sometimes when things like this happen, it can be trivial to some people, but I think especially with this community, they need that and they need your help. And if you physically want to do something too, we had also heard from Troy Kless at the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center. You can certainly donate to make a difference.
And right now we want to go to Alicia Nieves, who actually moved over to a different location, a new staging location for media. Alicia, those flags behind you flying at half staff.
As directed by the President of the United States, you saw on Twitter earlier, guys, that the president has been briefed about what happened here, and he has spoken with Governor Greg Abbott and is offering any assistance. When we pulled up here at our new location, it was maybe about half an hour ago, we saw county workers begin to lower the flags just in memory of the lives lost. And we've been talking about this since we've been on the air, about how this kind of thing just does not happen in Uvalde. I mean, we work Sutherland Springs, ladies. We have heard about these cases across the United States, and then when it hits home, it hits hard. And the county worker who has a child in pre-K, he is from here, and he just told me earlier, after he finished lowering the flags, that it's just hard news to settle in. He hasn't accepted it yet, as I'm sure many other people haven't either. So you have parents who are likely still waiting to pick up children tonight at different campuses. I heard about parents who had a child in pre-K who were waiting for about 5.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zach. We are continuing our coverage on this breaking news. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says 14 children and 1 teacher are dead after a gunman opened fire at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. The 18-year-old suspected shooter is also dead. 2 officers were injured but are expected to survive. It's unclear exactly how the gunman died, but Governor Abbott says he was likely killed by police officers who were responding to the scene. CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian joins us now from the White House. Nicole, such a tragedy. First of all, what do we know about when President Biden found out about this mass shooting and his reaction?
Well, President Biden has just landed back here in the United States. You know, for the past several days, he has been abroad in Asia, in Japan, as well as South Korea. And so he just touched down. We know, according to the White House, that he was briefed aboard Air Force One on this Texas shooting. And according to Communications Director Kate Bedingfield, he also called Governor Abbott and offered any and all assistance to deal with this horrific shooting. The vice president has also been briefed, according to the White House. So we do expect around the 8 o'clock hour, around 8:15 Eastern, President Biden will be back here at the White House to address the nation, to speak to the nation from the Roosevelt Room. Flags here at the White House have also been lowered to half staff.
Nicole, you mentioned that he's addressing the nation at 8:15 tonight. Any idea about what we expect to hear from the president?
Well, you know, certainly this is going to be a difficult address to the nation, especially coming off of this trip and
It seems that we have lost Nicole Killian. We will check back in on her and the reaction from Washington in a little bit. We're going to check back in with our local affiliate, KENS 5. They are on the ground there in Uvalde, and they are covering the very latest. Oh, I'm actually told that it sounds like maybe we do have Nicole back. Nicole, are you there?
I'm still here.
All right. Lots of these types of things happen in breaking news, but we are rolling with it. So tell us a little bit more about what we've learned in terms of what President Biden is expected to say and anything he may call for in that 8:15 speech.
Absolutely. Well, we haven't been briefed on his remarks as of yet, but one can only imagine that this will be a difficult situation for the president to once again play this role as comforter in chief and to really address the nation at this time of tragedy. And keep in mind that as he steps off of this plane from Asia, right before he went there, he had been in Buffalo. He traveled there to comfort families there after 10 people were killed in a mass shooting in a Buffalo grocery store in a predominantly African-American neighborhood. At that time, he acknowledged that gun reform will be difficult, but that he is not giving up. So one can only expect that the president, at a minimum, will certainly just try to offer words of comfort as we all as a nation try to grapple with the loss of 14 innocent children, as well as an adult. You know, many lawmakers have already started to react to this as well, calling this unspeakable. So again, we would likely expect that the president kind of might echo that sentiment to really offer his comfort and condolences to these families who are now trying to make sense of this.
Let's put just a pin in the other elected leaders for right now. When we're thinking about the president's reaction to a shooting at an elementary school, I've been speaking with people, Nicole, who have talked about Sandy Hook. Obviously, President Obama had that visceral, emotional response when he addressed the nation following Sandy Hook. Do you expect that tone might be matched tonight?
Again, we'll have to see, but as someone who covered that shooting in Newtown, you know, just taking off my journalist hat for a minute, it is just very difficult. Again, I mean, no killing is right, but, you know, when you're talking about innocent children in a school, I mean, many of us, including myself, are parents. It's just very difficult news and a grim reality in this country to come to terms with. And, you know, even looking at the former President Barack Obama, that is one thing that he said about Newtown, that he regretted that he wasn't able to do more in the wake of this tragedy. And so, you know, what we are hearing tonight from the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, from the Capitol, is really also lawmakers reacting to this news.
And Nicole, Pelosi, I just want to pause you for just 1 second to explain to our viewers that we are seeing President Biden landing right now. That's the image that you're seeing right now. Nicole, please continue.
Yes, as I mentioned, we have gotten reaction from Capitol Hill for the better part of this afternoon. And, we are hearing a wide range of reaction from lawmakers. Speaker Pelosi with a very strongly worded statement saying that words are inadequate to describe the agony and the outrage at this cold-blooded massacre, that Americans' hearts are broken. We know on the other side of the aisle and
all
in
right,
the other chamber.
Nicole, sorry to interrupt you. We need to go now to Washington. We understand Vice President Harris plans to address the shooting, the tragedy in Uvalde at Robb Elementary School. Let's go ahead and listen to what she has to say.
Please sit, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. What an incredible room. And Judy Chu, thank you for that introduction and for your leadership on so many levels. Tonight's a rough night. We planned for a great celebration, but I'm sure most of you have heard the tragic news about what has happened in Texas. So I had prepared comments about tonight, which I will speak, but I just first want to begin by saying a few words about the tragedy that occurred today in Uvalde, Texas. As many of you know, the reports are that it was a mass shooting at an elementary school. And the preliminary reports are that 14 children have been killed. And the details are still coming in. And of course, the president and I are monitoring the situation closely. So while we don't know all the details yet, we do know that there are parents who have lost children, families that have lost children, and their loved ones, of course, and many others who may have been injured. So I would normally say in a moment like this, we would all say naturally that our hearts break, but our hearts keep getting broken. I think there's so many elected leaders in this room, you know what I'm talking about. Every time a tragedy like this happens, our hearts break. And our broken hearts are nothing compared to the broken hearts of those families. And yet it keeps happening. So I think we all know and have said many times with each other, enough is enough. Enough is enough. As a nation, we have to have the courage to take action and understand the nexus between what makes for reasonable and sensible public policy to ensure something like this never happens again. So the president will speak more about this later. But for now, I will just say to the people of Uvalde, please know that this is a room full of leaders who grieve with you. And we are praying for you, and we stand with you. And it is difficult at a time like this to think about much else, but I do look around this room, and I know who is here, and I know this is a room full of American leaders who know and have the courage to take a stand. And so let us tonight, as we do every time we all get together, recommit ourselves to having the courage to take action. And so that does bring me to the leaders who are in this room and the leaders of AIPACs. And again, I want to thank Chairwoman Judy Chu for that kind introduction. As a former member of CAPAC, I had the opportunity to see her leadership firsthand, and she is truly a national leader who lifts up the people of our country. And of course, I'm honored tonight to be with Congresswoman Marilyn Strickland, AIPAC's board chair Susan Jin Davis, and all of the federal, state, and local elected officials who are here, and so many friends and former colleagues.
We have been listening to Vice President Harris address the Texas shooting at the Asian Pacific American Institute for Congressional Studies. I want to bring back in now CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian, who is there at the White House. Nicole, we heard the Vice President say our hearts keep our hearts keep getting broken. Our broken hearts are nothing compared to the broken hearts of those families. She also said we have to have the courage to take action. What do you make of those remarks?
And she also said enough is enough. And so, you know, one thing I can say in terms of being here at the White House, but also covering Capitol Hill, I mean, just last week, I asked Democratic leaders about this after that shooting in Buffalo, asking if there is the will to get something done, because unfortunately, time and again, especially for these families who, you know, witness this and as a nation, for a lot of people watching Congress, you know, we have these shootings. People say their thoughts and prayers are with the families. And then as far as action being taken on a congressional level, not much is done. And granted, there have been different forms of legislation that have, you know, for instance, cleared the House, but not the Senate, or vice versa. But, you know, that is the issue, just what appears from the outside to be intransigent when people are looking at Capitol Hill. And so the response I got to that question, both from Democratic Caucus Chair Hakeem Jeffries as well as the Vice Chair Pete Aguilar, is that there is a will to get something done. One thing that the Vice Chair mentioned is that, you know, potentially, you know, they feel in the House they have tried to get things done. You know, there was a background checks measure that cleared the House just last year, but again, didn't move forward in the Senate. So one thing Congressman Aguilar said is, look, we're going to start calling out that in action in the Senate. We do know that next month, the House Oversight Committee is prepared to hold a hearing on, you know, gun reform and gun violence, that being chaired by Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney. You know, looking at a lot of the reaction from the Senate tonight, you know, a lot of this is along party lines, quite frankly. You know, you have some like Connecticut's Chris Murphy, of course, who represents Connecticut and has really tried to get gun reform legislation through Congress in the wake of what happened in Sandy Hook, and just also kind of echoing that sentiment that at some point something has to be done. But listening into a lot of Republican senators reacting tonight, you know, some of them are accusing Democrats of politicizing the situation, you know, that this always comes back to the issues of guns. And when it does, the Democrats are just politicizing this, and then more, for instance, needs to be done with respect to mental health. So we're already, once again, kind of seeing these same fault lines. And to the vice president's point, you know, again, for the greater public, many people are wondering, will Congress kind of move beyond these continuous party line arguments? And that really is the question going forward.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, Nicole, because I've been speaking with a lot of former law enforcement officials who were echoing that same sentiment, that they think that there are common sense items that Republicans, Democrats, gun owners, people who don't have guns can all get together on. You've been covering this for so long. Is there any political will for red flag legislation, for closing the Charleston loophole, for the gun show loophole being closed, or any of these other things that maybe there could be some bipartisan support on? We did hear from Senator Chris Murphy, who said he thought that he could get 10 Republicans together to try and get some will and some forward movement. Do you think any of those particular things have any hope?
Well, I have to say, and I know that you made a lot of excellent points there, fortunately, some of it I was not able to hear because you can probably hear behind me. It appears that Marine One is landing here at the White House. As you pointed out a short time ago, President Biden did land at Joint Base Andrews, and of course, now landing here at the White House to address the public in about an hour or so. But look, again, with respect to the debate on Capitol Hill, I mean, this is going to be one that will continue to play out in the days and weeks to come. Of course, right now, the Senate is the only chamber in session. But as we learn more details about this shooting, it potentially could put added emphasis on both chambers to try to move forward with some type of legislation. Because, again, besides a hearing being held early next month. There has not been a whole lot of discussion, even after Buffalo, of trying to resurrect other pieces of legislation that have failed to clear the Congress in the past. But one might imagine that certainly this will once again renew that debate on Capitol Hill.
Nicole, if you can hear me over the chopper blades that are going there. You were talking before about how other elected officials are reacting. Can you share any more of those thoughts?
Well, we do know that Senator Ted Cruz was asked about what happened, and he possibly may be traveling back to his home state. But one thing that he pointed out is that this is evil. It is pure evil for anyone to try to commit a violence against children. And what he talked about is the need, for instance, for more law enforcement officials and more resources for law enforcement to try to ensure that our kids stay safe, particularly when they're in their own school environment. But as far as, and he also pointed out, I should say, that he too is very familiar with this tragic pattern, talking about was at El Paso when that shooting happened, in Sutherland Springs, when that shooting happened. So he, pointed out that he is well aware that this cycle must have to stop. But in terms of, gun reform legislation, he stopped short of going that far. Again, just saying, when these types of situations happen, politicians always try to politicize this. So that just is one readout from one lawmaker, of course, who is very close to this issue and this tragedy being in his home state. And again, we do believe that he will be heading back to Texas soon to respond to this tragedy as well.
Hey, Nicole, one more question for you. The House passed the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act last week in response to the May 14th shooting in Buffalo, New York. The Senate is going to vote on a similar bill this week. How might this shooting in Texas impact this vote? Do you expect it will?
We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, with this particular measure, this was something that was conceived well before the shooting in Buffalo, but lawmakers kind of resurrected it and brought it back in light of the shooting. And basically, this would create offices within the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice, FBI, to monitor, potential domestic terrorism and white supremacy, and to try to kind of keep tabs and do additional monitoring to try to prevent these types of situations from happening. But what many Republicans have expressed concern about in particular is that, whoever is in these offices, and if this type of office is stood up, that they could be keeping tabs, for instance, on conservative groups or trying to crack down on political speech, which interestingly was also the concern that some progressive lawmakers initially had with this legislation in the House, that again it could be used to monitor activists, for instance, in the civil rights community. So there has been some concern expressed about this legislation, although Leader Schumer has made clear that he plans to move forward with it because we don't know the nature of this shooting incident in Texas. It's still unclear what impact it could have. But as far as the Senate is concerned, and as far as the majority leader is concerned, he does intend to bring it up for a vote later this week.
All right, Nicole Killian for us there at the White House. Nicole, thanks.
You bet.
I want to welcome back in now Doug Coons, former special agent for the FBI and founder and CEO of Veracity, an intelligence collection company. Doug, how does the FBI investigate elementary school shootings like this and the 2012 Sandy Hook shooting?
It's similar to any other crime. It's just the scope and the magnitude are different. It's such a much more heinous act. It gets the public's attention, but the same things have to be done. There's a lot of interviews to be conducted. There's a lot of intelligence to gather. There's family, there's friends, there's classmates, there's coworkers, employers to talk to, try to figure out what happened here. What was the motivation? How did we miss this? How did he get in? How did he get the gun? There's so many questions that need to be answered, and that's what law enforcement does in these situations. And there's social media to look at. Is there any kind of manifesto like we saw in Brooklyn? Is there just, you're trying to answer all these questions. There's so much to do, and that's what they're working on right now.
Doug, what should we expect from the investigation in the coming days, weeks, hours? When should we start to get some of these answers?
I mean, it'll come out in time. You know, the news hits and people want to know, and sometimes a lot of information, confusing information, gets out there. People don't know what to believe. I know there was some confusion early on as to the number of killed and wounded on this one, but that has been answered, seems definitively now. Who is the shooter? Where did he come from? Those are the questions that when law enforcement gets the accurate answer and feels like it's appropriate to release, it will come out. I don't think anybody wants to release things prematurely. There's probably still families that don't know about this. I mean, I think this is still just a few hours old. Was it around noon? I think so 6-7 hours. There's possibly family members that haven't been notified. There's certain things that could compromise investigation if it got out too soon. So I would just say when the time's right, that information will be released by law enforcement and other public officials.
Well, the FBI recently released statistics showing that active shooter incidents were up more than 50% in 2021 compared to 2020. Do we think that the shooting may have been inspired by a previous incident like in New York City or in Buffalo?
It's hard to say. I certainly see that from where I sit. I know we talk about these things from time to time when they happen, and it's much more frequent. It used to be every few months we would come on and talk about, I think the Florida nightclub shooting, California shooting, and it was fairly infrequent. And now it seems like it's monthly, at least, if not more. It's very disturbing. So those numbers don't shock me at all. I think we're going the wrong direction with this.
Doug, we've spoken before about the role of social media in some of these shootings. Do we know if social media was a factor in this one? Doug, do I still have you?
I don't think we know right now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's breaking up a little bit, but I got your question. I don't think we know the answer to that right now, but certainly social media plays a role in these things. People are live streaming. The Brooklyn shooter tried to live stream his assaults. The Christchurch killer in New Zealand, shooter in New Zealand, was trying to live stream his results. And these people seem to want maybe the notoriety that comes from it. That might be part of the motivation. Sometimes it may inspire others that see it to do similar acts. It's hard to say.
How do you counter that, Doug?
It's a really good question, and I wish I had a good answer for you, but I don't, unfortunately. I think we have to have discussions, trying not to get into the politics of this, but there's so much controversy surrounding this issue, and instead of fighting each other about what should be done, we should be working together. A lot of smart people, a lot of good ideas. If they could just bring them together and find some common ground, implement some new policy, plans, procedures, training. I know, at least from the security standpoint, there are measures that can be taken to make school security more robust, a little bit safer, but it really doesn't address the underlying problem of what's motivating these people to do such things.
Yeah. You do hope that in tragedies like this, that people of good conscience can come together. Doug Coons, thank you.
Thank you.
To recap what's happening, Texas Governor Greg Abbott says 14 children and 1 teacher are dead after a gunman opened fire at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. The 18-year-old suspected shooter is also dead. 2 officers were injured but are expected to survive. It's unclear exactly how the gunman died, but Governor Abbott says he was likely killed by police officers who were responding to the scene. Carter Evans has more.
he shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher.
It was just before noon when police say the gunman walked into Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, and started shooting.
The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed.
Governor Greg Abbott says he was a senior at a nearby high school and he shot his grandmother before entering the elementary school. Within minutes, heavily armed police rushed to the scene and confronted the shooter.
Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased.
13 children were transported to the hospital for treatment. Witnesses say frantic parents rushed to the school. All of the schools in the area were locked down because of the gunshots.
This school has children that are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade.
CBS News has also learned that multiple Customs and Border Patrol agents responded to the school shooting, and one agent was shot in the head. He's at a local hospital receiving medical treatment and remains in stable condition.
We do want to keep all their families in their prayers. I hope you do as well. And we also want to respect the privacy of the family.
This shooting comes a little over a week after 10 people were killed in a mass shooting at a Buffalo supermarket. Police in Uvalde say the motive is unknown at this time. The investigation is underway.
The suspect did act alone during this heinous crime.
That was Carter Evans reporting for us. The Gun Violence Archive says that the tragedy at Uvalde Elementary School was the 212th mass shooting in the U.S. so far this year. Scott McFarland has more.
Even before the horrors of Uvalde, Texas, and Buffalo just 10 days ago, the arrows were pointing in an alarming direction. 61 active shooter incidents in 2021. That's twice as many as in 2017, and it's even a spike from just the year before. The shooting incidents took place in 30 states last year, 6 in California, and 5 each in Georgia and Texas. The total number shot, 243, including 103 killed.
Our heart is breaking for these families. Every ounce of love and thoughts and prayers we can send, we are sending. But I'm here on this floor to beg, to literally get down on my hands and knees and beg my colleagues. Find a path forward here. Work with us to find a way to pass laws that make this less likely.
When it comes to shootings in schools, the group Every Town for Gun Safety, which formed after the Sandy Hook tragedy in 2012, reports in 2022 there were at least 77 overall incidents of gunfire on school grounds. And before today, 14 deaths in or near schools this year, a total that more than doubled this afternoon.
We are going to speak with Representative Tony Gonzalez in just a moment. But before that, we want to turn back into our affiliate KENS 5 and check in on their latest coverage on the ground regarding this Texas shooting.
And online, and then we will bring more updates to you as soon as it is over as well. So, ladies, I will keep you posted.
Thanks so much, Alicia.
Yeah, I think we're all wondering, what was this man's motive? What was this 18-year-old Uvalde resident's motive for going in and shooting children at Robb Elementary School? 14 children dead, 1 teacher dead. I mean, I think that is the big question.
Absolutely. And we do know also there was a Border Patrol agent who was injured who was responding to that scene. And like Vanessa said, a lot of those law enforcement agents, they are local and everyone is connected. Like you heard from that former school district employee. She had kids who went there. She worked there. It's such a small town. Everyone is connected and knows someone somehow who's being affected by this situation.
And who do we have next? Okay, we're going to go now live to Troy Kless at the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center.
Yeah, thank you, Sharon. We're here where earlier today we saw people that their donations will likely be flipped and turned around in the next 24 hours to be able to send to the Uvalde response. Now, if we do have video real quick, we can show you of the helicopter that launched around 12:30 this afternoon and got to the Uvalde Memorial Hospital within about 45 minutes. So it's a very quick turnaround for them. I spoke with George Eisenhofer about why he's donating and why it was important for him that his blood could help in the response to this tragedy.
I was in the Army. When I was in the Army, yeah, they gave blood all the time. That was, Vietnam was going on, and we gave blood a lot. So, but for whatever it's used for. But no, I heard about that Uvalde shooting, and I'm not sure. I didn't hear any of the details on it, but if the blood's needed there, I'm fine with that.
If you want to donate as well, you can go to southtexasblood.org to sign up. And again, in Uvalde, there is going to be an emergency blood drive tomorrow morning from 9 to 1 a.m. And we'll have more details about that as well. Sharon and Audrey.
Thank you, Troy, and thank you to that kind donor who is donating blood at this moment. So we do want to just do a quick recap of what we know so far of the situation of the shooting. So this happened in Uvalde, which is 80 miles west of San Antonio. It happened at Robb Elementary School. Around 12:17, shots fired. It was an active shooter, and all campuses, including the elementary school, went on lockdown. We do know that Uvalde Memorial Hospital received some patients, about 13 students initially, and 2 who arrived were deceased when they received them. University Hospital here in San Antonio also taking care of 2 victims, a 66-year-old woman and a 10-year-old girl who are both in critical condition. We know that about 600 students, is that right, Audrey? 600 students. We're also we're at that elementary school, and right now you're taking a live look at the media conference that's supposed to be happening in a few minutes here. Alicia Nieves is live there. She had shared with us earlier that we are expecting a press conference from Uvalde Police. I would assume the district as well.
Yeah, we're hoping to find out more information. This community's hurting. They want more answers. They want to know more about the shooter, about a motive. But back to, what took place today, we do know that, Uvalde Police were the first on scene at this campus that houses 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade students. And like you mentioned, there are about 600 students at that campus. A Border Patrol agent who also responded was injured, but is said to be okay. We do know 2 additional people were transported to BAMC as well. But right now we want to get to Matt Houston, who is at Sacred Heart Church there in Uvalde, where a memorial service is about to take place. Matt.
Yeah, the pews are quickly filling up here in Uvalde, probably a good 50 or 60 people inside the cathedral behind me. We'll give you a look at the doors as you see some more folks strolling in at the moment. Just a few minutes ago, really heartbreaking, an older gentleman came up to us and said his grandson is one of the people in the hospital right now. He showed us a picture from his wallet, a 10-year-old who was at the school at Robb Elementary today. I asked him what he's here to do, and he said pray hard. So he walked inside, as did, several other dozen people who are now, quietly sitting in the cathedral, waiting for a sort of prayer vigil as the rain starts to fall here in Uvalde. We do expect a mass around 8 p.m. with the Archbishop, but I would imagine it will be a quiet chapel until then, with lots of people in reflection. I mentioned we went in a few moments ago just to sort of get a sense of the atmosphere, very quiet. Lots of people with their hands folded up against the pews, kneeling, praying. Lots of people just sitting there. We've seen some congregation members walk in with flowers and leave them toward the front of the church near the altar. There's about 6 dozen or so bouquets sitting there right now. Of course, you can smell the incense inside the church. One of the beautiful aspects of Catholicism, and certainly more to reflect on today as you sort of get that feel for the sense inside the church and what things are like. 5 or 6 more people walking in right now. You see some folks outside on their phones. They're trying to stay as up to date on the information as we are, as we give you the developments over the course of the next couple of hours. Again, even people inside with family members impacted by this in the hospital right now. And as a community of this size, as we've been telling you all day, everybody knows everybody. And so if they're not personally impacted with a family member in the hospital, their neighbors or, co-workers or people that they go to church with.
We've been checking back in with our affiliate KENS 5. Joining us now is Congressman Tony Gonzalez. He represents Texas's 23rd district, which includes Uvalde. Congressman, do we have you?
Yes, thank you for having me on.
Our hearts are just overcome with the sadness of this tragedy. Tell us, what do we know right now about the shooting?
Yeah, it's absolutely a heartbreaking day for all of us. I'm a father of 6. 2 of my children are elementary age children. And, I was all day long, I've been on the phone talking with different folks, whether that be Border Patrol agents, whether that be the local sheriff, whether that be the mayor. But one person in particular was one of my staff members. Regina works for us. And her kids go to school there in Uvalde. Thankfully, I praise God that her family is okay, but we're hurting. We are hurting in Uvalde, and it's just heartbreaking. Children are the most innocent thing that we have in life, and we have to protect them with everything we have.
As another parent, I feel that, and I'm so glad to hear that your staff member's family is okay. Obviously, there are many families tonight who are not okay. What resources is the federal government providing to help the people of Uvalde?
The people of Texas are very resilient. And, I'm actually in El Paso right now. And El Paso had to deal with a situation not too long ago. And El Paso's still recovering from that. We always will recover from it. But I will say the people of Texas are very resilient. We're strong. We come together. We band with one another. And that's exactly what I'm seeing. I literally just got off a phone call with DPS agents. Before that, I was speaking with the police chief from Dilley who had went to Uvalde. Everybody's pitching in. I'm honestly right now, they have a lot of resources. We're going to continue to give them everything we need. What I'm asking for is the mental health clinicians to come to the city of Uvalde and help us out. I tweeted something earlier, our office number. If you're a mental health clinician, please reach out, because, there's many families
who are in need of help right now.
Yeah, they don't know the status of where their children are, and we're going to be hurting. And we need to have professionals, mental health professionals, that can guide us through this.
And Congressman, I'll do my best to try and echo that and get that message out there as your community is grieving and trying to understand. For most of us, we don't know about Uvalde. It's a small community, 16,600 at Robb Elementary School. Tell us more about the constituents that you represent there.
Yeah, I grew up not far from Uvalde, a little town called Camp Wood, 500 people in this town. And Uvalde is a very similar community. It's an agricultural community, very blue collar America, everyday citizens, everyday people that just go about their business. And, we never expect things to happen of this nature. And it's absolutely gut wrenching. Everyone knows everyone. Everyone's related to one another. Everyone helps one another. Whether it's a storm or anything that happens, you gladly give the shirt off your back. And that's exactly what I'm seeing too. I'm seeing everybody come together, from everyday citizens to law enforcement, Border Patrol, the mayor, everyone's coming together. And I think this is something too it's a beautiful part of America is, when there is a catastrophic incident that occurs, we come together, we help one another, and we love each other. And we need more of that right now, more than ever. The city of Uvalde is certainly going to come together, and we're going to work through this.
Congressman Gonzalez, as the representative there, do you know anything more about the situation? We've not had clear numbers coming from the state police there. We did hear from Governor Abbott. Do you know anything more even about what might have motivated the gunman?
I do have some more details. I'm going to let the investigative process kind of take hold. What I will say though is I would not be surprised if the number of fatalities rose
above 14 children.
Above that, yeah, I would not be surprised if that number rises. I would say, there are some folks that are in the hospital now. In San Antonio and elsewhere, and determining that'll also play into that number as well. The motives behind it. I think this is another issue. Clearly, there's a mental health concern there, and this is something that all of us should band together. And we need to make sure that our country has the mental health resources it needs to prevent things like this and also to recover after things like this happen. But I think that number is going to rise, and sadly, parents are still waiting to kind of get connected.
We hear that number and we hope that it is just wrong. We hope that the numbers are wrong and that this isn't possible. And Congressman, you said that we need to come together as a nation, and I want to be sensitive to the fact that obviously this is deeply personal for you, that this touches people that you know and care about. You're also a member of the Problem Solvers Caucus. We have been hearing from people who think that there needs to be more done. Do you think that there is political will, even on something as simple as those red flag laws, to allow a judge to stop someone who has demonstrated a threat from being able to perpetrate such an attack? Do you think that there is any bipartisan will in Congress?
There'll be plenty of opportunities to have conversations on legislative proposals and solutions. That's what's so beautiful about America and our ability to have conversations from people that think different than you. Right now, my full attention is devoted on the people of Uvalde, and I'll share one thing that when the shooter was neutralized, there were children in that room that were saved. Children that were hiding in a closet that they were saved. So that's what I'm focused on now. I'm focused right now that, how do we come together? How do we make sure that our children, and you know what? If you're a parent, you need to love on your child tonight. You need to call your mom. You need to call your dad. Anything can happen at any moment. Life is very precious. I think that's what we need to do. We need to focus. We need to have more love in this world, and we need to protect the innocent. And there is nothing more innocent than children.
Amen. A prayer from the entire nation to the folks of Uvalde, those parents who are suffering. Representative Gonzalez, thank you for joining us, and we do hope that there is the ability to protect our children from future tragedies. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
I want to take you now to CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed, this is not how today was supposed to go. We were supposed to be talking about politics. We were supposed to be talking about primary races, and we are talking instead about families who are never going to see their kids again. I understand that you have been covering the president. What's the latest in terms of what we can expect from him tonight?
Yeah, we will hear from him, Lana, in the next hour. He's expected to speak from the White House. This is something that was put together as he flew back from Asia. The news of this shooting came to him as he was flying over the United States aboard Air Force One. The White House a little while ago tweeting out a photo of him on the plane speaking with Governor Abbott of Texas about the shooting and the aftermath of it. We'll see what he has to say when he speaks from the White House in a little bit. But remember, he left for Asia just after visiting Buffalo, where 10 people were killed at a supermarket. He returns to a country that is now thinking about the unfathomable yet again. And I just don't know how you top what has been said before, what has to be said by leaders like him at a moment like this, especially when action on anything related to this, be it guns, be it mental health, be it anything else to protect children, the path forward is so unclear. Here in Georgia tonight, they have voted. The polls have closed. Stacey Abrams, now the official Democratic gubernatorial candidate, because she ran unopposed. We're waiting on results in other elections. We should point out the governor, Brian Kemp, who's on the ballot tonight and facing a challenge from former Senator David Perdue, just last month signed a new piece of legislation that allows Georgia residents to carry handguns in public without a license or a background check. He backed a similar proposal when he ran for governor 4 years ago. It cleared the legislature amid some concern from law enforcement in this state, but he counts it now as one of his biggest, most important legislative accomplishments, fulfilling the wishes of his Republican supporters that the Second Amendment protections in the Constitution be enshrined even more and be expanded in this state. There'll be debate over this in the coming days.
I am sorry to interrupt you right now.
Not taking any questions, for the investigation is not complete. This is a tragic time in our district.
This press conference right now coming from Uvalde.
Your patience and understanding. Here to provide a short statement and not take any questions is our Uvalde CISD Chief of Police, Pete Arredondo.
I don't see you. Switch.
Would you like for me to do this again? Let's do this again, Pete.
Sure.
I apologize. I did not realize we were not on, and you probably could not hear what I was saying. I am Anne-Marie Espinoza, Executive Director of Communications and Marketing for Uvalde CISD. This is a tragic time in our district, so please know the investigation is not complete. We will only be sharing a statement with you, not providing questions. We greatly appreciate your patience and understanding. Here to share a statement and not take questions is our Uvalde CISD Chief of Police, Pete Arredondo.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, briefly, as of now, we're still working on this active investigation. Once we're able to provide information to the families, we will do so. First and foremost, obviously, our priorities is to get information to our families and give them some information. So please bear with us in regards to that. Secondly, once we do get some information that we can release to the public, we will be doing that. So please know once we do get some information, we will share that with you and call another press conference. Let me assure you, the intruder is deceased, and we are not actively looking for another individual or any other suspects in this case. We definitely ask you all to keep the families that are involved in your prayers. Thank you so much.
Here to provide a statement and not take any questions is our Superintendent, Dr. Hal Harrell.
Good evening. This was a tragic and senseless event today, and my heart was broke today. Our hearts and thoughts and prayers are with all our families as we go through this day and days to come. A few announcements that we need to make is beginning tomorrow at 10 a.m., we will have grief counseling and support at the Civic Center for our students, our staff, community members, anybody that needs to come at that time. And we may be there more than one day, may be there several days. Our Robb staff will meet at 8 a.m. at the Civic Center as well. We'll begin with visiting with them and seeing what those needs are. School will be closed. The school year's done. We'll have no school tomorrow or Thursday. All activities are canceled throughout the district. No graduation is on people's mind. We will come out with a notice on that at a later time. All the staff members they will report to their campuses, other than Robb campus, which will come to the Civic Center. Again, my heart was broken today. We're a small community, and we'll need your prayers to get us through this. Thank you.
Again, this is a tragic event in our community. We are very sorry that we cannot provide you more information, but greatly appreciate your patience and understanding during this very difficult time. We ask that you pray for all of the families affected. Thank you, and be safe.
We've been listening to officials in Uvalde give a very brief update on the Texas school shooting. The school year, which we understood was supposed to wrap up this week at Robb Elementary School, is now done, we've learned. There will be no further classes. We heard officials say we need your prayers to get through this. Still no confirmation on the number of deceased. We heard Governor Abbott say that there were 14 children. We heard from Representative Gonzalez that more fatalities may be expected. Let's bring back in CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed, you have been covering the primary election in Georgia. Tonight we are talking about the will of political candidates and how they may be able or may not be able to come together to try and do better for our society. How have some of the candidates been responding to the shooting?
Well, we've seen, at least in Texas, a handful of candidates decide to postpone events tonight, which makes total sense. You're probably going to hear here in Georgia the winners of the various contests nod to what's happened in Texas and do what political leaders or those that want to be often do and express thoughts and prayers. Whether they provide any specific or meaningful solutions is another thing. And inevitably, there's going to be another squabble about this on Capitol Hill and on the campaign trail in the coming days. Notably tonight, since we're here in Georgia, focused on these primaries that are concluding tonight. Up in Washington, the Senator Raphael Warnock, who is on the ballot this November, the Democrat, was asked whether he'd be willing or, able to engage in a debate over gun control and whether or not that kind of vote should happen. And he said, absolutely, I'm happy to have that debate and take that vote. Democrats, of course, have been pushing for various pieces of gun control legislation. There is less sexy, less harder to sort of comprehend and explain in simpler terms conversations that have gone on for years among Democrats and Republicans about boosting funding for mental health in this country, which of course has just become a real full-blown crisis over the course of the pandemic. Yeah. Conversations about whether social media and the internet need to be policed, because clearly it is a factor in the decisions that those that commit these crimes are making, or it helps stoke the anger or the confusion, the misinformation they may get. So all of that will be discussed in the coming days. But, it's just hard, Lana, to think about anything other than those poor parents tonight who got to worry about more than a dozen children. And I think, you and I are sick and tired of talking about this kind of stuff in the political realm because politics in this country isn't stepping up to respond to it. And so I don't know how that'll happen, but it has to at some point in some way. And whether it's at the local level or the state level or the federal level. What can a president say tonight that hasn't already been said by Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and this president over the last 20, 25 years as these mass shootings have continued to plague the country? And it's not like Congress is doing anything about it when they hear a president talk about it. So we'll see. We'll go through this again, and we'll see whether this time's any different.
Ed, I want to play for you remarks from the Vice President just a little bit ago. Here's what she had to say.
Thank you for that introduction and for your leadership on so many levels. Tonight's a rough night. We planned for a great celebration, but I'm sure most of you have heard the tragic news about what has happened in Texas. So I had prepared comments about tonight, which I will speak, but I just first want to begin by saying a few words about the tragedy that occurred today in Uvalde, Texas. As many of you know, the reports are that it was a mass shooting at an elementary school. And the preliminary reports are that 14 children have been killed. And the details are still coming in, and of course the President and I are monitoring the situation closely. So while we don't know all the details yet, we do know that there are parents who have lost children, families that have lost children, and their loved ones, of course, and many others who may have been injured. So I would normally say in a moment like this, we would all say naturally that our hearts break. but our hearts keep getting broken. You know, I think there's so many elected leaders in this room, you know what I'm talking about. Every time a tragedy like this happens, our hearts break. And our broken hearts are nothing compared to the broken hearts of those families. And yet it keeps happening. So I think we all know and have said many times with each other, enough is enough. Enough is enough. As a nation, we have to have the courage to take action and understand the nexus between what makes for reasonable and sensible public policy to ensure something like this never happens again. So the president will speak more about this later. But for now, I will just say to the people of Uvalde, please know that this is a room full of leaders who grieve with you. And we are praying for you, and we stand with you. And it is difficult at a time like this to think about much else, but I do look around this room, and I know who is here, and I know this is a room full of American leaders who know and have the courage to take a stand. And so let us tonight, as
Going to go back over to Ed O'Keefe there in Atlanta. You heard the vice president say reasonable, sensible public policy, pleading for it. As we are all grieving, regardless of our political affiliation, for those families right now in Uvalde, Texas. Ed, what do you make of the vice president's remarks?
Well, I mean, whether it was abortion rights a few weeks ago or and now responding to yet another senseless shooting like this, she has in recent weeks sort of been able to voice the sort of deeper-rooted concerns of her party, I think, in response to these tragedies. I'll be very curious to see, though, what, if anything, the former prosecutor and attorney general and member of the Judiciary Committee does to put any actual elbow grease into the congressional debate over this. She certainly has had opportunity to do so and hasn't so far. So let's see if she calls a meeting tomorrow of lawmakers who claim that they want to do something about this or does something about it in the coming days. Let's see what the president says tonight about that, for that matter. You know, there's plenty of opportunity for her to weigh in on an issue that she has some work history around, again, having been a law enforcement official and having some familiarity with this, although being from a state that has some of the strictest gun laws in the country and yet still sees a lot of gun violence. So, you know, we'll see. She of course, has been here in Washington, or she's been up in Washington as the president was in Asia, and was able to speak tonight just ahead of his arrival and what he's going to say here in a little bit from the White House. You know, they've got a lot on their plate over there. Washington certainly has a lot of unsolved issues that they need to get through. Whether you can layer this on top of everything else, we'll see. But it is obviously a factor in elections. Democrats and those that support changing the nation's gun laws, addressing mental health, have said for a while that it should be a campaign issue that gets more discussed. The onus is on the voters to bring it up. The onus is on reporters to ask about it, and we'll see whether or not that happens. We should point out, in his State of the Union address earlier this year, the president, I think, had one or two sentences on gun control, but also called for Congress to work on mental health issues, whether it was for the sake of military veterans, for example, who suffer with or survive war, but then struggle with mental health concerns, but also just broader concerns about mental health, given that there is Republican and Democratic support for doing so. There's a lot of talk about, do we boost funding for the National Institutes of Health, for example, to research this and to help pay out grants to states and cities for programs they may have? Are there other things that we can be doing to, you know, adjust the way that it's paid for or cared for in terms of insurance?
As you say,
those
all
are
of
things
that
that have
be
been
discussed.
ongoing for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they are left to be discussed.
All right, Ed O'Keefe, thank you very much. We are going to take a quick break. More news ahead. You're streaming CBS News.
CBS News Sunday Morning with Jane Pauley on CBS.
I'm Nora O'Donnell in our nation's capital.
We're here at the White House with the President of the United States.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
We've never done an interview like this before.
That's correct.
Tonight, a congressional investigation sparked by reporting from CBS News. What's your message to consumers?
They need help now. Tell him I feel it.
The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C. on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
We will witness yet another moment in history. The threat of severe weather and dangerous tornadoes is expected to last.
Let's get the forecast from our partners at the Weather Channel. Here we are in our virtual view.
Now 6 feet of water, imagine that. Cars that can act like battering rams.
These hyper-realistic simulations show you what the weather will look and feel like before it happens.
This is our virtual view, what it actually looks like. Those are some of the best graphics I've seen.
Spare no expense, Gail. We experience the weather in a whole new way.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zach. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says 14 children and 1 teacher are dead after a gunman opened fire at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. The 18-year-old suspected shooter is also dead. We understand that he also may have killed his grandmother before heading to the elementary school. 2 officers were injured but are expected to survive. It's unclear exactly how the gunman died, but Governor Abbott says he was likely killed by police officers who were responding to the scene. Carter Evans has more.
He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher.
It was just before noon when police say the gunman walked into Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, and started shooting.
The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed.
Governor Greg Abbott says he was a senior at a nearby high school and he shot his grandmother before entering the elementary school. Within minutes, heavily armed police rushed to the scene and confronted the shooter.
Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased.
13 children were transported to the hospital for treatment. Witnesses say frantic parents rushed to the school. All of the schools in the area were locked down because of the gunshots.
This school has children that are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade.
CBS News has also learned that multiple Customs and Border Patrol agents responded to the school shooting, and 1 agent was shot in the head. He's at a local hospital receiving medical treatment and remains in stable condition.
We do want to keep all their families in their prayers. I hope you do as well. And we also want to respect the privacy of the family.
This shooting comes a little over a week after 10 people were killed in a mass shooting at a Buffalo supermarket. Police in Uvalde say the motive is unknown at this time. The investigation is underway.
The suspect did act alone during this heinous crime.
The tragedy at Uvalde Elementary School, according to the Gun Violence Archive, was the 212th mass shooting in the U.S. so far this year. Scott McFarland has more.
Even before the horrors of Uvalde, Texas, and Buffalo just 10 days ago, the arrows were pointing in an alarming direction. 61 active shooter incidents in 2021. That's twice as many as in 2017, and it's even a spike from just the year before. The shooting incidents took place in 30 states last year, 6 in California, and 5 each in Georgia and Texas. The total number shot, 243, including 103 killed.
Our heart is breaking for these families. Every ounce of love and thoughts and prayers we can send, we are sending. But I'm here on this floor to beg, to literally get down on my hands and knees and beg my colleagues. Find a path forward here. Work with us to find a way to pass laws that make this less likely.
When it comes to shootings in schools, the group Every Town for Gun Safety, which formed after the Sandy Hook tragedy in 2012, reports in 2022 there were at least 77 overall incidents of gunfire on school grounds. And before today, 14 deaths in or near schools this year, a total that more than doubled this afternoon.
Joining us now is Mustafa Tamiz, a former consultant for the Department of Homeland Security. Thank you for joining us on this tragic day. Shootings like this have become more common, according to recently released FBI data. Tell us, what's the federal government doing to prevent these types of attacks?
I can't think of anything. Look, it's not just that they're happening now, but they're happening often. We're seeing spike year after year. We're seeing that these shootings are horrific. You have just talked about Sandy Hook, what happened a decade ago. We were talking about Buffalo, which just happened 10 years ago. In a supermarket, in an elementary school. It seems like we all come to this point. We look at the mass shootings, we talk about them, but then nothing happens.
Well, what do we know about the gunman's motivation? Do we have any ideas from his social media?
Well, right now, his name has been released, Salvador Ramos. He comes from the Uvalde community. A small community of 15,000 people. So as we get into the 24 hours, by tomorrow morning, there'll be a lot more information. The police are naturally at his residence. They're talking to friends. They're talking to neighbors. They're trying to understand what happened. He is shot dead by the other officers that came to the scene. We're unsure right now whether it was a Border Patrol agent or a Uvalde police officer shot him dead. But there was gunfire exchange between the law enforcement and this gentleman. And, again, we are facing another death in another school in our country, and especially here in Texas, where we've had so many.
Yeah, it just feels so difficult to understand how this continues to happen. This shooter, the Buffalo supermarket shooter, both of them were young men. The Buffalo shooter posted a manifesto online before carrying out his racist-fueled attack. Is it possible that this shooter was also motivated by something he saw online? And what is it about the profile of young men like this that so often we're looking at them as the suspects or the perpetrators?
Well, it's early right now, so we don't know. This community is mostly Latinos, about 80%. This town is 90 miles east of San Antonio and about an hour away from the border. So it's a large Hispanic community. It's a community that people feel safe in. People feel that their kids are safe when they send them to schools. And you're seeing yellow tape around the school barrier. Again, you're seeing parents at a community center around the corner waiting to find out if their kids are alive or dead. And our political system is broken. You see a United States senator kneeling, begging his colleagues. We've seen kids from Newtown onward trying to organize, their parents trying to organize to move our political system. Yet, just this weekend, we're going to see an NRA convention happen in the city where I live in Houston, which is about 4 hours away from Uvalde, and the governor's is scheduled to speak at this convention.
Mustafa, as I mentioned, your experiences with the Department of Homeland Security. Following the Buffalo shooting, there was legislation passed by the House on domestic terrorism. It's supposed to be now considered by the Senate. Do you think something like that is helpful, and how helpful in trying to prevent these types of tragedies from occurring and occurring and occurring?
Well, what we're seeing is, and again, we don't know enough about this just to see if that's in this context, but we're seeing extremism rampant on the web. We're seeing these echo chambers where grievances turn into violent actions. And by the Senate looking at our legal system and calling it terrorism allows law enforcement to have more tools to act more quickly. But the other side of this is that we have 400,000 guns in the United States, and we have a population of 340 million. So we have more guns than people in states like Texas. It's as easy to buy a loaf of bread as to buy a gun. There is no background check. There is no waiting period. It's readily, easily available. And so when you see these type of mass shootings, the death toll is in dozens. But if that person had a knife or if they had any other weapon, we wouldn't see this type of carnage. And so legislation both needs to be around, looking at domestic terrorism to stem the extremism that is on the rise. At the same time, we need to make it more difficult for people to buy a gun than to buy a can of beer when they're 18.
Mustafa, what do you think the greatest threat to our homeland security is right now?
Well, look, I mean, I think that the FBI and the intelligence apparatus has said that domestic terrorism is our biggest threat. We don't know if this is domestic terrorism or this is a teenager that had mental health issues and grabbed a gun and took out kids that are first, second, third graders. We don't know yet, and so I don't want to jump to that conclusion. But I have to tell you that sitting here talking about this 10 days ago, we were talking about Buffalo. I was on television talking about what happened in Buffalo, and 10 years ago, when Sandy Hook was on, we were talking about this again. So I feel incredibly frustrated as a parent, as a Texan, that we don't make progress, that our system is so broken that we can't solve the solvable problems, which this is.
As you say, this is still breaking news. We do not know yet about the motivations of this shooter. We do know, however, how horrific the repercussions are. Mustafa Tamiz, thank you. We want to check back in now with our affiliate, KENS 5, for the latest coverage on the ground regarding this Texas shooting.
The only police department that we've heard from in those press conferences has been UCISD Chief of Police Pete Arredondo and, of course, the school district superintendent.
Right. We've only heard from the school district police, not from the sheriff or Uvalde police there. And we've been told DPS is heading that up, and then the Texas Rangers are conducting the forensics there at the school.
Yeah, so just a very sad situation. We also have several memorial services being held right now at Sacred Heart Catholic Church. There is one being held currently, and then at 8 p.m. there will be another mass across town at Church of Christ. There's another memorial service being held. We have crews at both of those scenes. They say a lot of people from the community just, looking to lift those victims up in prayer.
Yes, and the Archbishop Gustavo, is in Uvalde right now. San Antonio doing all it can to help. SAPD, Bexar County Sheriff's Office. We just heard from Mayor Ron Nirenberg, who's been in contact with officials there in Uvalde, offering whatever we can to that community of 16,000 people to help in any way that we can. The American Red Cross said they were sending the Salvation Army rather, sending a canteen to help feed all the first responders who've been there all day long, probably without food or much to drink, on the scene helping.
Absolutely. And we saw earlier today all flags were to be flown at half-staff on order of the president, we are waiting to hear from just shortly here. And he also extended a hand of help to Governor Abbott in any way that he can for this small Texas community. Yes,
and the flags are all lowered, and we're expecting the president in about 2 minutes to address the nation on this terrible, terrible tragedy that's happened here in Texas, in a community just 80 miles west of San Antonio.
And you know, our neighboring communities, they're not unfamiliar with this type of tragedy. We had Sutherland Springs, you know, which is still very fresh for a lot of people, and we've seen how that really affected that small town and how those family members are still grieving. So we can only imagine how these families are going to be feeling, and the community is just hoping to wrap their arms around them with, you know, these different memorial services, because they said, you know, what else can we do but lift them up in prayer? And we heard from Henry Ramos, that's what a lot of these people are just asking for, just lift them up in prayer. And if you want to do something physically to help, the Blood Center, the South Texas Blood Center, is also asking for donations of blood. They could use them for those victims, or there's always a shortage. And even tomorrow in Uvalde, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., there will be a blood drive at Herbie Ham Activity Center. If you feel the need to help, there's one way you can do it.
Yes, that is a very concrete way you can help. San Antonio has also sent 25 liters of blood there to the hospital to help. 13 children were taken there wounded to help with that, but they do need more blood. We have 4 people being treated here in San Antonio, a 66-year-old woman and a 10-year-old girl at University Health, both in critical condition. 2 other adults are being treated at BAMC, and we do not know their condition.
Yes, but we do know that, again, that death toll has been updated. 18 students, 3 adults, 21 total. Just that number just takes your breath away.
It does. And those 18 children between the 2nd grade and 4th grade, you know, we're talking about 7 to 10-year-old children. Just horrible.
Terrible, terrible. Columbine, we know that there was 15 deaths in Columbine.
I can't remember the exact number. Of course, that. Okay, we've just gotten word. Vanessa Croy has an update for us in Uvalde from DPS. Vanessa?
Deborah, we're here with Lieutenant Chris Olivares with DPS. He is going to tell us a little bit more about what he's learned that happened out here at Robb Elementary today. And Lieutenant Olivares, we've just learned that 18 students have been killed.
Right, Vanessa. So first I want to acknowledge the brave men and women of law enforcement that showed up to the scene, that actually were involved in the scene, that actually made entry into this school and saved more lives. That, of course, we lost 18. But I want to praise those brave men and women of law enforcement. Also, offer our condolences on behalf of Texas Department of Public Safety to the families, to the victims, and the entire Uvalde community. So what we do know right now that the suspect was involved in a family disturbance earlier on the day with his grandmother, in which he shot his grandmother. From that point on, what we do know is that local law enforcement received a call of a crash and a man with a gun nearby where the school's at. At that point, local law enforcement responded to the school. The suspect made entry into the school, and as soon as he made entry into the school, he started shooting children, teachers, whoever was in his way. He was shooting everybody. We had, of course, as I mentioned, brave law enforcement made entry into that school, exchanged gunfire with a suspect who was wearing body armor. Several police officers were shot. At that point, we did have a tactical law enforcement team arrive on scene. They made entry. They were also met with gunfire by the suspect, but they were actually able to shoot the suspect, and now the suspect is deceased. As of right now, we do have 18 children confirmed that are deceased, as well as 2 adults, one of those being a teacher from the school.
And we've also heard word that Border Patrol agent was struck with gunfire, a few officers shot. We've heard that some law enforcement officers actually went into school to get their kids out. Can you talk about that?
Right, so what we do know, Vanessa, right now that there was some police officers, families trying to get their children out of the school because it was an active shooter situation right now. It's a terrible situation right now. And of course, just as we mentioned, the loss of life, it's just terrible. It's a terrible tragedy now that took place. But again, we got to keep acknowledging those brave men and women that actually were there on scene that met this suspect. And of course, we know that they were met with gunfire. Some of them were shot. But at the end of this, the suspect was shot and is now deceased. The threat is now neutralized.
And we're hearing his home was less than a mile away from here. Did you find any other guns, any other ammunition? We've heard maybe a backpack in the school or at his home.
So what we do know right now, Vanessa, is that the suspect was armed with a long rifle. We are working with ATF, FBI, multiple law enforcement agencies here on scene, trying to determine what kind of weapon this individual had, how he obtained it, and also what the motives were, if any, behind this mass shooting.
And we've seen parents out here the last few hours wondering wondering where their children are. Have you been able to notify all the parents?
We have local law enforcement now working with the families, contacting the families as well. Also those that have lost children. We do have some type of victim services involved as well to try to meet with these families and comfort them in this time of need right now. So I think we're now as a community that we need to acknowledge this and have prayers for these families, these victims that are lost right now.
Where does the investigation go now?
So it's still an active investigation. We have multiple agencies. Texas Rangers right now are the lead investigators for this shooting, as well as working with FBI, ATF as well. So it's a multiple agency investigation right now. And we will provide updates as we receive them.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. We appreciate your time today. And there you have an update. 18 children died in this shooting today, including one teacher out here at Robb Elementary. We'll have more updates later on in the show. Deborah, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. And then we know of the teacher and 2 other adults who were killed in addition to the 18 children. And we just heard there from the DPS officer about how they approached the gunman with a tactical squad. And of course, we already heard that the Border Patrol agent who rushed in without backup and was shot in the leg, and he also opened fire on the gunman, who was armed, we've just learned, with a long rifle.
Yes, and that suspect, Salvador Ramos, 18-year-old, said to be a local there in Uvalde, of course, again, killed by that DPS Border Patrol agent who showed up there on the scene. When he heard what was going on, he quickly just went and, did what they're trained for, to try and help save lives, and he did. He took that shooter down.
Well, as you said, a true hero.
Yes.
A true hero, running into gunfire like that and saving lives.
And right now we are still waiting on President Biden, who was expected to speak to the nation here in just a few minutes. We are waiting. He did earlier today order all flags to be flown at half staff in remembrance of those 21 lives lost there in Uvalde at Robb Elementary School.
And right now we do not know where he opened fire, whether it was in the classroom, whether it was in the gym. We do know a 10-year-old girl was killed. Another 10-year-old girl is in critical condition. A 9-year-old was injured. So, I mean, that's all 4th grade students. And a father went and broke a window and was pulling out 4th graders out of one of the rooms. So I don't know if the gunman was in that area or someplace else.
But it's amazing, all these law enforcement officers who live in that community, and I'm sure it's hitting close to home. And when they hear that over the scanners, or they get those reports, they were like, let me jump into action. This is what we're trained for, and how great that is that they were able to pull some of those kids to safety.
Yes.
All right, and we lost our look right now at Robb Elementary School, but there are some different memorial services going on. Sacred Heart Catholic Church is having one right now, and we want to go to Matt Houston, who is there at that service.
I gotta hop on. Audrey, still an active investigation. You just heard the update there from DPS about sort of the way these events unfolded today. We know that the shooter had a long rifle and was quickly taken down, but unfortunately was able to get into the school that you see behind me and take, now we know, 20 lives, and including one life from earlier today. So obviously a rather massive death toll in a tragic situation that just gradually gets worse and worse the more we about it. As we mentioned, the investigation's still ongoing. We know that they're looking for anything around the area. It appears the shooter was only a couple of blocks away, lived only a couple of blocks away, and so we don't know a whole lot about motive at this point. We don't know exactly how these events unfolded, aside from the fact that he was able to get into the school and open fire, and that's unfortunate. Headline here in Uvalde, Texas. Obviously tragic news, and that death toll gets a little bit higher. You can kind of see some behind me here at Robb Elementary. There are a number of officers, law enforcement, walking around a little bit, just sort of taking the lay of the land at the moment. I'm going to step out of the shot and give you a look right now at Robb Elementary. You can see the welcome sign there at the front. It looks like some folks in suits walking around trying to do more of the same and just take in what they can see at the moment, get a better understanding for the sense here, as well as the lay of the land and the events in what sequence they happened earlier today. We brought you lots of updates on this one. We, of course, kept you up to speed about the patients in San Antonio being treated there. and we're working to learn more about the condition of the other people who were taken to the hospital as we speak right now. We're going to keep you posted. Of course, we are waiting for more comments from the president as reaction pours in from lawmakers across the United States, of course, including the state of Texas and some of our local officials as well. But all eyes are going to be on the White House tonight to see what President Joe Biden has to say about this. For now, we'll send it back to you guys at the desk.
Matt, earlier, about an hour ago, we saw San Antonio Fire Chief Charles Hood go into the school with what appeared to be some parents. Have you seen any families going into the school? Have you seen anyone coming out?
Not at this point right now, Deb, and we just got here about 15 minutes ago. But right now, everyone sort of seems to be gathered around the perimeter of the building. We have asked to speak with Chief Hood. We are sort of waiting on trying to understand what his schedule is going to be like and what he's doing at the moment. But no, Deb, everybody seems to be outside the building at the moment, including some of the law enforcement officials who you might be able to see walking behind me at the moment, all sort of gathered talking to each other. There's not a dramatic sense of urgency at the moment.
We've been watching our affiliate, KENS 5, covering the latest on the Texas shooting in Uvalde. We are awaiting an address by President Biden this hour. In the meantime, I am joined now by Reuters White House correspondent Jeff Mason. Jeff, how can we expect the president to address this tragedy tonight?
Well, it's one of the probably hardest things you do as a president in terms of remarks at a time of national mourning. I expect that the president will serve that role of consoler in chief, which he and other presidents before him, sadly, have had to fill in times like this of mass shootings, and in particular, the shooting of children. So I think he'll set a tone of mourning and trying to console. It's hard to say to what extent he will go into the political aspects of a mass shooting. This president has done or tried to do a lot on gun control, but has not been able to move his agenda as far as he would like in Congress. But this may not be the time to mention any of that, and I'm not sure that he will.
Well, as you say, President Biden's been trying to push Congress to pass gun control legislation. Where do those stand right now?
Well, the latest thing that gun control advocates are pressing for is for a law on background checks. And that has passed the House, but it is stalled in the Senate. So I think that you will see a call and a pressure from advocates for the president to step up his rhetoric on that. And perhaps even if he is unable to get Republican votes or enough Republican votes to pass that in the Senate, pressure to do away with the filibuster on that particular for that particular issue. The president, interestingly, very recently was asked. I was on his trip to Buffalo about a week ago after the shooting there, and was asked by some of the reporters in the pool about legislation and about executive orders, and he made clear that there's not that much that he can do right now without legislation being passed. And so that's where we're at, and the politics of this, as you well know, are difficult and are divided.
Yeah, we're seeing that already play out in Twitter remarks among elected officials. Jeff, you mentioned the filibuster. That's obviously something that's a consideration, but do you think that there's actually political will there?
Well, you haven't seen President Biden budge on the filibuster on other issues that are important to his agenda, including voting rights. That just hasn't been something that he's been willing, as an institutionalist and as a 36-year veteran of the Senate, to do. Will there be pressure for that? I think so. Will that impact his own position on the filibuster? It's just really hard to say. In previous instances like this, because unfortunately this is not the first time that we have had to cover a mass shooting, and one that is near an election cycle, how does it affect the politics? It's a great and sensitive question. I mean, it affects the politics immediately in the aftermath of a mass shooting. And that in part is because of the coverage. I mean, we and the media will be covering this, as we should, very closely, and politicians, lawmakers will be commenting on it extensively in the coming days. That will lead to more pressure from both sides and more entrenchment on both sides politically. You will see people, Democrats in this case, who are in favor of stricter gun control measures, really pushing for progress on that, and you will see on the politically right, on the political right, I should say, Republicans making comments about it's not guns that kill people, it's people who kill people, and a discussion, no doubt, of mental health. And they will want to know more. Everyone will want to know more about the circumstances and of the killer, of the shooter. But the politics of it often, I mean, to get back to your question, become a focus in the immediate aftermath of a shooting. And then, as with lots of things in U.S. life, in public life, and in politics, something else ends up becoming another big issue, and then this goes to the back burner. Yeah. The thing about this one, though, that's different from other mass shootings, and I know this from having covered the Sandy Hook horrible shooting as well during Obama's presidency, is the horrendous, awful shooting of children hits people even harder emotionally. And that, as a result, politically, sometimes gives the topic more of more steam. So who knows if this will lead to some kind of an epiphany among lawmakers. History would show, or history would suggest, that it doesn't, or that it won't, but you never know.
Seems like everything is too often painted with these broad brush strokes. You're either for guns or against guns. Mental health, it's too big of a category for us just to say mental health is part of this. There has to be some better words for all of this. Is there still nuance in these political discussions in Washington, D.C.?
I don't know. I think that what's interesting politically is if you look at the polls, there is broad support for background checks, which we were talking about at the beginning, and yet there aren't enough votes for it. So that's just kind of hard to explain, and I guess the explanation is that on the right, the power of the gun lobby, of the NRA, is very, very high, and any sort of incremental movement that could be considered gun control, and in this case, background checks would be an example of that, it just gets a lot of opposition.
Even though that's not how most Americans think about these issues.
Exactly. And it's tied up with money. The NRA and gun interests have a lot of influence in politics because of the money that is donated to campaigns and lawmakers who end up in office. That said, there's plenty of influence on the left as well, and the gun rights, or excuse me, the gun control activists will be very vocal in the coming days. And not because they want to exploit a big media story and the tragedy of the families who are just gut-wrenching day, but also because they know that there will be focus on this issue now for the coming days. And so I think you'll hear pressure from it on both sides. But I don't have an answer for you as to why an issue like background checks, for example, which the American public broadly supports, has such a hard time getting passed in Congress.
You want our communities all to come together, us as a nation to come together following this type of a tragedy. So let's set that aside for a minute, Jeff, and let me just ask, do we know what kind of assistance the White House is offering to Texas in the wake of this shooting?
Well, I don't. The information that they've provided so far, the White House, that is just kind of logistics about the president speaking, about him having been briefed about this, and we'll see what he says about that tonight. I'm sure that he will say, if he hasn't already, that he's directed law enforcement, probably the FBI. And federal level law enforcement to offer assistance as desired and as requested. But I don't know for sure to what extent that has happened yet.
What will you be listening for in this speech?
Number one, tone. This is a time when people turn to the President of the United States to set a tone. And this is something that Joe Biden has unique experience in terms of dealing with grief. It's not the same kind of grief what he has experienced in his own personal life as a mass shooting, and he'll be the first to say that. But he does have experience with grief, and so I think he'll work on setting a tone. I wish I don't know, as I was saying before, whether he'll get into some of the politics of it. What I can tell you is last week in Buffalo, when he was addressing families there, that he definitely skirted up to the edge of the political piece of it in terms of talking about let's get some things done. So he may do that again tonight. He will certainly be under pressure from the progressive part of his party. And not just progressive. Moderates are in favor of some of these things, gun control action too. So he may need to nod to that, if not tonight, then in the coming days. But in large part, I'm listening for the tone and for him sort of setting a way forward on how to deal with this. And also, the President of the United States and the White House, they don't have an answer. He doesn't have an answer. No one has an answer as to why these things happen. What we do know is that these things are only happening in this country. And that is something that this president no doubt will touch upon. If not tonight, then when he talks about his agenda going forward.
An important point that echoes what we heard from Senator Chris Murphy about about the mental health problems that we have in the United States are not unique to the United States, but our casualty numbers are much, much higher. You mentioned, Jeff, that, and anybody who's tuning in right now, we're awaiting President Biden as he's set to address the nation from the White House following at least 18 children, we understand, have been killed in this school shooting, 2 adults in Uvalde, Texas. So, Jeff, you were saying that you have covered the Sandy Hook shooting. President Obama famously gave a very emotional address to the nation following that. Still, the reforms that he had asked for were unsuccessful. What's different about this situation, and what's the same about this situation and the political environment that we find ourselves in now compared to that last really horrific elementary school shooting?
Yes. And the reason I mentioned Sandy Hook in terms of my coverage earlier is I was on his trip there when he gave that very emotional speech, and I'll never forget it. In large part because the parents were there in the room, the parents of those children, and loved ones were in the room, and it was heartbreaking to be present there. And I know that it was heartbreaking for President Obama to be there and to have to deliver that speech at all. I believe, if I recall correctly, he's described the day of the Sandy Hook shooting to be the worst or one of the worst days of his entire presidency. That undoubtedly will be something similar in President Biden's mind. You asked what's changed. Not a lot. I mean, the politics haven't changed on this issue. President Biden, and when he was vice president, worked really hard at President Obama's direction after Sandy Hook to try to get some meaningful, what Democrats would call meaningful gun control efforts passed. And they got some things done, but not much. And as we were saying earlier, that's the same now. I mean, this president has issued some executive orders in the last year and a half, which have been welcomed by the gun control lobby or gun control advocates. But to do more and to do what he talked about during the campaign and wants to do on a policy level, he needs legislation passed. So not to repeat myself, but I think that there will be more of a push for that. You can't have a shooting like this and then as a policymaker in the White House, if you're a Democrat, and then not try to do something. So he will. I'm sure he will. But the reality is nothing has really changed in Congress in terms of the numbers that make that possible.
I want to.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm John Dickerson in Washington. We come on the air tonight after another mass shooting in America. Any moment, President Biden will address the nation after a massacre at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. At least 18 children and 1 adult were killed, according to the Texas Department of Public Safety. Another community that will forever mark time as before today and after. Another national tragedy. The 18-year-old shooter is also dead. Flags in the nation's capital are at half-staff, and once again, President Biden will mine his personal experience with grief on behalf of the nation. The president just returned from his first trip to Asia, a trip that started not long after President Biden addressed the last mass shooting in Buffalo, playing the role of consoler-in-chief twice in less than 2 weeks. Today's shooting is the 212th mass shooting this year in stores, houses of worship, subways, and schools. And there have only been 144 days so far in 2022. Nicole Killian is at the White House. Nicole, the president has been on the phone apparently with the governor of Texas.
Yeah, that's right, John. The White House says President Biden spoke with Texas Governor Abbott earlier this evening aboard Air Force One as he was returning here to the United States from an overseas trip to Asia. He offered any and all assistance to the governor in the wake of this horrific shooting. Flags here at the White House have also been lowered to half-staff. John?
And President and Dr. Biden have just entered the Roosevelt Room of the White House. Let's listen in.
Good evening, fellow Americans. I had hoped when I became president I would not have to do this again. Another massacre, Uvalde, Texas, an elementary school. Beautiful, innocent, second, third, fourth graders. And how many scores of little children who witnessed what happened see their friends die as if they're on a battlefield, for God's sake. They'll live with the rest of their lives. There's a lot we don't know yet, but there's a lot we do know. The parents who will never see their child again, never have them jump in bed and cuddle with them. Parents who will never be the same. To lose a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away. There's a hollowness in your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it and never going to be able to get out. Suffocating. And it's never quite the same. It's a feeling shared by the siblings and the grandparents and the family members and the community that's left behind. Scripture says, Jill and I have talked about this in different contexts, in other contexts. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. So many crushed spirits. So tonight, I ask the nation to pray for them, give the parents and siblings the strength in the darkness they feel right now. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name we do what we all know in our gut needs to be done? It's been 3,448 days, 10 years since I stood up at a high school in Connecticut, a grade school in Connecticut, where another gunman massacred 26 people, including 20 first graders at Sandy Hook Elementary School. Since then, there have been over 900 incidents of gunfires reported on school grounds. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Santa Fe High School in Texas. Oxford High School in Michigan. The list goes on, and the list grows when it includes mass shootings at places like movie theaters, houses of worship, as we saw just 10 days ago at a grocery store in Buffalo, New York. I am sick and tired of it. We have to act. And don't tell me we can't have an impact on this carnage. I spent my career as a senator and a vice president working to pass common sense gun laws. We can and won't prevent every tragedy, but we know they work and have positive impact. When we passed the assault weapons ban, mass shootings went down. When the law expired, mass shootings tripled. The idea that an 18-year-old kid can walk into a gun store and buy 2 assault weapons is just wrong. What in God's name do you need an assault weapon for except to kill someone? Deer aren't running through the forest with Kevlar vests on, for God's sake. It's just sick. And the gun manufacturers have spent 2 decades aggressively marketing assault weapons, which make them the most and largest profit. For God's sake, we have to have the courage to stand up to the industry. Here's what else I know. Most Americans support common sense laws, common sense gun laws. I just got off a trip from Asia, meeting with Asian leaders. And I learned of this while I was on the aircraft. And what struck me on that 17-hour flight, what struck me was these kinds of mass shootings rarely happen anywhere else in the world. Why? They have mental health problems. They have domestic disputes in other countries. They have people who are lost. But these kinds of mass shootings never happen with the kind of frequency they happen in America. Why? Why are we willing to live with this carnage? Why do we keep letting this happen? Where in God's name is our backbone to have the courage to deal with it and stand up to the lobbies? It's time to turn this pain into action for every parent, for every citizen in this country. We have to make it clear to every elected official in this country, it's time to act. It's time for those who obstruct or delay or block the common sense gun laws. We need to let you know that we will not forget. We can do so much more. We have to do more. Our prayer tonight was those parents lying in bed and trying to figure out, will I be able to sleep again? What do I say to my other children? What happens tomorrow? May God bless the loss of innocent life on this sad day. And may the Lord be near the brokenhearted and save those crushed in spirit, because they're going to need a lot of help and a lot of our prayers. God love you.
President Biden speaking from the Roosevelt Room, where his first audible noise was a deep sigh before talking about how the parents of the school children who were murdered today will no longer be able to jump in bed and cuddle with them, referring to his own experience with grief, and then saying about the shooting, "I'm sick and tired of it," about gun violence in America. He said, "It's just sick." And he mentioned the gun lobby and asked when would America find the backbone to stand up against the gun lobby. He spoke for about 7 minutes. And now we go to Anieli Ruiz, who is with our Houston affiliate, KHOU. She's on the scene in Uvalde, Texas. Anieli?
Well, that's right. We're outside of the Civic Center where lots of parents continue to gather. All of these parents here looking for any kind of information on their children. These parents tell me they sent their kids to school this morning and then heard about the shooting and rushed here. They've been going to the hospital, calling even hospitals in San Antonio, but so far no response from authorities. They do tell me there's a list of some of the kids that are accounted for inside, but they tell me their kid's name is not on that list, so they're just waiting here for authorities to be able to provide them some kind of answers. Now, we do know that there are also some chaplains and counselors here available on site for the parents. But again, everyone just kind of anxiously and praying that their kid's name is not among those who have passed today. John?
Anieli Ruiz for us in Uvalde, Texas. Thank you. Our coverage will continue on CBS News Streaming, your local news, and for those of you on the West Coast tonight, on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News Special Report. I'm John Dickerson in Washington.
Welcome back. I'm Lana Zach. We have been covering the president's remarks and this breaking news about a mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas, that claimed the lives of at least 18 school children, elementary school children. At least one teacher, we believe, is also deceased. We know that there are also others that are injured. We still have yet to learn exactly how many people, and the situation is still dire. We heard from President Biden addressing that school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Just moments ago, he called for a backbone as a nation. He said that when he hoped that when he became president, he would not have to do this again. And he spoke about the children, seeing their friends die as if they were on a battlefield. We also heard President Biden tap into the well of grief that he, as a parent who lost children, could uniquely respond to. And he said to lose a child is to have a piece of your soul ripped away. After the president made remarks like that, he turned his attention to action, legislative action. He said, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name are we going to do what we know needs to be done? I want to go now to Zeke Miller, who is there in the White House. Zeke is a CBS News political contributor and White House reporter for the Associated Press. Zeke, as I understand, you were right there in the room. We heard the president say, quote, "I am sick and tired of it." He said we need to act. Tell us more about the options that he has available to him to actually tackle gun violence.
You know, being in the room with the president, there really was that sense of, his frustration and anguish was really palpable in that room. You saw it on his face, you saw it on the First Lady's face. But the reality is for the president in the current political dynamic, and I think you heard a bit of that in his remarks, keep going back with that refrain of, for God's sakes, why aren't we doing anything? Why haven't we done anything yet? When is enough enough? And these are questions that the American people have been asking themselves, for a decade plus now, decades really. And there are no easy answers and there are no obvious solutions. And given the way the partisan makeup is in Washington, you don't want to make this about politics, but the political realities at play mean that there's very little the president can do unilaterally. Anything he can do by his own pen has largely already been done. This is really in the ball of Congress and state and local governments. And there's only so much the president can do. We can talk about it, and we saw a lot of that tonight. But the question is how much will that talk lead to action? And that's really out of the president's hands.
Yeah. You know, Zeke, we heard when the president was talking about those families, those parents who wouldn't have the kids to cuddle with anymore. As a parent myself, I can't help but think about my own children. When you're there with the president in that room, is there more about the emotion that you sense, that you feel there? Is there more that you can share with our viewers that perhaps we didn't get just by watching it on a screen?
You know, to cover Joe Biden is to know his personal story. It really is ever present, and he frequently refers back to it. And you can see when he's talking about parents who lose children, he's thinking of his own two children that he lost, and he speaks of grief as a parent in the first person. He knows that it's all too familiar to him and his family, and you see that, you know, even when he's trying to console the nation, those pangs of grief come back on his face, and you know, when you're 6 or 8 feet away from him, you can see it. You know, he's trying to help express hope to family members that maybe one day it'll get better. But you know, he knows for himself it's a process that those gaps never heal, those losses never fully heal. It is you know, a deeply emotional part of what the president does. He does it, and he's had to do it so many times in so many different contexts, and sadly, this is one that is all too familiar to him as well.
Yeah. Obviously, this isn't the first mass shooting of the Biden administration. Indeed, he's just returned on this international trip, his first trip to Asia as president. On his way out, he stopped by Buffalo to address that shooting there. Tell us, Zeke, what efforts are currently underway to try and stop these attacks before they happen?
No, it really is astonishing how the president's trip is sort of bookended by these mass tragedies, and there's still a lot to learn about what happened in Texas today. But Buffalo, we know the motivation. The gunman there, you know, he posted a manifesto, streamed it live, and his hate-filled rhetoric, racist rhetoric, is one the president has talked about addressing. And we've seen efforts by his administration to talk about that hatred and confront it. We don't know what happened in Texas yet, so I don't want to draw a strict parallel there. But it is a challenge for the president to try to confront this, because, you know, he can use the bully pulpit. It only takes him so far.
Yeah. So, Zeke, I want to bring Nicole Killian into this conversation. Nicole's obviously a CBS News congressional correspondent. And Nicole, this attack happened in the same day that voters in certain states voted at the polls in primary election. There's politics that sort of throughout all of this. I want to get your response both to what the president had to say and then in that directive that he had in the later part of his speech.
Well, look, I mean, clearly the president is frustrated, as are many Americans right now, as we all as a nation try to answer the question, why does this keep happening? And so you heard him very clearly and explicitly, you know, say that it is time to stand up to the gun lobby, in his view, and that, you know, you can't tell him that this, you know, United States, the White House, Congress can't really do anything to address this type of carnage. So, you know, that really was a call to action for many members on Capitol Hill who, even after the Buffalo shooting, you know, were just kind of in the early throes of kind of responding as to next steps. But this certainly, the president's call tonight certainly puts added pressure on lawmakers as well as state lawmakers in a number of these states to respond. You know, as we discussed earlier, there continues to be a partisan divide in terms of how this should be handled going forward. You have some Republican members of Congress who believe this is more of a mental health issue, that it's more about, you know, having more resources with respect to law enforcement, and many Democrats saying, no, you know, we have to address, you know, the gun lobby and gun laws. So that is a debate that will likely continue to play out as political leaders respond to this tragedy. But certainly President Biden making clear that he wants to see something done.
All right. Thanks, Nicole. I want to go back to Zeke. Zeke, you heard Nicole say the president wants to get something done. He issued this missive to try and galvanize the nation to stand up, to galvanize lawmakers to stand up. But in the past, when we have seen legislation, either the Brady bill, assault weapons ban, isn't it very often it has to come from Republicans in order for there to be the will? Check me on that, Zeke, and tell me if you think that there is political will in any way to get any of this common sense legislation done.
In the current makeup in Washington, that really is dependent on the filibuster. Democrats control the House; they can pretty much do what they want there. In the Senate, that requires, under current rules, that requires a bipartisan consensus, 60 votes. There's been a lot of calls to eliminate the filibuster for legislation, but until maybe today's events have changed some perspectives, but there's not been the political will among Democrats to do that. They need the majority of their conference to do that. So it's hard to see where they go from here.
So that's I was going to ask you, Zeke, just as a quick follow-on to that, because I was talking to Jeff Mason, one of your White House colleagues, about the exact same thing. In the past, President Biden has not supported efforts to repeal the filibuster, even legislation specific for things that he cared about. We didn't hear him address that specifically tonight. Do you think that there's any way that this changed his will?
It's possible. It's one question we'll be asking in the coming days. But really, the president has always said he's a bit of a pragmatist, and are there the votes? And that's what he's going to have to look for to see if those votes are there, even among Democrats. But certainly the tone of the speech, the message of the speech was really sort of shaming the collective conscience of the American public that this happens here, saying he was thinking on the plane that this sort of regular mass violence doesn't happen in other countries like the United States. And it's something uniquely American about it in many ways. And he wants to address it, and the public has to address it. The challenge now falls to him and every other person in position of leadership in the United States is to come up with a how. And with Congress being the way it is, the president's going to have to find a way to do something, because, as he said, inaction is not a solution anymore. So it is in some ways incumbent on him. Will he change his position? The filibuster will certainly be following up and pressing him. Why not if he does not? And then beyond that, what other solutions could he try to muster, try to reach across the aisle on, whether it be mental health or other initiatives, that maybe there are some ways that there could be progress that can come out of this terrible tragedy.
All right, Zeke Miller, thank you. We just heard from former President Obama. He was tweeting. If we could, let's pull up that tweet and we'll share it with you. The former president said across the country, parents are putting their children to bed, reading stories, singing lullabies, and in the back of their minds, they're worried about what might happen tomorrow after they drop their kids off at school or take them to a grocery store or any other public space. He also said that we are grieving, obviously, as the entire nation is grieving, with the news that at least 18 young children at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas, are now dead tonight. I want to bring in Tony Maldonado. He is the president of Stand with Parkland. His daughter, Gina, was killed at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, back in 2018. Tony, my condolences to you, to your family. I know that losing a loved one is not a hole that can ever be filled, and I imagine hearing things like this brings you back. So what goes through your mind, and what emotions do you feel in a day like today?
Well, when you hear the news about a school shooting, it does bring back the horrible memories of finding out that our forever 14-year-old daughter, Gina, was murdered in her school. It's something that you never get over. The best you can hope for is finding a way to move through each day. That being said, there are many things that can be done. I, too, know the pain, as the president just talked about, of not being able to tuck my little girl in and to see her grow into a woman. And I'm very sympathetic to the families in Texas this evening who are going through the most horrible part of waiting for the reunification process. And also once they find out that their loved one was murdered at school. It's a terrible thing.
Your organization advocates for public safety reforms, particularly in schools. What do you think needs to be done to better protect our children and prevent senseless shootings like the one that took Gina's life and the one that we saw in Texas?
Well, Stand With Parkland, the National Association of Families for Safe Schools, was founded by the families who had a loved one murdered, both children and adults, at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in 2018. We've come together to advocate for pragmatic reforms. We have a uniquely inclusive message. We work on both sides of the aisle. And we work for what we call improvements to the school safety triad, which is improving the campus security, promoting better mental health screening and support programs, and finally, if you choose to own one, responsible firearms ownership. Because all three of those things failed our families on that terrible day in 2018. Some of the pragmatic things that can be done are passing red flag laws. Nationally, we have a bill in the Senate, S-292, that was put out by Senator Scott. Senator Rubio has support from Senator King and Senator Reid. So it's a bipartisan bill that will fund states that pass red flag laws. For those of you that aren't familiar with red flag laws are laws that if somebody's deemed a threat to themselves or others after a due process period, their firearms are removed until they can prove that they're no longer a threat. We passed one of these laws in Florida, sadly, after the shooting, but it's been used over 5,000 times. And despite prophecies that the sky would fall, everything would turn horribly wrong, we've seen it used 5,000 times. We've seen people in Florida protected. We've seen people that are still able to protect themselves and still able to hunt. So it's a very middle of the road position that we could take. So we encourage the president to start looking at some of these middle of the road things that it can actually get done.
5,000 times, you say, there in your home state of Florida, people were protected. You're talking about bipartisan supported common sense ideas. Do you have hope that lawmakers will be able to come together at a national level to do more to prevent mass shootings, or do you really think that this has to happen on a state-by-state basis?
Well, frankly, we've met fantastic people on both sides of the aisle. Sadly, we haven't met enough of them that are willing to actually vote and make a change. You know, these red flag laws, President Trump supported them in the after the shooting in Parkland. President Biden has supported them. We have the two leaders of the Democratic and the Republican parties supporting them, and we have Congress failing to act. So yeah, let's have congressional leaders act on bills that can bring us together. Another such bill would be the Eagles Act. The Eagles Act is in both the House and the Senate with bipartisan support. It's named after the mascot at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. This bill would increase funding to the U.S. Secret Service and the National Threat Assessment Center to allow them to do more research on how to prevent school shootings, and then take that information and do training out in all of our school districts so that individual school districts had a chance to identify and prevent these tragedies before somebody resorts to violence. We've seen pushback on that from the left, the same way we've seen pushback on firearms things from the right. We need to stop paying attention to the people on the left and the people on the right and start listening to the folks in the middle, the folks that are just like the president, sick and tired of watching our school children be murdered at school. It's incumbent on the government to protect our children, and we need everyone to come together as an American family and look at what unites us. And what unites us more than wanting our children and our teachers to be safe at school?
Come together as an American family. Powerful words. When you're talking about this, when you say that there is political will from leaders of both parties, why do you think that more hasn't been accomplished at the federal level?
Well, frankly, the people have not supported, have not come forward and expressed what they want and what they need. We have to stop looking at the extremes of both parties. that's not going to accomplish anything. We need to look at what we can get done in the middle. We need to have a conversation where people can talk together about that kind of thing and find a way to move forward.
Tony, if you're still there, I wanted to ask you one other question. I spoke with Manuel Oliver, who lost his son, and I want to pose the same question to you. There are parents tonight who are getting the worst news of their life. You uniquely can relate to them. What message do you have for them?
Well, just take time to remember your lost loved one. Take time to grieve and lean on others to help you. It's a long road till you're able to breathe again and see what's around you. And we hold those families in our hearts, but we know that more needs to be done. So Congress, please take a look at some of these pragmatic steps that we can move forward with. We need you to make positive change.
It's a club that nobody wants to be a part of. If lawmakers are listening to you right now, or people in positions of power, what is the one message you want to give them?
I would just say that we need to find ways to solve problems. Inaction is not acceptable because we lose our loved ones, we lose our children, we lose America's future when teachers and students are taken in the schools. We have to find a way to come together as Americans, and our leaders need to lead us to these pragmatic solutions that will help prevent these issues from occurring.
Tony, remind us, how old would Gina be now?
Gina would be 19. She would have just finished her freshman year of college. Gina was a great kid, excellent student. She loved helping others. And it's remembering her and the others who were lost that day. That's why we formed Stand With Parkland, to make sure that their lives weren't lost in vain.
We hold you all in our hearts. Tony Montalto, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a little bit ago, we heard President Biden address the nation following the tragedy. We heard him address everyone from the White House. I want to play for you now his remarks in their entirety from earlier this evening.
Another massacre, Uvalde, Texas, an elementary school. Beautiful, innocent, second, third, fourth graders. And how many scores of little children who witness what happened, see their friends die as if they're on a battlefield, for God's sake. They'll live the rest of their lives. There's a lot we don't know yet. There's a lot we do know. Parents who will never see their child again, never have them jump in bed and cuddle with them. Parents who will never be the same. To lose a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away. There's a hollowness in your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it. You're never going to be able to get out. Suffocating.
We are going to take a quick break. More news ahead. You're streaming CBS News.
CBS News Sunday Morning with Jane Pauley on CBS.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
I was entitled to equal pay for equal work under the law.
Does the Supreme Court's power need to be checked?
9 Supreme Court justices, 5 of them said no, she's not entitled. That's not right.
Calls to fix the court tend to go along with the politics of the moment.
Republican-appointed justices have all tended to go in one direction, with the Democratic-appointed justices tending to go in another.
Even though it's only 9 justices, it takes 5 of them to make the law of the land.
Does it have political impact? True. Political intent? Probably not true.
If the American people don't trust the judgment of their court, that's a real problem for our democracy.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
The Electoral College sets up a system where every vote is not equal.
The Electoral College serves a purpose and is valuable.
Electoral votes or the popular vote?
It would be more purely democratic if we got rid of the Electoral College. That sometimes simple democracy is not the best idea.
When people on both sides feel that the system is rigged, it divides us.
538 people elect the president. That violates our principles of democratic government.
The Electoral College made George Bush an illegitimate president from the beginning. It's a terrible disease on American democracy.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now.
The threat of severe weather and dangerous tornadoes is expected to last.
Let's get the forecast from our partners at the Weather Channel.
Here we are in our virtual view.
Now 6 feet of water, imagine that. Cars that can act like battering rams.
These hyper-realistic simulations show you what the weather will look and feel like before it happens.
This is our virtual view, what it actually looks like.
Those are some of the best graphics I've seen.
Spare no expense, Gail. We experience the weather in a whole new way.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
I was entitled to equal pay for equal work under the law.
Does the Supreme Court's power need to be checked?
9 Supreme Court justices, 5 of them said no, she's not entitled. That's not right.
Calls to fix the court tend to go along with the politics of the moment.
Republican-appointed justices have all tended to go in one direction, with the Democratic-appointed justices tending to go in another.
Even though it's only 9 justices, it takes 5 of them to make the law of the land.
Does it have political impact? True. Political intent? Probably not true.
If the American people don't trust the judgment of their court, that's a real problem for our democracy.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now.
Joining us now is Congressman Tony Gonzalez. He represents Texas's 23rd district, which includes Uvalde. Congressman, do we have you?
Yes, thank you for having me on.
Our hearts are just overcome with the sadness of this tragedy. Tell us, what do we know right now about the shooting?
Yeah, it's absolutely a heartbreaking day for all of us. You know, I'm a father of 6. 2 of my children are elementary age children. And, you know, I was all day long, I've been on the phone talking with different folks, you know, whether that be Border Patrol agents, whether that be the local sheriff, whether that be the mayor. But one person in particular was one of my staff members. You know, Regina works for us, and her kids go to school there in Uvalde. Thankfully, you know, I praise God that her family is okay, but we're hurting. We are hurting in Uvalde, and it's just heartbreaking. You know, children are the most innocent thing that we have in life, and we have to protect them with everything we have.
As another parent, I feel that, and I'm so glad to hear that your staff member's family is okay. Obviously, there are many families tonight who are not okay. What resources is the federal government providing to help the people of Uvalde?
You know, the people of Texas are very resilient. And, you know, I'm actually in El Paso right now, and El Paso had to deal with a situation not too long ago. And El Paso's still recovering from that. We always will recover from it. But I will say the people of Texas are very resilient. We're strong. We come together. We band with one another. And that's exactly what I'm seeing. I mean, I literally just got off a phone call with DPS agents. Before that, I was speaking with the police police chief from Dilley who had went to Uvalde. I mean, everybody's pitching in. I'm honestly right now, they have a lot of resources. We're going to continue to give them everything we need. What I am asking for is I'm asking for the mental health clinicians to come to the city of Uvalde and help us out. You know, I tweeted something earlier, our number, our office number. If you're a mental health clinician, you know, please reach out, because, you know, there's many families
who are in need of help right now.
Yeah, they don't know the status of where their children are, and we're going to be hurting. And we need to have professionals, mental health professionals, that can guide us through this.
And Congressman, I'll do my best to try and echo that and get that message out there as your community is grieving and trying to understand. For most of us, we don't know about Uvalde. It's a small community, 16,600 at Robb Elementary School. Tell us more about the constituents that you represent there.
Yeah, I grew up not far from Uvalde, a little town called Camp Wood, 500 people in this town. And Uvalde is a very similar community. It's an agricultural community, very blue collar America, everyday citizens, everyday people that just go about their business. And, we never expect things to happen of this nature. And it's absolutely gut wrenching. Everyone knows everyone. Everyone's related to one another. Everyone helps one another. You know, whether it's a storm or anything that happens, you gladly give the shirt off your back. And that's exactly what I'm seeing too. I'm seeing everybody come together, you know, from everyday citizens to law enforcement, Border Patrol, the mayor, everyone's coming together. And I think this is something too it's a beautiful part of America is, you know, when there is a catastrophic incident that occurs, we come together, we help one another, and we love each other. And we need more of that right now, more than ever. And you know, the city of Uvalde is certainly going to come together, and we're going to work through this.
Congressman Gonzalez, as the representative there, do you know anything more about the situation? We've not had clear numbers coming from the state police there. We did hear from Governor Abbott. Do you know anything more, even about what might have motivated the gunman?
I do have some more details. I'm going to let the investigative process kind of take hold. What I will say though is I would not be surprised if the number of fatalities rose
above 14 children.
Above that, yeah, I would not be surprised if that number rises. I would say, there are some folks that are in the hospital now. In San Antonio and elsewhere, and determining that'll also play into that number as well. The motives behind it. I think this is another issue. Clearly, there's a mental health concern there, and this is something that all of us should band together. And we need to make sure that our country has the mental health resources it needs to prevent things like this and also to recover after things like this happen. But I think that number is going to rise, and sadly, parents are still waiting to kind of get connected.
We hear that number and we hope that it is just wrong. We hope that the numbers are wrong and that this isn't possible. And Congressman, you said that we need to come together as a nation, and I want to be sensitive to the fact that obviously this is deeply personal for you, that this touches people that you know and care about. You're also a member of the Problem Solvers Caucus. We have been hearing from people who think that there needs to be more done. Do you think that there is political will, even on something as simple as those red flag laws, to allow a judge to stop someone who has demonstrated a threat from being able to perpetrate such an attack? Do you think that there is any bipartisan will in Congress?
There'll be plenty of opportunities to have conversations on legislative proposals and solutions. That's what's so beautiful about America and our ability to have conversations from people that think different than you, Right now, my full attention is devoted on the people of Uvalde. And I'll share one thing that, you know, when the shooter was neutralized, there were children in that room that were saved, children that were hiding in a closet that they were saved. So that's what I'm focused on now. I'm focused right now that, you know, how do we come together? How do we make sure that our children, and you know what? If you're a parent, you need to love on your child tonight. You need to call your mom. You need to call your dad. Anything can happen at any moment. Life is very precious. I think that's what we need to do. We need to focus. We need to have more love in this world, and we need to protect the innocent. And there is nothing more innocent than children.
Amen. A prayer from the entire nation to the folks of Uvalde, those parents who are suffering. Representative Gonzalez, thank you for joining us, and we do hope that there is the ability to protect our children from future tragedies. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
For more, let's bring in now Sean Sullivan. Sean is a CBS News political contributor and a White House reporter for The Washington Post. Sean, the president had a formidable task. He needed to balance a grieving nation with this disturbing news and try and move forward on an agenda that he feels is overdue. So what do you make of the president's remarks?
Well, the president was clearly very saddened. You could tell from listening to him that he was very struck by this, as a lot of people around the country and around the world are right now, by this horrific shooting. You know, we heard the president deliver some remarks that were reminiscent of things he's called for before. You know, he's calling lawmakers to take action, in his words, to stand up to the gun lobby. But you know, we have seen this happen many times over the years, where Democrats in power will call for new gun control measures, but the realities of Senate and the partisan alignment are such that, you know, it makes it almost impossible to pass anything big and sweeping. And so, you know, the question for now, for this moment, for this president, for this White House is, you know, what, if anything, can be different? It's clear that the sadness and outrage is being felt far and wide today, but it's not clear that the president's remarks and his calls today will mean anything different in terms of any actual legislation that can get done.
Yeah. As you mentioned, the president, again, was pushing for Congress to pass gun control legislation. Remind all of us, what are the specifics he's calling for?
Well, you know, we've had this debate over the years, and you've seen Democrats rally around a few general principles: expanded background checks, tighter limits on ammunition magazines. We've seen negotiations over the years, back when Barack Obama was president and Joe Biden was then vice president, where you had some Republicans working with some Democrats to get some of these things passed. But at the end of the day, you need 60 votes in the Senate, because of the filibuster rule, to be able to pass a big sweeping gun control legislation. The reality right now is that the vast majority of Republicans are not going to work with Democrats on something like this, and even some conservative Democrats might not be on board with all of what the White House wants, with all of what Democratic lawmakers are calling for. So it's a very, very almost intractable political situation due to the dynamics on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, we've certainly seen the president fail to garner support with Republicans on other things, and fail to garner support from even some of the members of his own party. So, Sean, is there a way for the president to tackle gun control without being able to get those 60 votes in the Senate?
Well, one thing that he has been pressed on by some activists during his presidency is to use the power of the presidency, to use executive action to try to take some steps. And we'll see now in coming days whether there are new steps that some call on him to take independently of what happens in Congress. But then there's a larger question here of, does he want to try to work with Republicans, as hard as it may seem right now, to get something bigger done. Because the reality is anything more sweeping, anything more comprehensive is going to have to be done through legislation. And so does he want to try to do that? This was a president who ran on his ability, in his words, to work with Republicans, to bring Republicans over across the aisle and work with him on some things. The reality is, for much of this presidency, he hasn't been able to get much Republican support on big things. And so, I think there are a lot of people who would be skeptical of whether something like this could get done. So it's unclear exactly where the White House goes from here. They're clearly going to be under a lot of pressure to take some action in the wake of this horrific shooting. The question is what that action is and where we go from here.
All right, John Sullivan, thank you.
Thanks.
A tragic day indeed. At least 18 children dead at an elementary school in Texas. President saying that those children, the loss of them for their parents is to have their souls ripped away. We have heard from so many people, from law enforcement officials, parents who have lost their own children to gun violence, political followers, even elected leaders today, all trying to make sense of what is at its core senseless. Thank you for joining us for all of this coverage. We're going to take a quick break now. More news ahead. I'm Lana Zach, and you are streaming CBS News.
There's a murder of this kind. You see politicians try to politicize it. You see Democrats and a lot of folks in the media whose immediate solution is to try to restrict the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens. That doesn't work. It's not effective. It doesn't prevent crime. We know what does prevent crime, which is going after felons.
Work them through their issues. Sandy Hook will never, ever be the same. This community in Texas will never, ever be the same. Why? Why are we here? If not to try to make sure that fewer schools and fewer communities go through what Sandy Hook has gone through, what Uvalde is going through. Our heart is breaking for these families.
Original CBS Reports documentary.
I was entitled to equal pay for equal work under the law.
Does the Supreme Court's power need to be checked?
9 Supreme Court justices, 5 of them said no, she's not entitled. That's not right.
Calls to fix the court tend to go along with the politics of the moment.
Republican-appointed justices have all tended to go in one direction, with the Democratic-appointed justices tending to go in another.
Even though it's only 9 justices, it takes 5 of them to make the law of the land.
Does it have political impact? True. Political intent? Probably not true.
If the American people don't trust the judgment of their court, that's a real problem for our democracy.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
The Electoral College sets up a system where every vote is not equal.
The Electoral College serves a purpose and is valuable.
Electoral votes or the popular vote?
It would be more purely democratic if we got rid of the Electoral College. That sometimes simple democracy is not the best idea.
When people on both sides feel that the system is rigged, it divides us.
538 people elect the president. That violates our principles of democratic government.
The Electoral College made George Bush an illegitimate president from the beginning. It's a terrible disease on American democracy.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now.
The threat of severe weather and dangerous tornadoes is expected to last.
Let's get the forecast from our partners at the Weather Channel.
Here we are in our virtual view.
Now 6 feet of water, imagine that. Cars that can act like battering rams.
These hyper-realistic simulations show you what the weather will look and feel like before it happens.
This is our virtual view, what it actually looks like.
Those are some of the best graphics I've seen.
Spare no expense, Gail. We experience the weather in a whole new way.
an original CBS Reports documentary.
I was entitled to equal pay for equal work under the law.
Does the Supreme Court's power need to be checked?
9 Supreme Court justices, 5 of them said no, she's not entitled. That's not right.
Calls to fix the court tend to go along with the politics of the moment.
Republican-appointed justices have all tended to go in one direction, with the Democratic-appointed justices tending to go in another.
Even though it's only 9 justices, it takes 5 of them to make the law of the land.
Does it have political impact? True. Political intent? Probably not true.
If the American people don't trust the judgment of their court, that's a real problem for our democracy.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zach. We have continuing coverage on a tragic event. Authorities say at least 18 students and 1 teacher are dead after a gunman opened fire at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. The 18-year-old suspected shooter is also dead. Governor Abbott says he was likely killed by police officers who were responding to the scene. President Biden spoke earlier, acknowledging the powerful sorrow facing too many families tonight and asking, quote, when in God's name do we do what we know needs to be done? Carter Evans has more.
He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher.
It was just before noon when police say the gunman walked into Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, and started shooting.
The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed.
Governor Greg Abbott says he was a senior at a nearby high school, and he shot his grandmother before entering the elementary school. Within minutes, heavily armed police rushed to the scene and confronted the shooter.
Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased.
13 children were transported to the hospital for treatment. Witnesses say frantic parents rushed to the school. All of the schools in the area were locked down because of the gunshots.
This school has children that are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade.
CBS News has also learned that multiple Customs and Border Patrol agents responded to the school shooting, and 1 agent was shot in the head. He's at a local hospital receiving medical treatment and remains in stable condition.
We do want to keep all their families in their prayers. I hope you do as well. And we also want to respect the privacy of the family.
This shooting comes a little over a week after 10 people were killed in a mass shooting at a Buffalo supermarket. Police in Uvalde say the motive is unknown at this time. The investigation is underway.
The suspect did act alone during this heinous crime.
I want to go now to Zeke Miller, who is there in the White House. Zeke is a CBS News political contributor and White House reporter for the Associated Press. Zeke, as I understand, you were right there in the room. We heard the president say, quote, I am sick and tired of it. He said we need to act. Tell us more about the options that he has available to him to actually tackle gun violence.
You know, being in the room with the president, there really was that sense of, his frustration and anguish was really palpable in that room. You saw it on his face, you saw it on the First Lady's face. But the reality is for the president in the current political dynamic, and I think you heard a bit of that in his remarks, keep going back with that refrain of, for God's sakes, why aren't we doing anything? Why haven't we done anything yet? When is enough enough? And these are questions that the American people have been asking themselves, for a decade plus now, decades really. And there are no easy answers, and there are no obvious solutions. And given the way the partisan makeup is in Washington, you don't want to make this about politics, but the political realities at play mean that there's very little the president can do unilaterally. Anything he can do by his own pen has largely already been done. This is really in the ball of Congress and state and local governments. And there's only so much the president can do. We can talk about it, and we saw a lot of that tonight. But the question is how much will that talk lead to action? And that's really out of the president's hands.
Yeah. Zeke, we heard when the president was talking about those families, those parents who wouldn't have the kids to cuddle with anymore. As a parent myself, I can't help but think about my own children. When you're there with the president in that room, is there more about the emotion that you sense, that you feel there? Is there more that you can share with our viewers that perhaps we didn't get just by watching it on a screen?
To cover Joe Biden is to know his personal story. It really is ever present, and he frequently refers back to it. And you can see when he's talking about parents who lose children, he's thinking of his own two children that he lost, and he speaks of grief as a parent in the first person. He knows that it's all too familiar to him and his family, and you see that even when he's trying to console the nation, those pangs of grief come back on his face. And when you're 6 or 8 feet away from him, you can see it. He's trying to help express hope to family members that maybe one day it'll get better. But he knows for himself it's a process that those gaps never heal. Those losses never fully heal. It is a deeply emotional part of what the president does. He does it, and he's had to do it so many times in so many different contexts. And sadly, this is one that is all too familiar to him as well.
Yeah. Obviously, this isn't the first mass shooting of the Biden administration. Indeed, he's just returned on this international trip, his first trip to Asia as president. On his way out, he stopped by Buffalo to address that shooting there. Tell us, Zeke, what efforts are currently underway to try and stop these attacks before they happen?
It really is astonishing how the president's trip is sort of bookended by these mass tragedies, and there's still a lot to learn about what happened in Texas today. But Buffalo, we know the motivation. The gunman there, he posted a manifesto, streamed it live, and his hate-filled rhetoric, racist rhetoric, is one the president has talked about addressing. And we've seen efforts by his administration to talk about that hatred and confront it. We don't know what happened in Texas yet, so I don't want to draw a strict parallel there. But it is a challenge for the president to try to confront this, because he can use the bully pulpit. It only takes him so far.
Yeah. So, Zeke, I want to bring Nicole Killian into this conversation. Nicole's obviously a CBS News congressional correspondent. And Nicole, this attack happened in the same day that voters in certain states voted at the polls in primary election. There's politics that sort of throughout all of this. I want to get your response both to what the president had to say and then in that directive that he had in the later part of his speech.
Well, look, I mean, clearly the president is frustrated, as are many Americans right now, as we all as a nation try to answer the question, why does this keep happening? And so you heard him very clearly and explicitly, say that it is time to stand up to the gun lobby, in his view, and that, you can't tell him that this, United States, the White House, Congress can't really do anything to address this type of carnage. So, that really was a call to action for many members on Capitol Hill who, even after the Buffalo shooting, were just kind of in the early throes of kind of responding as to next steps. But this certainly, the president's call tonight certainly puts added pressure on lawmakers as well as state lawmakers in a number of these states to respond. As we discussed earlier, there continues to be a partisan divide in terms of how this should be handled going forward. You have some Republican members of Congress who believe this is more of a mental health issue, that it's more about, having more resources with respect to law enforcement, and many Democrats saying, no, we have to address, the gun lobby and gun laws. So that is a debate that will likely continue to play out as political leaders respond to this tragedy. But certainly President Biden making clear that he wants to see something done.
All right. Thanks, Nicole. I want to go back to Zeke. Zeke, you heard Nicole say the president wants to get something done. He issued this missive to try and galvanize the nation to stand up, to galvanize lawmakers to stand up. But in the past, when we have seen legislation, either the Brady bill, assault weapons ban, isn't it very often it has to come from Republicans in order for there to be the will. Check me on that, Zeke, and tell me if you think that there is political will in any way to get any of this common sense legislation done.
In the current makeup in Washington, that really is dependent on the filibuster. Democrats control the House; they can pretty much do what they want there. In the Senate, that requires, under current rules, that requires a bipartisan consensus, 60 votes. There's been a lot of calls to eliminate the filibuster for legislation, but until maybe today's events have changed some perspectives, but there's not been the political will among Democrats to do that. They need the majority of their conference to do that. So it's hard to see where they go from here.
So that's I was going to ask you, Zeke, just as a quick follow-on to that, because I was talking to Jeff Mason, one of your White House colleagues, about the exact same thing. In the past, President Biden has not supported efforts to repeal the filibuster, even legislation specific for things that he cared about. We didn't hear him address that specifically tonight. Do you think that there's any way that this changed his will?
It's possible. It's one question we'll be asking in the coming days. But really, the president has always said he's a bit of a pragmatist. And are there the votes? And that's what he's going to have to look for to see if those votes are there, even among Democrats. But certainly the tone of the speech, the message of the speech was really sort of shaming the collective conscience of the American public. That this happens here, saying he was thinking on the plane that this sort of regular mass violence doesn't happen in other countries like the United States, and it's something uniquely American about it in many ways. And he wants to address it, and the public has to address it. The challenge now falls to him and every other person in position of leadership in the United States is to come up with a how, and with Congress being the way it is, the president's going to have to find a way to do something because, as he said, inaction is not a solution anymore. So it is in some ways incumbent on him. Will he change his position on the filibuster? We'll certainly be following up and pressing him. Why not if he does not? And then beyond that, what other solutions could he try to muster, try to reach across the aisle on, whether it be mental health or other initiatives, that maybe there are some ways that there could be progress that can come out of this terrible tragedy.
All right, Zeke Miller, thank you. I want to bring in Tony Maldonado. He is the president of Stand with Parkland. His daughter Gina was killed at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, back in 2018. Tony, my condolences to you, to your family. I know that losing a loved one is not a hole that can ever be filled. And I imagine hearing things like this brings you back. So what goes through your mind and what emotions do you feel in a day like today?
Well, when you hear the news about a school shooting, it does bring back the horrible memories of finding out that our forever 14-year-old daughter, Gina, was murdered in her school. It's something that you never get over. The best you can hope for is finding a way to move through each day. That being said, there are many things that can be done. I, too, know the pain, as the president just talked about, of not being able to tuck my little girl in and to see her grow into a woman. And I'm very sympathetic to the families in Texas this evening who are going through the most horrible part of waiting for the reunification process. And also once they find out that their loved one was murdered at school, it's a terrible thing.
Your organization advocates for public safety reforms, particularly in schools. What do you think needs to be done to better protect our children and prevent senseless shootings like the one that took Gina's life and the one that we saw in Texas?
Well, Stand with Parkland, the National Association of Families for Safe Schools, was founded by the families who had a loved one murdered, both children and adults, at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in 2018. We've come together to advocate for pragmatic reforms. We have a uniquely inclusive message. We work on both sides of the aisle. And we work for what we call improvements to the school safety triad, which is improving the campus security, promoting better mental health screening and support programs, and finally, if you choose to own one, responsible firearms ownership. Because all three of those things failed our families on that terrible day in 2018. Some of the pragmatic things that can be done are passing red flag laws. Nationally, we have a bill in the Senate, S-292, that was put out by Senator Scott. Senator Rubio has support from Senator King and Senator Reid. So it's a bipartisan bill that will fund states that pass red flag laws. For those of you that aren't familiar with red flag laws are laws that if somebody's deemed a threat to themselves or others after a due process period, their firearms are removed until they can prove that they're no longer a threat. We passed one of these laws in Florida, sadly, after the shooting, but it's been used over 5,000 times. And despite prophecies that the sky would fall, everything would turn horribly wrong, we've seen it used 5,000 times. We've seen people in Florida protected. We've seen people are still able to protect themselves and still able to hunt. So it's a very middle of the road position that we could take. So we encourage the president to start looking at some of these middle of the road things that it can actually get done.
5,000 times you say there in your home state of Florida, people were protected. You're talking about bipartisan, supported, common sense ideas. Do you have hope that lawmakers will be able to come together at a national level to do more to prevent mass shootings, or do you really think that this has to happen on a state-by-state basis?
Well, frankly, we've met fantastic people on both sides of the aisle. Sadly, we haven't met enough of them that are willing to actually vote and make a change. You know, these red flag laws, President Trump supported them in the after the shooting in Parkland. President Biden has supported them. We have the two leaders of the Democratic and the Republican parties supporting them, and we have Congress failing to act. So yeah, let's have congressional leaders act on bills that can bring us together. Another such bill would be the Eagles Act. The Eagles Act is in both the House and the Senate with bipartisan support. It's named after the mascot at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. This bill would increase funding to the U.S. Secret Service and the National Threat Assessment Center to allow them to do more research on how to prevent school shootings, and then take that information and do training out in all of our school districts so that individual school districts had a chance to identify and prevent these tragedies before somebody resorts to violence. We've seen pushback on that from the left, the same way we've seen pushback on firearms things from the right. We need to stop paying attention to the people on the left and the people on the right and start listening to the folks in the middle, the folks that are just like the president, sick and tired of watching our school children be murdered at school. It's incumbent on the government to protect our children, and we need everyone to come together as an American family and look at what unites us. And what unites us more than wanting our children and our teachers to be safe at school?
Come together as an American family. Powerful words. When you're talking about this, when you say that there is political will from leaders of both parties, why do you think that more hasn't been accomplished at the federal level?
Well, frankly, the people have not supported, have not come forward and expressed what they want and what they need. We have to stop looking at the extremes of both parties. That's not going to accomplish anything. We need to look at what we can get done in the middle. We need to have a conversation where people can talk together about that kind of thing and find a way to move forward.
Tony, if you're still there, I wanted to ask you one other question. I spoke with Manuel Oliver, who lost his son, and I want to pose the same question to you. There are parents tonight who are getting the worst news of their life. You uniquely can relate to them. What message do you have for them?
Well, just take time to remember your lost loved one. Take time to grieve and lean on others to help you. It's a long road till you're able to breathe again and see what's around you. And we hold those families in our hearts, but we know that more needs to be done. So Congress, please take a look at some of these pragmatic steps that we can move forward with. We need you to make positive change.
It's a club that nobody wants to be a part of. If
That's true.
Lawmakers are listening to you right now, or people in positions of power, what is the one message you want to give them?
I would just say that we need to find ways to solve problems. Inaction is not acceptable because we lose our loved ones, we lose our children, we lose America's future when teachers and students are taken in the schools. We have to find a way to come together as Americans, and our leaders need to lead us to these pragmatic solutions that will help prevent these issues from occurring.
Tony, remind us, how old would Gina be now?
Gina would be 19. She would have just finished her freshman year of college. Gina was a great kid, excellent student. She loved helping others. And it's remembering her and the others who were lost that day. That's why we formed Stand With Parkland, to make sure that their lives weren't lost in vain.
We hold you all in our hearts. Tony Mount. To recap what's happening, Texas Governor Greg Abbott says 14 children and 1 teacher are dead after a gunman opened fire at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. The 18-year-old suspected shooter is also dead. 2 officers were injured but are expected to survive. It's unclear exactly how the gunman died, but Governor Abbott says he was likely killed by police officers who were responding to the scene. Carter Evans has more.
He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher.
It was just before noon when police say the gunman walked into Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, and started shooting.
The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed.
Governor Greg Abbott says he was a senior at a nearby high school, and he shot his grandmother before entering the elementary school. Within minutes, heavily armed police rushed to the scene and confronted the shooter.
Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased.
13 children were transported to the hospital for treatment. Witnesses say frantic parents rushed to the school. All of the schools in the area were locked down because of the gunshots.
This school has children that are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade.
CBS News has also learned that multiple Customs and Border Patrol agents responded to the school shooting, and 1 agent was shot in the head. He's at a local hospital receiving medical treatment and remains in stable condition.